All right. Hello, and welcome to the PSU LCS Spring Finals. It is the end of the split, and you guys know what that means. It is the end of spring and the beginning of summer, and we are ready for some hot League of Legends in this spicy best of 5 between Team Miku and 5-inch Girth Gods, two of our teams who've climbed up the entire split to get here. And we are just about to get into game here in just a few minutes. Gonna ready up for the casters.
Should be a banger, honestly. These are two of the best teams we've had, two of the highest ranked teams we've had in general. Both have a pretty similar style, I'd say, with a heavy focus on the scaling and playing for jungle. So we'll see how those match up.
Yeah, pretty interested in this one myself. We know that coming into this season, Girth Gods were a terror to be feared. But Miku, not quite a dark horse, but, team that people weren't really expecting to go crazy right off the bat. And I say that they really earned their spot in this final as they are a dangerous-looking team. So I'm really excited for this match today.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what these teams will pick, too, because I think they have similar priorities in the draft. With heavy, as I said earlier, like heavy towards jungle. And both teams played Jinx, which I think is interesting, because Jinx actually is bugged right now. Her crit rockets do more than they should.
AOE. 200% crit AOE. It's really cool.
Yeah, so I'd expect to see some early Jinx pickups, because she doesn't have many counters. The only one that comes to mind is the lethality or poke Varus that outranges her.
That's pretty much been, I think, that's been hard countering her. I mean, you still do have some picks like Kai'Sa that come into play occasionally, and Tristana in the bot lane for a flexible pick, but even those don't really serve to outmatch the Jinx that much in lane, especially not in the later game. Get that Rune on Hurricane, get that Infinity Edge, and you are really doing the damage that you need to here. As we are just waiting for the draft to start up here in a minute as I figure out how to get the counters up. Sorry if the webcams get a little scuffed. I threw this together like an hour before stream, so we're going to see if it works.
It's the best production around.
Yeah, we're
Indeed.
As long as it's better than Season 2 Worlds, we're okay.
All right, the draft has begun.
Yep.
Girth Gods are on blue side with Miku on red, Galio being banned away first. Pretty powerful pick, I think, for Miku. It can be flexed between mid and support, followed by the Sylas.
Yep, just going to be quickly going through brands here. Gangplank banned away. Ornn banned away from Nightlark. You're going to take that one away from the top side of the matchup. And, they're going to ban Jinx on blue side.
So I don't actually like Jinx, like B1, as much as I like it R1, R2, or B2, B3. So it is a good ban on blue side. I'd like to see maybe like a Hecarim ban here. Which's best champ is probably Hecarim. He's been terrorizing the league on it. Oh, we're going to go with Brooks Maokai, potentially. Yep. I expect a Hecarim here, 100%.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to see that champion with such a high presence in basically every single league around the world.
Yep.
Yep, there it is. Picked up first pick Hecarim.
It will be.
Now, we do know Mitmok really likes the Gravestone in this matchup. It has been something that's not been as meta, but can definitely perform. So, could possibly see them Miku look towards that angle of it and just stick toward comfort. Of course, you still have Olaf and Udyr as well on the table. Though Miku, not necessarily a team that we've seen pick up the Udyr all too often this split. Seraphine,
still, I think, the best champion in the game. In theory, can be quadriflexed, top
solo
mid,
Q terror,
and support. I'd like to see a jungle here. I think Udyr is the best answer to Hecarim right now, with stuff like Lilia and Skarner being up there. With the heavy focus on move speed and clear speed junglers.
Certainly could be that angle, and it's going to be... Oh, they didn't ban Karthus!
The Karthus.
I personally have played against Midlock's Karthus.
I want to say that we once scrimmed against Team Miku where he picked Karthus, and needless to say, it was a terrible time.
Yeah.
Incredibly proficient on the champion. This is one of his big mains, and solo queue got the Masters with it earlier this season already. So, certainly something that Miku has not gotten the chance to play too often, and I think are more than happy to, even into something as aggressive as Hecarim, which can certainly use some counter jungling.
I like the Shen pickup here. Really works well for this Kaisa and Hecarim. Definitely hard in the engage.
Yeah, I think right now Miku is very far ahead in the draft. Their competition basically answers the Girth Gods entirely here, especially if they pick like they don't want more AP. The Karthus wants to be the sole AP. Already kind of sad with the Seraphine.
Now, do you see a Tristana locked in here? R3 is flex. Oh,
This dead!
no!
That is
Ooh.
Okay.
that is bold.
I mean, very, very spicy pick coming out here in the finals, game 1.
Yeah, I think I actually do think Zed is competitively viable if you go Prowler's Claw into basically full crit, because the crit items are so strong, like LDR Collector and things of this nature. But blind like this, honestly answerable by a lot of stuff. Could just full on play Malphite mid into it and just basically ruin it. But that is something that I believe is trying to shrink Dystopia Reaper's champ pool, because he plays basically like 4 champs: Gangplank, Karthus, Zed, and Victor. His last one is Kassadin, and you don't want to play Kassadin into Zed.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty bad time playing
Right.
the notably terrible into AD matchup into an AD assassin with the ability to dive you pretty much anywhere under your own turret, given the opportunity. And it's going to be Lulu final ban, and this would be an interesting one from 5-inch. They do ban away the Malphite because, like you were saying, Vale, the Malphite pretty good to Zed mid, offers a lot of damage, offers a lot of utility in the mid lane for 5-inch Girth Gods to be able to deal with something like the Karthus and the Seraphine. Pretty easy backline access, but does take away that safety pick from Nightlark, who has been notably probably the weaker side of Team Miku overall in the draft. And they're actually going to give him possibly final counter pick, as the hover for Miku so far is Ezreal. Yeah,
Pretty.
Echo is good here, I think. But what I actually want to see from Miku is flex the Seraphine to top lane, has a pretty good time against the Shen, and give counterpick to support here. Also, something I'd like to see from Girth Gods is the Rel coming in, but Nautilus works too.
Yeah, not serves a similar purpose, I think.
What I'd like to see,
easier to play.
yeah, what I'd like to see is now flex the Seraphine to top and put Taric in support. That would be huge, I think.
Yep, Eric would be pretty insane here. Instead
But
of
they're
just
gonna
go with
go
Sion top,
Insta-lock Sion.
just take the utility top laner, take the tank the scaler.
Yep. Nightlark on the safe lane duty.
Yeah, seems to be the system here. I mean, it's not necessarily a bad system either. You see teams, for instance, like one of the MSI representatives, Damwon Gaming, certainly putting Khan on a lot of the Sion duty up in top lane, just ignoring that lane entirely. They've been doing pretty well in the LCK, I'd wager.
Yeah.
So definitely can be a winning strategy, even if topside's not something you're going to play around.
Yeah, at the moment, I think the draft is pretty even. The Girth Gods comp is much more holistic. They all want to accomplish the same thing, meaning they all want to go in. Whereas Miku, I think they have stronger champions in the meta, like the Seraphine, the Karthus, and the Sion, but their champions kind of don't want to do the same thing. Like Zed and Sion want to go in, basically, and the rest of the champions want to walk away. So that's going to be something we'll have to deal with in the later stages.
Certainly looking at that angle so far, I mean, you do have... It's very hard to find synergy with Miku's comp, and that is a pretty hard problem with it. Ezreal Seraphine, the bot lane's pretty much a wash early on. Yeah, Seraphine has some decent laning, but it's not anything that's going to beat out Kai'Sa Nautilus, one of the kind of OG. You can look back into when Kai'Sa really came into meta back in Season 8. Combination you play in bot lane. Free passive stacks, tons of damage. Seraphine Ezreal, yeah, you can buffer with the Arcane Shift. Yeah, you can try to get some moves with Seraphine, try to heal and shield through a lot of the initial burst damage that comes through from Kai'Sa, but it is not necessarily a winning matchup. Jungle's hard, top lane, I believe Sion is pretty hard losing into Shen early on. Shen with the ability to Shadow Dash through Sion when he tries to Q is pretty big. And then mid lane, I mean, Echo into Zed. 2 melee mid laners, one of them is a pretty spicy assassin pick to blind. It's just gonna have to be one of those, we'll see how it rides.
Yeah, looking at this jungle matchup quickly, Hecarim, Karthus, gonna be honest, neither of these champions really want to fight each other in the early game, so I think it'll be really on the supports with the playmaking potential to make something happen in this early to mid game until we see some more of those developed skirmishes towards objectives. So that should be interesting indeed.
Yeah, I actually think that Girth Gods has the 3 winning lanes here. I'm not too certain about the top lane, but from my experience, Shen is a pretty hard lane
top lane
bully.
Shen is pretty hard winning. I think top lane Shen is pretty hard winning there.
Yeah, so early Echo has the push into Zed, and once he hits 6, as long as he ults second Echo, he cannot die. And then in bot lane, you're basically just like forfeiting the lane with the Ezreal Seraphine. There's not much you can really do.
Yeah.
So it's up to Girth Gods to get a pretty sizable early lead here. Then I think it'll be hard for him to come back because of the dyssynergy I mentioned earlier with Miku's comp.
Yeah, Miku, I don't know, from behind, Miku does have a lot of problems I'm looking at right now, because when you have a Scion that can't really tank against Shen Hecarim, you're going to frontline problems where Kai'Sa's going to insta-kill your Scion, and suddenly the backline dive is supplemented by something like the Kai'Sa, like the Echo, who weren't necessarily able to get around or circumvent Nightlark. Zed from behind against a shielding comp, I feel like feels really bad, man. You death mark someone, try to burst them down, and they just don't take any actual damage because of a 500 health shield or something coming out of Shen, coming out of Kai'Sa ulti. Nautilus as well can shield himself, Echo with a W, and there's a bunch of different shielding tech you can do.
Yeah, something that I like to mention though is how both teams can build the Serpent's Fang. The Kai'Sa, instead of going something like the Collector, can go the Serpent's Fang as a lethality item instead. And Zed definitely wants the Serpent's Fang. Probably the strongest lethality item that isn't a mythic right now, especially against the comp that has this many shields. I'd expect both of them to pick it up, I hope.
Yeah, certainly something to look at. Now you do have, again, elements, both these teams get really scary in the late game. Shen, not yet buffed. Next patch, Shen probably going to be back in the top lane meta heavily. For the MSI patch, getting a bunch of buffs to his shield ratio, getting some base health shielding. So as you continue to level up, that shielding can get bigger and bigger and bigger. It's not necessarily wholly reliant on AP scaling like it was prior to. So you can start getting some pretty decent Shen ultis in the next patch. But this patch, Shen, yeah, he does some early game damage, but he's going to be falling off later and later. Going to be a lot of that utility pick, which is not necessarily something we've seen Duckwings on too often. Yeah, we've seen him in previous iterations of teams he's been on, such as the Lace of Ons and the Champions last bit, where he did play stuff like the Ornn, but definitely going to be playing heavily through the mid lane and bot lane this time around for 5-inch Girth Gods. Of course, the Merchant Jungle can certainly build his own leads, but Hecarim at 5v5, we more or less see going with that good old-fashioned chem tank build. Just go for tank, go for backline access, go to be nigh unkillable.
Yeah, Mooch's specific build is he goes like the full tank chem tank, but he buys the Sheen. Because the Sheen, as an item, yeah, it gives you so much damage. You don't necessarily
power.
You don't necessarily need like a Sheen item. You just need like the Sheen to do some extra damage.
Yep. And I don't think it's too much of a delay toward your primary item, the chem tank. I don't think it really becomes that big of a difference. Considering all the extra speed Hecarim will get with, the runes and his E, and he does have the ghost as well, so.
Yep.
But, yeah, I also want to say, yeah, I definitely do think that I played with a lot of Zeds in solo queue, and a lot of them have gone Eclipse and Dustblade, few the Prowlers, but I want to say the Prowlers definitely is the way to go. I think the build is much more effective in terms of, 1v1 ability and skirmishing, and I really think it is definitely the optimal build path. So I'm going to be looking forward to the mid matchup, see how N0Nimus is going to be able to operate using that item.
Yeah, I agree. The Prowler's Claw is pretty underrated. One of the things that people don't really realize, it has the dash, yes, but when you do target somebody, it acts like the old DFG, but AD. It amplifies all the damage that you do to them. So that's a huge one, especially against more tanky people.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, especially against more tanky people like the Hecarim and like the Shen, it allows them to 1v1 them in side lane potentially with the Shen, and then catch this Hecarim out potentially.
Yeah. It'll be interesting here to see here as spectator delay winds on down for this Game 1 draft. And this will be our first best of 5 series for the PSU LCS. This entire school year actually has fallen. We did go with the best of 3 format due to some pressing circumstances of having to play on Tuesday before preseason patch came out and all the new items dropped. But regardless, We're going to start loading on into game here. Take a look at the runes. Going to be Dark Harvest on the Karthus, as you'd expect. And pretty much
Standard across the board.
Yeah, it's pretty standard.
The exhaust on the Ezreal instead of the Seraphine. I actually like that. There's a lot of threats to the Ezreal here, and it's pretty good to have that like self-agency with the exhaust. I actually expect the Girth Gods to invade here with their early comp. They have a lot of strong CC, and their level 1 is really strong too.
Yep, certainly can do so. As direct camera has decided to break. There we go.
Okay.
Looks like
So it's
they
ping
will be-
towards the top side.
Yep, 5
Yeah.
man strong. Got the Nautilus, got the hooks. Ready to go, but are checking into a Scion.
Gonna walk into a waiting Nightlark.
and they
A
know.
little late on the ward for sure.
I would have liked to see that ward go to a solo laner instead. It went ended up going to Mooch, which doesn't really affect him that much. If it went to a solo laner, it would have given them level 2 on the first wave instead of the second wave.
With that invade though, side of Miku gonna be able to get some vision in the bottom side jungle of Girth Gods. Not too much. A ward on the red buff. We'll give them information as to where the jungler will be starting.
Yep, just going for the basic tracking, see where exactly Mooch is starting, try to check his pathing. You definitely don't want to be exploited, especially in the bot lane early on, because that is probably, for Miku, the weakest overall lane in the 1v1, or the 2v2 technically, but the lane matchup itself is what I'm getting at, and having Hecarim come in and try to snowball that lane towards the favorite 5 inch is certainly not something you can give up in the early portion of the game. If it's going to happen, try to keep your lead as long as possible, try to keep even, and then go for that team fighting stage.
I'm actually interested to see Mooch start topside here. Like, do you think that's because the red buff was warded, or
I was
he
just
doesn't
gonna
want to?
say, I don't really like Hecarim starting topside here. I don't think it really changes a lot or does a lot for his path. Like, yes, you know that they have vision on your red buff most likely, but I think it's just better to path towards topside here in all cases. Ezreal Seraphine is an extremely difficult lane to gank. He's not Hecarim here in the mid lane. Close trade. Sir Nyma's going to be taken down pretty low here at level 1.
Yeah, but taking some pretty rough trading early on the Zed. Lost level 1, let Echo proc passive with Q, and now level 2 bot lane.
Looking here, Rook's going to find the Ezreal. Going to be taken low. The Ignite goes down. Ooh. Ezreal going to go down here. First blood to the Girth Gods onto Rooks.
And
that's pretty huge.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see for Miku. This was the, I said it just before with the jungle. Don't even need Mooch's help here for 5 inch. Mr. Lazy and Rook's able to grab the 2v2 level 2 spike kill.
Mid has lethal here. I don't know if either of them realize Echo can kill Zed here, I'm pretty sure.
I believe so as well. He lands full combo with passive. Certainly has an opportunity to.
Oh, Dystopia Reaper going for the cheater recall. Very intelligent play there. Not biased at all.
It is the proper play here. You're not really gonna get too much on Zed. You know where your jungler's pathing. You can pretty much guess the bot side skill is not probably gonna need you anyway. Even if it's like a close fight, you have the teleport available. Take the quick recall, grab the Dark Seal. You're already winning the lane pretty heavily against Zed despite being down a few CS. So
I wonder actually if Mooch is gonna experience some resistance here at the spot grab, because they're bot lane backed and Zed has mid cryo. So we'll see.
Level 4 Zed not exactly the scariest thing to deal with though, is the Hecarim.
Gonna help shove the mid wave.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good job by Miku taking advantage of the bot lane recalling to establish cryo. Same with the Echo. Trade in the top lane.
Yeah, Zed's gonna win these out pretty heavily, but that's not gonna be okay for
That's a pretty big recall stop there, I think. Nightlark's got to be careful here. He has the potential to actually get solo killed.
Mid lane. Right in the mid lane here, and Zeronimus Knight's gonna go down, flashes out of the W, both taken very low. Assassin versus Assassin, who's gonna win? It's gonna be the Echo. Dystopia Reaper managing to get the upper hand.
The Shuriken misses, and it's just disaster for Miku in the middle lane. And with Echo, with snowballing champion.
Dive in the top lane though happening. Oh, good flash from Nightlark though. Dodges out of the
Nightlark gonna be able to turn things around here. The 2 versus 1 outplay in the top lane.
Very good play there to dodge out on the flash taunt, with Seraphine potentially caught out here.
Nautilus is here.
Oh, find the hook.
Gonna find the hook onto J-Morgs. Not much gonna come of it.
Girth is actually taking some of the top side here. I wonder if he will be caught out. He is pretty alone.
Yeah.
Nightlark has basically no prio.
You should be able to
Seems
walk
like-
up through mid here without Echo.
Yeah, seems like Mooch doesn't know.
Might just be taking away from Zed actually as he's walking in mid. Oh, Seraphine.
Rook's looking, gonna find the hook on the Shinozaki Rika. Ignite goes down, flashes,
TP
but it won't be
Two
enough
TPs.
maybe. TP to match it. Mr. Lazy will fall to the auto of J-Morgs. Nightlark gonna come and get a big knock-up. Does hit level 6 here, is gonna
Looks two
turn it
levels
around.
ahead.
Onto our Rooks, will be taken awfully low. The hook's gonna keep him safe. Duckwing is gonna be able to get out of the knock-up here. Hits level 5 on his way out.
So with that, Nightlark is basically a full level ahead. I didn't realize that kill was so impactful.
Yeah, oh, he had the whole way pushed into him, so I guess he...
Oh, this is really bad movement, I think, from Mr. Lazy here. Midmok is going to be able to take this whole top wave, get funneled even more gold, and Shen and Kaisa will have to share gold and XP in the bot lane here. Although it is frozen,
Gonna be
it's...
a big Karthus
Yeah.
for sure.
In that whole top wave, no one's going to get it unless Dystopia Reaper... Okay, I think he should have teleported
Oh,
top
this
here.
is... Oh, mid lane. 3v2.
Oh no,
He dinged 6
dies.
though.
He does hit 6, yeah.
Yeah, he's okay. 0 to 5.
Yeah, I want to pan to the top lane here right now to look. There's 3 waves basically dying
Yeah,
here because
crashed
of
into
the
the
poor map
turret.
movement.
Yeah, I mean, the plate's gonna go down. No one's gonna be there to receive the gold, but should be fine regardless. All that XP denied.
Yeah, that is really big for Karthus though. If we look, basically like at the XP, like I think he's
Yeah,
probably
Karthus is a whole half level ahead.
yeah.
That's not available for us, bro.
It's very hard to catch up against the Karthus unless you're like basically Lilia, the only champ who's probably faster than Karthus or Morgana at this
Kings
point.
on the
Mundo
bot lane.
farm.
It's
So
fighting
this
in the
is
bot lane here.
interesting.
Oh, yep.
Ducklings is not 6.
The dragon has started. Meanwhile, the bot lane of Earth Gods is in trouble. Shut down to the edge. They're going to come in. Mr. Lazy going to do his best to escape here. Has to flash away, though.
That is Sorcerer Shoes Karthus. 1Q, quarter of Mr. Lazy's HP.
The dive by the Topia Reaper. Ulti's going to come down for a 0-9. Mr. Ulti will come off for the Topia Reaper and
That was
respond.
a really late ult from Dystopia Reaper actually.
Oh, the what a play from Dystopia Reaper!
And he's not dead. Oh,
The Shen ult saves him from the Karthus ult,
my
too.
goodness, it wasn't
Oh
canceled.
my! The Echo really besting the Zed here in this mid lane matchup. Well played.
Yeah, really great play honestly.
Oh, what a
Midmok will
very-
be able to secure that blue
There's
here.
that boy if he lost that blue buff.
Yeah.
That would have been quite rough. He's not even gonna lose. He's gonna lose Raptors, but red is still up and available for the Karthus, so still okay on farm. Moosh has been doing, I'd say, a fairly good job keeping up. Has most of his camps available still, so should be able to close that few camp difference pretty quickly.
And what I'd like to see here from Midmok is with his XP lead, I'd like to see him keep farming to basically maintain and then probably expand the CS lead and the XP lead because he can farm much faster than the Hecarim can right now. And he can basically affect the map. Okay, he's gonna get this whole top wave here too, probably. This is just, man, somebody nerf jungle.
The role of Nightlark. But this is why you have to ban Karthus against this team. It's
Yeah,
just
they're basically
a
blank
mega
funnel.
leech of top lane XP.
Funnel with a Zed mid. That's not something you definitely hear very often.
I think it's more so with the Shen top. He's gotten probably 3 to 4 waves of XP just from top lane.
True, very true. And somehow Nightlark is still ahead 2 CS.
Yeah, I think that dive from Ducklings was really the issue there. Trade in the mid lane.
Oh, very good.
Good for N09mus.
Has a serrated Dirk now, so it is actually doing quite a bit of damage with that much armor of the old Dystopia. You don't want to do that old, what normally you do is Echo or most other AP champions in this match is just rush that Seeker's Arm Guard. Get a bunch of extra armor, ton of survivabilities that actually can't one-shot you necessarily anymore. He really does have to hit everything, but with that being not the case, Dragon gets
I actually really don't like the Seeker's Arm Guard, really.
Not now, no, I
Especially
hate
here.
it now.
Yeah. Oh, flash
no.
out!
No, fine. She just like we can force the flash out. He's gonna be followed by Killer Instinct of Mr. Lazy, and he will find the kill.
I think
Yeah,
this is
so
true. assume they're doing Dragon there. I don't know if you can check that as
That's-
Seraphine.
That's like a phenomenon I like to see like a lot. It's like they basically want to watch them do the objective, even though they know it's happening. It's like, oh, I got to see them do it. When you can simply just be in bot lane getting XP or getting awards somewhere else.
It's like Santa Claus. See to believe, baby. See to believe.
Yeah.
Polar Express.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier with the Echo build though, I actually don't like Seekers or Zanya on Echo here at all. Zed is really the only AD threat since Ezreal is basically mixed. And he already has his ult to dodge out on the Zed ult, so he doesn't really need it. I'd like to see him go probably Proto Belt into Lich Bane and then into Death Cap or Void just to maximize his damage. Because if you build a Zanya, it really stunts your build. Like, you get put... Like, it doesn't give much stats. It's a huge gold sink just for the active, basically.
Yeah, I mean, you can say that maybe it's a survivability thing where you don't have to use your ulti when you get death marked, or you survive a Karthasar or something of the sort. I think we might be able to see an early stopwatch pickup would probably be a better idea, just for like that one fight safety, so you don't turn over a 300 gold shutdown to a Karthus or a Zed or something like that, which could be a pretty detrimental loss. But we do see Booch is going for, I think, the Herald, unless he's just doing crab up there.
Yeah,
So,
talking about the cooldown of that though, the Girth Gods do have a Cloud Drake. And also, I don't know what Dystopia Reaper took, but with the nerfs to Ravenous Hunter, a lot of Echo players actually take the Ultimate Hunter instead. Which late game gets your ult basically down to like 15 seconds.
Extremely low
it's
cooldown.
It's insane.
Yeah.
It's always good to take Ultimate Hunter as well into specific matchups with Zed. This is something you do on Lysandre mid. Against Zed, you'll take the Ultimate Hunter because Lysandre ult and Zed ult are pretty close on CD. Once you start getting your actual CDR items in. So you end up always have the Lysandre ulti at the same time as ZR. So you can probably do the same thing here with Echo.
Yeah, I personally doubt he did it, but it's something that people haven't really realized yet. The domination tree has been basically heavily nerfed with the nerf of Ravenous Hunter.
True, very true.
Unless you want to take something like Ultimate Hunter.
Certainly true.
Some nice wards will spot out Mooch here.
Yeah, so at this point, Midmock is still about 300 gold ahead. I think, like, probably still about half a level, maybe a little more. These trades probably will never amount to anything in the top lane.
It's a wet noodle fight.
Will probably simply amount to grasp
This is
stacks.
the ideal top lane. You got two tanks with grasp just duking it out. It's like it's short little trades.
I personally don't expect another fight happening. Like, ideally, neither team. Miku definitely doesn't want to fight. Like, maybe the Girth Gods could look for something as I say that.
He's gonna find, but in the jungle here, Mi'kmaq gonna be chased down. Will go down here in the bot lane. Shinozaki Rika gonna fall. Might be turned around for the side of Miku here. A lot of action going on both lanes. Assassin versus Assassin again. Mr. Lazy gonna duke it out with Jay Morgs now. They're gonna. Oh, dodges the Stand United.
Shadow.
As the Ezreal eased in.
Orchid shift.
But back onto the mid laners, Dystopia Reaper and Zero Nimus. No one is dead quite yet. Dystopia Reaper will finally fall. 2. And Zero Nimus to flash for Mr. Lazy. The last bullet from the Q. A Cathian Rain comes down. And Zero Nimus gonna take Mr. Lazy down low, but it won't be enough. The shutdown comes through. Really big for the Zed here in this mid game.
Yeah, getting like 1,200 gold from shutdowns there, basically. Really huge, as Nightlark does take the blue buff as well.
This is one of the most probably hype.
Oh, Shen has flash, Shen has flash!
Oh, he does!
The flash taunt coming through for Duck Wings. Very well played. The Zed's gonna go down here. And the Herald will be dropped onto this mid lane tier 1.
It's too late for the plates, though.
Yeah.
You hate to see it, but a possible
Karthus
first
is
turret
pinging
nonetheless.
this.
They will fight it for sure. Shinozaki Rika does not.
Encore is not available. We'll see what happens here. Mi'kmaq, Rook's gonna find the hook onto the wall to get out. Has to flash out though.
Draken spawning here soon, and with a lot of those cooldowns being burned, it'll likely favor, I think, whoever gets there first, basically. At this point, no one's really going, though.
Yeah, I mean, gold's back to even. We had a 1,000 gold lead early game for 5-inch Girth Gods, and you're back up to pretty much gold parity at this rate. A little bit of gold going to be coming in here for the side of 5-inch. They're going to take that bot lane turret down. get that first shirt gold. So a little bit
Pings
of a
onto the
difficult
Ocean
loop
Drake
back in, but,
Miku.
yeah. And this is a big Drake for Miku. You stopped the.
Yeah, I don't really like Midwalk being top lane here. I think immediately they should have just gone to the dragon, because personally I think the Girth gods are much stronger without their ultimates. Like, Karthus is pretty overland, I'd say. Same with Seraphine. And Zed, like, you basically have to have your ult to kill somebody, so... Without those cooldowns, it's pretty hard, but all the champions of the Girth gods can function without them. I'd like to see a rotation next time.
Certainly something to look at, but it's going to be the dragon over to Miku, so you're going to stop that soul stacking off of the side of 5-inch Girth gods. You're going to start seeing some dragons over on your side for your late game. Of course, running that with the Ezreal, with the Seraphine, with the Karthus, with Scion, who all really do like getting some stuff later, and it is Infernal Soul, so we're going to be seeing pretty much both teams really love this Drake.
Yeah, should be a banger with these types of team comps and the Infernal Soul.
Man United is available here, as N09 was engaged onto the Dystopia Reaper, manages to ulti the ult damage, a nice stun comes through.
No Stay United coming.
Just gonna go down.
Top lane is just AFK, I guess.
Oh, the fear still hits.
Oh!
No way.
Mooch is gonna chase in.
Oh,
the Encore comes through in the mid lane. N09 is gonna fall down to Mooch. Encore hits Mr. Lazy, but he does cleanse it, and they'll be alright. The hook comes through on the J-Morgs after. No E! Arcane Shift is down. Mr. Lazy collects the kill.
So I'm not really sure what happened in the bot lane fight there with Echo and Zed initially.
It was just Zed just bush cheesed.
Yeah, I think maybe Dystopia Reaper didn't communicate, or Duckwings wasn't paying attention, or he was about to get cancelled maybe, but I even think if he can get the shield off, Echo might win that.
Right.
Gonna be mid lane turret going down here for 5-inch though. Definitely winning out on the 2v2 this game for certain. As now a 2k gold lead netted off of both those kills as well as the turret.
Pretty interesting build here. Isn't the Shen build usually the Frostfire Gauntlet instead
Frostfire
of
Gauntlet's the new one. Sunfire is still fine, but it is right now the better build is Frostfire. You get more stats out of it. The slow is really OP.
Yeah.
I guess you got Sunfire's fine and decided because you know you're gonna be auto attacking him a ton.
Action here in the mid lane. Mooch gonna go down on the Nightlark. Full flash in on ulti out.
Get a jail free card, baby. Scion ultimate.
Yep, my favorite. Oh, here in the top lane, Dystopia Reaper, more assassin versus assassin action, and 09 is gonna be oh my! Well played, and 09 is a complete turnaround compared to what we saw in the laning phase. He says, "Hey man, you're not the only assassin on this rift."
That
is true. I wonder if he could have even reacted to that.
I don't think so. That was a 3/4 health one-shot, triple E, triple Q. Off of the shadows. There is
I think
pretty much nothing you can... I don't see a feasible way you actually react to that.
Yeah. There's some kills in this game where you just have to be entirely predictive, and I think that's one of them.
Yeah. I mean, maybe if you're playing on like the the 2-ping freaking LAN servers or something.
Yeah.
Like an
it's more so like
LAN match
you check your death timer, and if it's like below 0.2 seconds, like I don't think it's humanly possible to like react to that.
Exactly. Yeah. You're just assuming that it's gonna happen at that point.
Yeah. But the second Herald did go over to the Girth gods while we were talking about that. Not a really good objective, I think. Like, a second Herald is, like, in my opinion, really useless. Like, the most it does is, like, 3/4 damage to a turret. To really get value out of it, you need to basically ace the enemy team, and you can get multiple objectives. But
my thing with it is right now you are seeing a lot of that 2v2 prowess coming out from the Girth gods. They have been winning pretty hard against J-Morgs and Shinozaki Rika, looking barely outclassed thus far in the game by Rooks and Mr. Lazy.
Oh! And 09 was going to go in on it. That's a head scratcher if I've ever seen one. Don't know about that one. Yeah, Standing United does go through, but I think it's definitely Dystopia Reaper. Alright, gonna be alright with the chrono break.
That was a little touch and go there with the E, but does get out. Scott.
Yep, so some ultimates traded here. But still overall worth for Girth gods, I think.
Because Deathmark will certainly be back up for next Dragon.
Yeah.
So you will not have the Stay United on Shen, which could definitely... Because I think this is probably the Drake that 5-inch really want to fight over. They feel pretty strong right now overall.
Yeah, so something I actually would like to see here is maybe Miku abandon the dragon and try to just one-shot the Baron. I think that might be a good play, but they're not really set up for it. That's something you think of like a minute in advance, I'd say.
Yeah. It is going to be it's not a 5-inch though. He's going to get all the vision control initially here over on the bot side. They do have Duckling's top lane. Does have the TV, but it looks like Miku's just going to give this dragon up. They're not going to contest it.
Ezreal goes wide.
I mean, not the end of the world for certain. Can't just
Okay.
try to go up. You have the one dragon, so you're not on soul point yet. Isn't something you want to throw the game over necessarily. So if you're trying to get Ezreal, try to get
Pings.
Oh, yeah, N0 takes the shadow back over. Damage come through, Wall of Pain.
Oh, the
the TP
TP
behind.
from Nightlar coming in, and the
Dystopia Reaper getting a huge stun onto
Oh,
two.
shadows into the back line, gets the Zed and the Ezreal. The carries for Miku are dead. Nightlock will fall, and the fight is. Oh, the encore comes through. Zarya
This is
is really
cleaning
doing a
house
lot
right now.
here.
Mooch might die. He has Leandry on him. I know he's life stealing right now. Okay.
Mooch gonna be able to live here. Quite the fight, but in the end, it's a 5 for 2 for the
Yeah,
side
that,
of
removes
Girth.
that removes the Baron possibility, but it looks like they will. I think the inhib here is good because they do have Baron pressure. If they can get
Yeah.
the inhib, it'll be really strong.
You're past 20 minutes, you have Baron up, you definitely have Baron pressure. Inhib is fine.
Bot lane of
I don't
Miku
know if they
is
can,
up with N09 was coming
They
up in
can.
2
I don't think
seconds.
Ezreal and Seraphine are actually strong enough to stop him.
That Herald was crucial in that push right there.
Yep.
Indeed. Second Herald, good.
Second copium. But I mean, that's just a really misplayed fight by, I think, Miku trying to overforce it after N0 doesn't find a really cleaning age. Mitmock can't find the Wall of Pain. You have Nightlark with a flank TV, which is actually really nice. Scuffs the ultimate because it doesn't go in the direction your mouse is, it goes in the direction your model's actually facing. So, I think he thought he was turning the other direction when he pressed that R key. And the Wombo combo connects from Dystopia Reaper and Mooch. That's pretty much just the end
And
of the fight.
Zero Nimus is gonna go hunting here. We'll find the Shen, but he'll be alright. And about a 4K gold lead here for Girth Gods as we head into this 23rd minute of the game.
Yeah, what I'd like to see here from the Girth Gods, just let Echo split bot, which they're doing. Oh,
And
assassination
Zero
coming
Nimus
in,
gonna
maybe.
find Mr. Wow.
Ooh.
And gets deleted just as quickly as he was trying to the Kaisa.
Nightlark might be caught here. He does have flash and ult though.
Onto the Knight, on the Nightlark. Gonna flash away. And ulti after. We'll stay safe though. But a lot of pressure now for the Girth Gods as they're looking at this Baron. Pings onto the mid lane now though.
Mr. Lazy needs to be careful. Yeah. Karthus
Not
is really
gonna find
huge.
the hook. Mooch, the onslaught of shadows into the back line. Karthus goes down immediately, but that passive is going to do a lot here. They're going to have to be careful. Well
Echo's
kited,
flanking.
Jay Morgan, arcane shift forward. Dystopia Reaper into the back line of Miku. Seraphine will fall. Ezreal will fall. And Nightlark will be able to turn it around
Does
a
it ult
little
again?
bit.
Can't win against the...
So
That
2
could've-
for 3 here.
Yeah, that could have been Baron if Dystopia Reaper ulted there, I think.
Probably.
But yeah,
Maybe he
that's,
thought he had the damage? I don't know.
I may unbind my R key. Kick, Dystopia Reaper says. Watch out. Alright, so Mr. Lazy has an inkling that Enzionimus is here.
Gonna say, you don't want this 1v1.
Yeah, Mr. Lazy doesn't have ult, but if he did, I think he could actually win that.
Yeah, with the shield, it's very possible. I mean, you don't have Serpent's Fang yet on Zed, which is actually kind of interesting. Cruiser's fine, but I think it's pretty greedy at this point. You do have pretty much every champion's going to be getting a massive shield, so...
Yeah, I would have liked to see... Yeah, the Serpent's Fang. Oh, Nightlark.
Flank here
he
on
has
the
ult.
Nightlark. Look at the tier 1 turret, but it looks like he's just gonna go down.
Yeah.
Ping's
He has ult,
answered though. The passive is gonna beat up Rooks just a little. It's only gonna hurt a little. The hook,
good hook.
onto J Morg.
The suicide
Rooks will
engage.
fall off on a shadows. Delete Seraphine here.
Hector Balance, by the way.
Nimus is here. Dystopia Reaper gonna Rocket Bell out. As this dragon will be spawning in 45 seconds. Rooks will be up in time, and so will the side of Miku.
On the bright side, she's lucky to not burning the Encore as he gets one shot, so you do have that still up and available. Dragon or Baron, whichever is going to be the contest here.
It looks like they're looking to start the Baron here, actually. Yeah, Dystopia Reaper's
I think it's
TPing.
fine. They're gonna be able to burn it down with Kaisa.
TP coming in. Gonna look for Ezreal instead?
Dystopia Reaper
Marcus
playing for the
is behind.
distraction
Yeah,
here.
he's buying
he just-
time
he
right
just-
now
he
for his
just buy
team.
time.
This is a
That's
free
fine.
Baron.
This is totally fine. No shutdowns. There's only gonna be a 300 gold over the Miku. He might get one for his time.
If he lives here, it's just insane.
He doesn't
There's
live.
no way.
He's gonna go
Oh,
down.
yeah, he's got Zed's here.
Yeah, so the Girth Gods are going to opt to give up this dragon, I think, and I think they should just start pushing out the side lanes and reclaiming vision.
For it.
Yeah,
I think it's not worth, honestly.
I think they should have stayed
Dystopia
top.
Reaper, they can.
Yeah, I think you stay on the map for tempo and
Yeah,
you push out the
you
side
got
lanes
all
and
of
claim
Miku's-
vision.
All of Miku's ultra up as well.
This is hard for Girth Gods. I think they should have just stayed top. Probably could have got like 2 turrets.
I mean, good for Miku just to secure the dragon, though. Again, no Infernal Soul coming, so the 5k gold lead, yeah, it's good now, but as you keep getting later in the game, as you keep getting closer and closer on those carries to those 5-item breakpoints, where you're really at that full build state, that's kind of where the game ends. Gold does not really matter too much once you get all your items, so Miku can stall out. Certainly still a lot of power that can still come. Girth is still, of course, working on the Void Staff in his inventory. You're looking at the items, 2 items on Zed, 2.5 on Echo. Finally, he's going for that Zanya's Hourglass to try to get a little bit more survivability. Hecarim with the tank build. Shen going, I guess, for the Titanic, which is fine. I might have preferred to see just straight full tank Shen here. I don't think he really needs the damage with his team, but whatever you want to do.
Yeah, maybe not.
Does help with side lane push, so not going to complain about it too much.
The inhib is respawning, so
I think if you're Girth Gods here, I think you just want to keep forcing. You won't want this Ezreal, Seraphine, and Karthus allowed to scale.
Yeah.
You're getting close over to the Moon
Ezreal builds the Serpent's Fang. That is strange.
That's troll. I mean, I guess if you have multiple, might as well, but
It's definitely Zed's item to build, not Ezreal's.
yeah, should be Zed building that. I mean, it won't hurt, but certainly it's a more optimal build path for Ezreal.
Yeah, Ezreal, currently the best build I think is Mythicless, or you just go like Leandry's last item.
Yeah. And I like that here.
On to Nightlark. Mimmox here to help.
Oh!
Nice fuck from our Rooks, but will he pay for it? Encore comes through. It's gonna find Rooks. He'll go down. That's gonna relieve some of this barren pressure coming from Girth Gods.
Oh,
Yeah, this is what we were talking about. I guess some ult trades did happen in the bot lane here. Both of them.
Gonna face check the Dystopia Reaper. Oh, will go down to N09's here in the top lane. Nightlark gonna be taken off below here. Seraphine is going to get taunted up by Ducklings. Interesting choice to go in with the Karthus still alive. And Girth Gods is going to run for their lives as Ducklings will fall to the Karthus. A flash wall of pain. Mr. Lazy going to do his best. The ulti comes out. Killer Instinct won't be enough, and he will go down 1,000 gold to this Ezreal for J Morgs.
He had cleanse up. He could have cleansed the exhaust and probably at least traded 1-for-1 there.
Yeah,
with the Karthus,
Moonstone
but-
barely keeps Mitmok alive on life support, but that is massive for the side of Team Miku, winning across the map. Mooch the only one out unscathed as the Hecarim.
Yeah,
Burning
very
Ghost
big.
and ulti and all such things to do so. And Zero's gonna get a entire bot side, get some of that standing gold off, and now gold lead bit closer to 2K, about 2.5 in the lead for Girth Gods. But I think at this point in the game, you're going around the 30-minute marker. Team Miku is certainly not something to do.
Hunting in 09 is all
He's got
Deathmark is
Aftershock.
available.
He's fine. He has Aftershock.
He's gonna take him down! Support
Alright.
gone.
Somebody nerf support.
Nerf support. Get this crap out of my... He does have the Abyssal Mask, so he actually does do quite a bit of damage, to be fair.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
that's unfortunate.
Nautilus.
I think
ladies
you
and
bird
gentlemen.
flash over the wall there. You're dead.
Yeah.
I don't know if that kill's worth it. I mean, it doesn't really do anything. It's just a little bit of gold on Nautilus, so maybe you should keep the flash around, but still. Interesting. Well, sir, seeing the Lord Dominic's picked up on that, so you are going for that full crit builder.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That build is good, but I still would have liked to see the Serpent's Fang. It fits much better on the
so
Zed.
many shields this game. It's situational. Get the stand. Oh, dead. Whoa!
You know Zanya.
And
Just-
Mitmox gonna go down here to Dystopia Reaper. Well played.
Yeah, Echo, AP Mage, match made in heaven for the Echo. Proc your
Yeah,
passive,
not-
and you're pretty much good to go.
Not gonna do a whole lot in terms of objectives, but they will be able to take vision in the top side or the bot side jungle, excuse me, of
Oh,
Miku. A flank here, Sandy Knight coming through onto the Hecarim. Onslaught of Shadows.
Oh.
Encore's gonna miss. J-Morgs might be next. Will get peeled by
Why is he
Nightlark.
there?
Wolfie Reaper is gonna take down J-Morgs. Nightlark gonna be going down real slowly, but slowly, sure enough.
That's gonna be game,
Yeah,
I guess.
it's gonna be GG.
And 09 was
it's
doing his
Lazy
best
getting
to
first as well.
pull off a faker. Mr. Lazy just gonna stand in front of the
Midbuck is
path.
respawning.
Yeah, I'm
Game's
taking
over.
that now. Man, it's
Can-
close. If Zed
I have some
Karthus-
PTSD with
Karthus have
Karthus.
Zanyas.
Yeah.
Karthus does
Oh,
have
he's gonna
Zanyas.
pop the Requiem. Oh, grab one
Oh!
kill as well. So
One more
one
for
down.
the road, baby. And
that's
I
fine. He does
don't
have Zanya.
know if they can
Just full hit, full hit.
they can end.
Separate.
Yeah, Kaiser's head in the neck.
Oh,
Okay, and
nice
now,
catch.
wait a second. Wait a second. Seraphine is alive. Mooch
It's not
gonna
over.
run away.
Mooch and Nautilus.
And Rooks is gonna fall. Are you kidding me?
That's
Girth got
Dragon 2. That's Dragon 2.
Yeah,
30-second death timers.
the final push here, and Baron will be up shortly after. I don't know if they
I
want
don't
to
know if
try
they can
for
get Baron with open Nexus and a Hecarim, but
Yeah, if they were at the Dragon right now.
they keep
Ow,
Scion home.
yeah.
They need to keep Scion home here and just put the Red Dragon. Keep Scion home to make sure Mooch can't just end the game with Ghost, and then the rest of them should just get Dragon.
What is?
Oh, they're looking. I don't know. Just get Dragon.
I don't know if he was waiting for the back door.
Yeah, I think he was.
Oh wait,
Wait a
Oh.
minute. That was.
scare bug.
Wow, that's buggy.
And
Hey,
Mooch.
Yeah, Mooch.
Wait.
Run around. He-
Oh,
Oh,
the back! I didn't.
Oh no!
The TP. He's gonna take it down. It's gonna be game one going to Girth Gods. GG's in the chat. Well played to both sides. It was hard fought, but in the end, the Girth Gods are able to take the game one W here in this finals.
What a game.
Yep, what a game indeed, and a pretty, I mean, slightly anticlimactic way to end it with the TP and the base. Not gonna lie, after the miracle defense, but certainly a banger. I mean, early skirmishes out the wazoo. Miku and 5-inch certainly not leaving us wanting in that regard.
Yeah, certain. Okay, now Miku's choosing blue. I think blue is definitely the right choice. Definitely the best side right now in the meta. Had a lot of priority picks, so we'll see what happens now. I don't know. Do we need a we need a break for pro draft? I guess.
Yeah, we're in the caster screen right now, so
Yeah.
we're just chilling. I mean, any thoughts about the game at large that maybe were a bit unexpected, bit less what's that? I mean, it was well fought by both sides, a little bit of throw here and there, but
Yeah, I mean, I think in general it was pretty sloppy from both sides. There were a lot of like silly mistakes, a lot of solo kills that I think shouldn't happen, but it was well played by Rooks to place that ward down, as he said in this new game, Levy Chat, the master tier ward.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know. I kind of feel like that's one of the things that you have to watch out for when something like that happens. You know, you buy those pinks, you get those sweepers, and you kind of just flush out that base of all vision. But nonetheless, they did get that ward down, and it was a good TP for the backdoor.
Yep. I think definitely Miku needs to draft a more holistic comp there. Their comp outscaled, definitely, but the issues were, I think, more so with they were kind of off theme with one another.
I think Miku has a similar issue in certain respects to Coach Cap, actually, in this regard. And, of course, you guys have a ton of info on this with Shinozaki Rika at support. Maybe put him he's been really showing up on something like the Rel, like the Alistar, like the Gragas, especially. So maybe look to go more back to that engage route over the Enchanters. Yeah, Seraphine did work, saved Karthus, has a lot of Moonstone healing, but overall, if you get a better engage, can pick better fights, maybe a little bit of easier time peeling off the enemy champions and fight on your own terms a bit. So something to think about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Girth Gods did a really good job of playing to their composition in the last 10 or 15 minutes or so, engaging with the Hecarim, utilizing the Onslaught of Shadows, being the first to pull the trigger. Sand United onto the Hecarim into the back line, and you have the Kaisa available to ulti in off of the CC, and then you play from there. I think it was a really job well done. If they would have just let the Karthus, Seraphine, and Ezreal scale, I think it would have been a much harder game for the side of Girth Gods. So well played to them, and yeah, we'll have to see how things change in Game 2 in draft and in gameplay.
Yeah, we'll see here in just a minute. We're going to take a brief intermission here on the cast just to touch up graphics and stuff. So till then, we'll see you guys in just a few.
See ya.
All right, welcome back for game 2 of 5-inch Girth Gods versus Team Miku in the PSU LCS 2021 Spring Finals. Now, if you're just joining us for game 2, game 1, going over to the 5-inch Girth Gods, it was a bloody game with a lot of early skirmishing, but ends up being the former Division 2 team coming out on top.
Yeah, we're going to get into draft soon here. We just gave the ready check, so I'd like to see some changes, especially from Miku. Drafting a more holistic kind of team comp, doing the champs accomplishing like a similar thing, because the Girth Gods had that with the full dive comp. They all supported each other in that, so I'd like to see something similar.
Yeah, it would definitely be something to like to see. For game 2, something a bit simpler maybe. One of the things we always like to talk about in the PSU LCS especially is ease of execution. So the easier it is to do, probably the better off you are. We're not professional players here. Some of us are trying to be, but...
Yeah, the ease of execution is definitely something that
Absolutely
needs to be taken into account.
And we're going to switch on over to draft because we've already started the quick bans for game 2.
Hey.
So Silas again, which I think is strange. I don't know what other people's opinion is on Silas. People think he's really good right now. I personally don't think he's too strong. He's still one of those champs that you can only pick if like the stars align.
Yeah.
I think he's a very good top lane counter pick, specifically into Shen. It's good. Because you have access to you out-trade Shen, you have access to his ultimate with a better shield because of the AP ratio. So you do have a lot going for you with the Silas and Shen matchup, but...
I would actually like to see a Darius top here. From
Xayah.
Interesting. I don't think Xayah's super good right now.
I don't think Xayah's good blind. I don't think you see enough of Team Miku to warrant you actually wanting to pick up the Xayah this early. Xayah very good into like heavy engage, and you already have Hecarim locked in on your side, so Team Miku doesn't have that Shen Hecarim combo you can run. You're going to have less... Xayah, she needs to be dived on top of. If you just space into a Xayah and try to kite back, Xayah cannot really do much against you. She can't really get a lot of blade colors off. She can't get a good feather storm to really rope people in. Oh. And yeah, Graves is going to be a really good champ to do that. We talked about it in game 1 draft. This is Mitmock's pick into Hecarim.
A lock-in. Yeah, so excited to see this one. I want to see a lot of pressure out of Mitmock, hopefully. And the Alistar.
The Alistar comes in here. Something I wouldn't be surprised to see actually into the Alistar is something like a mage support coming in from Rooks here.
Oh?
We can't do Gwen. Gwen's still the
Gwen is not enabled.
No Gwen, no Gwen, no Gwen. Don't get your hopes up,
Yeah, Rooks by trade is a mid laner, so his Zera support in like this type of lane is very powerful. But the Maokai?
Yeah,
one of his classics.
Yeah, Miku did a good thing to ban it in game 1, so now we'll be able to see it ourselves.
Yeah, speaking of the bans, I think the Kai'Sa ban is like not good. I don't think Kai'Sa is like overly strong.
Yeah, I don't think Kai'Sa was the problem either. I think you're picking... Maybe you go with something not the Ezreal.
I think Hecarim was like definitely the issue there. It just made it so hard. The Sivir ban is good. Pretty strong overall champ. Fits with most team comps. Diana ban. Yeah, Diana actually has been popping up a lot recently with the jungle buffs.
Played it in semifinals against
very strong champion in the jungle.
Yeah, even in the mid lane too, because the buffs didn't only affect her jungle, they affected her mid lane too, because they increased her attack speed just in general. And she is one of those champs that's like really easy to execute, basically just E in and R, and you're just really useful.
Yeah, thankfully we're seeing that champion nerf next patch.
So something that I would like to see here is Darius into the Shen. That's something that people don't really pick a lot of Darius, but I think he's really good right now with the Stride Breaker, especially with the Shen.
Kevin Duckwings Schmidt. Will he play this Darius?
Yep.
Volibear
was played by Son of Goro. Yeah, Volibear. I guess still very lane dominant, is a bit more utility based though than the Darius.
Yeah, I think Volibear is okay.
Volibear's fine. You do have to be careful though, because Shen can block a lot of your abilities with his Spirit's Refuge on the W. So if you're against Shen in lane as Volibear, you have to be really careful when you use your stun, because Shen can W that. Your W, Shen can W for the extra healing. It's a very interesting thing, and I'm not sure if we're going to go back to the Ezreal.
It's Tristana, a possible Tristana solo lane here.
I'd like to see a Victor here.
Yeah, also on the side, of Girth Gods, I think they are lacking a little front.
Okay, Ezreal is Tristana apparently.
Ez is Tristana. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Right, yeah.
That makes
okay.
more
Victor.
sense.
Okay, if the Victor is locked in, I'd like to see. Oh, okay.
And
The
then
Echo
we're
is
gonna
smart.
the Echo.
Yeah.
Yep.
Kassadin.
Although
Yes!
Yes!
Oh,
Fantastic.
hey, there it is. Yeah, so definitely a scaling game for Girth Gods. I think in the early game lacking a little upfront damage, but I think scaling is the name of the game.
Yeah,
for
Girth
them.
Gods is that late game is terrifying. Holy.
Yeah, I really like the. So basically, I think Girth Gods like had a really good like response here on the R5. So if they went Victor, they could have gone Kassadin or Echo, but they choose the Echo, so they still go Kassadin. It's just there's not much you can do as Miku to get a favorable mid matchup there.
Yeah.
Unless you go Tristana mid and then try to do some weird bot lane stuff like Veigar, like Vel'Koz or Xerath bot lane.
Yeah,
or
even at
something
that
really
point,
strange. I mean, yeah, you can still pick Kassadin into it for later either, but it's just gonna be hard to win.
if it's
like,
Tristana mid, you can just still pick the Victor into that. Victor has a good matchup into the Tristana mid. So. But yeah, both comps pretty like general. I'd say they're both. I think Girth Gods is so easy to like execute. They literally just run at you and Kassadin scales. Yeah, I think the side of Miku is a little off theme again. The Ezreal doesn't really. Same with the Graves. Graves is more flexible in a team comp. I think Ezreal is overpicked. But he's not as flexible.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see as we are into the real draft.
Yeah, getting into the real draft screen. I mean, now the one thing we did talk about last game with draft was a big problem for Miku. Do you think they actually do have a more synonymous team comp, like or synchronous, I should say, team composition where it's all trying to do the same theme? Are we getting a lot of those off-themed kind of styles that we saw in game one, or is it a little bit more balanced?
I think both team comps are pretty off theme with one another, but I actually think Miku's is more cohesive. Maokai doesn't want to go in. He wants to establish control and then let them walk into his saplings and stuff like that. Xayah doesn't want to go in. She's basically dragged along if everyone else is going in. But like the Hecarim, Volibear, and Kassadin all want to go in. Whereas on Miku's side, Ezreal is really the only one that like doesn't like to go in a lot. Graves sorta doesn't like to go in, but he's more flexible, I'd say.
Yeah, you can engage, disengage. You have a little bit more wiggle room on
Yeah.
the pick for sure.
But yeah, I'm not really sure which side I favor.
I mean, my only problem with the side of 5-inch Girth Gods is you're relying a lot on top side to get you ahead early, which is not what we saw in game one be like a really viable option. You are Volibear and Hecarim, that's your early game. Because Kassadin's not going to be able to do much in lane early game against an Echo. Even though it is a favorable matchup, Echo can still, one-shot you if you're not careful. If you just like Kassadin can't just walk up into wave pre-6 into an Echo and hope to farm wave without repercussions. But you look bot side, and yeah, you do have Maokai, who's really good at zone control, really good at some early game poke. But I mean, the issue with Xayah, the reason this champion hasn't been that meta is one, a lot of her bad matchups are really good right now. Jinx is hard to play into. Varus is really hard to play into for Xayah.
Yeah.
And the other thing is Xayah, after a lot of the nerfs she got at the end of, I think, of Season 9 into Season 10, when you had that, like, Season 9 world where it was just Xayah, Kai'Sa was the only two champions you could play bot lane, she just doesn't get online fast enough to be worthwhile. Games have been getting quicker and quicker and quicker and quicker, so you really want that power around the soul, which at this point is coming around the 25-minute marker. So you're only really getting 2 items, 2, maybe 2.5 items by the point that soul's coming up in general, if you actually can stack them. Xayah, you need 3+ to really start doing your damage. You're gonna need your mythics. You're gonna need one supplementary item, whether it be a Lord Dominic's, which I think is perfectly fine this game, into the Alistar and the Shen, or the Essence Reaper, which is a more like generalized build. And then the third item is your Infinity Edge. And once you get that Infinity Edge, and then Xayah's online, then you start being able to do something like one-shotting a squishy like Tristana, or really be able to burn through some of the tankier members like Shen, like Alistar, with consistent DPS and good use of the Blade Caller. That's when Xayah comes online. So it's going to be a question of, will Miku, now having the onus in bot lane, be able to actually perform against 5-inch bot lane, who pretty much dominated them in the 2v2 the entirety of game 1, and be able to force the Xayah out early? and get stuff done on the map before you have casted and before you have Zaya coming online, and then the top side of the map can Shen stay chill with the Volley Bear and the Hecarim because you're going to have a pretty potent level 6 dive top.
Yeah, especially like the Tristana Alistar lane. I don't know if anyone's ever played against it, but it is so painful if you do not get level 2 first in that lane. They just insta dive on you. Alistar can take Hex Flash and just trade flashes with the AD carry. And at that point, it's not like if you will die, it's when they want to kill you. It's if they want to kill you, they will at that point if you have no flash. So
yeah, I think earlier on in the game, I really want to see the bot lane of Miku playing hard for the shove and then communicating with the jungle to try and get vision deep wards in the enemy jungle and just not letting the Hecarim farm for free, right? You have the Shen ultimate, Davistan United. If the side of Girth Gods wants to match that, they're going to have to burn the TP, which I think is exactly what you want. You want to burn the TP for later usefulness in objectives. And I think you should try to play around this Graves quite heavily in the early game just to try and dissuade any early snowballing on the side of Girth Gods through the Hecarim.
See, I'm not actually sure who clears faster. I've played a lot of Graves recently, but not a lot of Hecarim. Graves, that might be bad, but I can like never full clear before 315 as Graves. It's like very hard.
Yeah, Hecarim is definitely on the upper hand, at least in the early game. He can definitely clear before the Scuttle spawn. Graves can usually get like 5 camp and a half by the time the Scuttle Crab is up, unless you're just crazy efficient, really good at clearing. But yeah, that's what I think for the most part, at least.
So I wonder if that'll matter, because the dynamic of the mid matchup is Echo never wants to interact with Kassadin, basically. Wants to perma-shove the wave and keep Kassadin in the mid lane. Because Echo, in theory, should never kill Kassadin. He gets outscaled. And he only has to roam to affect other parts of the map, or else he will be, like, useless, basically. So Echo definitely will have Prow in the mid lane. Kind of like an easy way to get it. You just Q the wave twice and the wave is dead. So I'm not sure about the top lane, though. No volley auto pushes with his passive and his E. So should be an interesting fight, actually, at the Kareb. I think the Miku definitely wins, though, because Kassadin's early is very dumb.
You have Echo roaming up over Kassadin. Kassadin can be a lot less useful in the early levels, for sure. Echo's just going to have more practical damage output.
So yeah, maybe, I think this plan for the Girth God should be find where Graves starts, let Hecarim start the opposite, and just trade crabs.
Yep. Jungle tracking is going to be very important in this game. But I think if you are Mitmok, I think you can definitely just do something even like a buff into Gromp and then invade Hecarim at the opposite side buff. I think that's a totally feasible path. But yeah, if, like you said, if they do start on opposite sides, things might be a little different. So.
Yep, just gonna have to see. So we load into game here. Gonna get the rune pages up in just a second. There you go. Gonna be fleet on footwork on Graves. I don't think we've seen that one too much. I feel like the classics are more the phase rush or the PTA if you're going the damage.
I think fleet with inspiration second, like he has there, is still really good. It's definitely more situational, but I think it's still fine.
Yeah. So 2 things I want to talk about on the side of the Girth Gods. One, Kassadin going for the early aggressive build in this with the electrocute instead of the fleet footwork. Makes sense since he's a melee lane, can actually win trades with the electrocute, and also the bot lane not having heal. They have exhaust and ignite. So that might actually be really problematic if they hit too late. So something to hit too here that will happen really quickly. Maokai likes to get these saplings early. He's going to get caught out probably.
Yeah, they're going to pinch it. Rooks has to flash.
He's going to have to flash and execute.
Yeah, but they can follow. Yeah, dash is all
all Mitmok has to do is just flash auto, and then they will have a skill guaranteed.
Maokai does this every time.
He doesn't want to burn it.
Oh.
So he's gonna execute, yeah.
Yeah, so
yeah, he executes. All right.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
you shot
that's
some saplings. I feel like you just flash auto there.
That's really good though. It makes it so hard for Maokai to play the lane now. He doesn't have his early saplings. He doesn't have his flash against Alistar. Also, That's really good from Miku. Maokai, if you're ever against the Maokai support, they always like to put the saplings in the red buff bush, the tri bush, the pixel bush. So if you were ever against one, call your team, hey, let's just go kill this Maokai. He's going to do this every time, basically.
Yep. And yeah, as you called out earlier in the draft, we do see the Hecarim starting opposite side of the map of the Graves.
Yeah. Also, the Echo simply one-shotting the wave. Very cool champ.
Yeah, passive stacks everything. And
Yeah, something to note, too, is that Echo did get XP from the kill, or from the execute, so he does hit level 2 on the first wave.
Important, yeah, pretty. I mean, it's gonna be even with the tower shot, but you know, good trade.
So Shen actually hard winning that trade top. I'm not sure what happened there.
Shen does win early trades against Volibear. Level 1 especially. Volibear only has his W available, so it's not actually that potent. Yep.
That trade heavily
Oh, he
favoring
took
the
E
castle.
first.
Yeah.
That's probably also part of the reason. Oh, holy. Nightlurk, this is a pretty beefy level 2 trade. I would have.
Don't think he wins that. Oh, he went
There's
Q
no
second.
W. There's no
Yeah,
W on
wow.
Ducklings. There's no W.
Quite the trade here.
Oh no, step back in the E!
Oh,
it's so close.
It's a misplay.
I think if Duckwings went W second, that's just a kill for him.
I mean, Nightlark just has a harder time now because Duckwings is going to be able to just sustain up with Dorns.
Yeah, this is such a bad lane state though. Graves is just gonna come top here.
Oh,
dead.
he's going to connect with the
Oh!
baby!
Duckling is going to be looking for the last hit. He's going to drop it onto a Nightlark going to fall.
Yeah, if he was just a
He got
little more
flash
patient,
E.
Midmok could have just come. Oh, it's gonna be probably TP from
Going to
Nightlock. and it's
TP
gonna
back
be
on the
gang.
wave. This should be
Oh,
obvious,
it's
though.
not the wave. Duckwings dead. Did
He's
he
dead.
actually get much time? Not enough, though.
Yeah, so you know where Graves started. I think it's a little disrespectful from Duckwings there to not expect something like that. You know, maybe just give up the CS. Yeah, you won't get the shove into the turret, but it's worth it if you're getting the first
So
blood.
something weird here. Mooch didn't actually take his Krugs.
Yep.
I don't understand that since he's starting opposite side. He can definitely just
Maybe
full
he
clear.
wanted to get bot first so that level 2 is less potent. So.
I don't know. I feel like if you know I don't know if he knew he was pathing opposite, but if he knew, you definitely just full clear and you have XP advantage, camp respawn timer advantage. But he is gonna probably trade the Krugs, so it's not a big deal. They could potentially dive here. They're not really low though.
Yeah,
I
so
don't think it's
we're-
low enough. It's not an Alistar at this point. I don't think you don't die without ultis. It's really hard. Both summoners, all summoners up. It's just a hard dive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, recall's coming in here. Not enough gold for Mr. Lazy to really buy much. Double longsword probably.
Yep,
Yep.
that's what we can go with. Great,
Oh,
good
Mooch is gonna get his Raptors taken as well.
Yeah, big fan of how Mitmok is pathing. I mean, it's sensible, but
Yep.
You're going on the out. Okay, a little bit. No damage though.
So what I was saying is like, this path from Mooch, I think he kind of wasted a little bit of time.
I'm like watching this top lane matchup so often because this is a
Yeah.
this is one of Shen's actually very like low-key winnable matchups where you can just outlane the Volibear, which is normally a very lane bully champ in melee, just because of how you use your W3. So I don't know, it's a very interesting lane dynamic. I don't think it's been going the way that the best you can play at the current moment, especially after the level like 2 fiasco, but for the most part, going pretty okay so far.
Yeah, in the mid lane, like I was saying, Kassadin has the CS lead actually, and he got an early recall off. Not sure what happened to allow that, but Kassadin is really ahead in this mid lane right now.
Echo gonna need some help.
Let me see if Kassadin is maxing E. Oh, he is. Very good. Never max Q on Kassadin, always max E.
Yep, more damage. More slow. Alistar is mid lane with J-Morg.
Shastana's here.
Help.
The Tokyo Reaper gonna go down. Bot gap.
Yeah, kind of strange. I think actually the Girth gods maybe could have prevented J-Morgs from getting back to the bot lane here to potentially miss them as XP.
Ducklings is gonna be
But
hitting
I think-
six here soon.
Duckwings is about at thing 6. I think Nightlark is in
Nightlark's
trouble.
dead.
Yeah, he has
died,
to
he's
leave
dead.
right now. He has to leave right
He does
now.
have Shadow Dash, he does have the up, he just gonna get stunned, he's dead. Yep, you cannot block up in melee.
That is huge
Without
though.
your
That
W.
is
Yeah, he loses so
Yeah,
much.
he's gonna
Nightlark
lose both
loses
those
so
waves.
much there. He does not have TP either, so he
Oh,
cannot
that's a
collect
disaster.
anything.
it might be the drag too.
Yeah, I really think if you're 5-inch Girth God, you start the dragon.
Yep.
Yep. and they are doing so.
Staying United not available. Shen hasn't taken 6 and needed those waves for that extra.
Yeah, Duckwings lead now. 2 plates.
This is a top gap.
Yeah.
This is a fairly losing matchup for Volibear early on.
Yeah.
Shen, pretty hard out trade.
Right in the bot lane, 3v3.
Hitmock is here.
Going
If he comes through, the Volibear is big. Brooks is low, gonna get taken down by Jay Moore. Back into the river here. Mitmock's gonna go down to this Topia. Reaper Shinozaki will fall. It is a 2-for-2 so far. N09 was the chrono break. Gonna go back in. He's gonna get the Stand United though from the Shen. Jay Moore's no mana. Gonna do his best to kite. Nightlark, the taunt flash gonna come through. Mr. Lazy taken awfully low. Won't fall yet. The flash to follow. Down N09 goes.
As the Q.
Dodges the Volibear E. And they might be able to catch this. Volibear. The heal comes through, but it's not going to be enough. And this Echo is now massive.
4-0 with 9 Darksteel stacks.
Ooh. Yeah, huge play there.
That was a very, very just hectic skirmish. You have basically 4 different fights going on. Miniature 2v2s, 1v2s, 2v1s, however you want to say it.
Rooks is caught here. He doesn't have flash.
Yep, she was like, Rika gonna get the stun off. Rooks trying to do his best to go, but I don't think. And the.
Ooh, good flash.
Hitmock.
I think he's dead.
Take down Rooks. Doesn't have the ulti. Can't get over the wall.
I thought he could surely get out there with the ultimate.
So really, really good for Mitmock. Gonna be really happy about that.
Great flash from Shinozaki Rika as well, dodging away from the E, making sure Casting gets no gold off the play. That's
yes, so
yeah.
Oh,
Miku heavily in control of this one.
Hecarim as well.
I don't know if it matters.
Oh, the kill bot lane?
Mr. Lazy gonna be taken low. The exhaust won't be enough. Jay Moore's gonna take him down. Mooch is gonna be able to get out here. Really, really good job of Miku defending the camps. Meanwhile, Mitmock's gonna be able to get all of Mooch's bot side camps. Hate to see that if you're Hecarim, but well played by Miku.
Certainly so. And Jay Moore's big solo kill in the bot lane. It was definitely the class diff in game 1 with the Ezreal Kai'Sa matchup, but this time Tristana now 3-0 over the Xayah. You have no qualm about rocket jumping onto that champion. Once you're this far ahead on Trist, you have one-shot potential, you have more damage output, you scale faster, you outscale as well. So all in all, well played by the Miku bot lane and Nightlark.
I think the only light here for Girth Gods is that they have the drag, and the Duckwings has basically like a 1.5 level.
Duckwings is so absurdly ahead of Nightlark. It's not even funny.
This is about how we predicted things to go in draft, I'd say. Girth Gods playing the scaling game with the one possibly winning lane in the top lane. And yeah, a lot of early game threat from Miku in the champs that they have.
The only thing not descriptive has been this Echo getting 4-0. That is the only thing not descriptive draft so far.
I'm actually disliking Duckwings going for the Cinder here. I'd like him to go Sunder or Triforce to just try and carry the game. Because right now he's definitely the
I'd go Sunder over Trinity Force, how your W operates. But
yeah. I'd want him to go like a damage.
Oh, there's the W. Okay, we finally used Spirit's Refuge in a trade. Okay. He's still dead. Good Shadow Dash away, but Tower's
nice
stable. Has to flash. Doesn't have it.
Mitmock is on his way. Both junglers are here, though.
Is not good for Miku.
Yep. Gonna take down the Shen here.
Give it to
slowly but surely.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good. Well done, well done.
So that was the Herald, though, for Miku.
Yep, does get the objective still.
Not terrible, since it was nobody really rotated for it. It was a solo. Might actually just insta-drop a top here to collect some plates.
Yeah, Luke might look to contest, though. It was an issue for trades. Volibear did not have TP. Try to get the plate first.
Honestly, maybe could dive. Has Spirit's Refuge, or not Spirit's Refuge, Stand
United.
Not have the ultimate.
Yeah.
I feel like you need to pop Herald here soon, though. If you're
I thought a Shadow is available, though. I think it's just getting the plate.
Echo's coming.
Yeah, Echo's up here. They're not gonna pop it.
Yeah, Graves is sitting on about 1k.
The stun comes through, the E lands.
Yeah, I don't know about that now. That is the Topia Reaper gonna be in the mid. Big damage from Jay Morgs as he burns the Caston's flash. Poor Tony on this Cassidy. In the few games that he has played, it has not had a lot of luck in the PSU LCS.
Pings into the bot lane here.
Yeah, it's still, I mean, 5 Great did a lot of things. Their bot lane is getting turret played in gold. They are getting some farm back from the losing matchup, so I think Mr. Lazy and Rook's playing that fairly well. I think Rooks can roam up and try to do something, but it is perfectly alright. Nightmare, good EOA, good Spirit Refuge. This is how the matchup should go, where Volibear just doesn't do damage.
I actually like the build from Midmock. I see a lot of people go Gale Force on Grave still, but I think the Shield Bow is just far superior.
Shield Bow is still very good, yeah.
So good. You can't die.
Yeah.
Just don't die.
You just go that, and then like Bloodthirster and Spirit Visage, and you can't die.
That is a solo 5 plates top as well.
Oh, he gets that taken away.
Onslaught of Shadows forced out.
Mooch
Yeah,
has
they
to
be careful here
burn
on
that,
the gas.
loses the Wolves.
Ooh, they need to pop barrel here shortly. It's already 12:20. They want to get that plating gold. I think it's
Yeah, they'll probably pop it mid
here.
here.
So I'm hoping they pop it mid at this point.
Yeah, what they're doing, what Shinazaki Rika is doing right now is what really annoyed our team when we played against them. Just basically, just leaving the bot lane alone and just following the jungler around to do his bidding.
Once you get Dressana 4-0, it's pretty hard to kill that champion with anything short of a Hecarim, which might be the play here as we see toward the bottom side of the map.
Duckling's in trouble.
Yeah, some trouble. Has the ultimate available though, so should be feeling okay.
Yep,
Has
Netlock looking here. She was going to come down, forced ulti out, but I don't know if it'll be enough. Not quite in lethal for collateral.
With the healing.
Collateral damage isn't going to be enough here.
Casper
Caster here.
Dead. No.
TP is available for Duckwings if the fight is extended, but it looks like it'll just be...
TP's back mid.
That is...
Oh, Tristana looking for Hecarim, knows that it's happening.
Gonna go right in, Jay Moore. Gonna put the bomb on Mooch. Will just not be able to get him. It's just not enough.
Very, very close. Does save the red buff though, so can grab that one.
I'd like to see the Mejai's complete from N09 actually.
Yeah, that's probably your highest value. You're 4-0 on Echo. Pick yourself up a nice scrapbook, collect the memories of when you were fed.
Yeah, Mr. Lazy has to be careful here. He still can definitely just get one shot despite the exhaust.
In the area.
Yeah, he might be dead here.
Oh,
yeah,
wow!
Not the fight you want to see.
Good bait.
Getting a little overzealous there. N09 is here in the top lane.
They cannot kill Volibear.
Duckwings.
Champ has too much sustain.
Volibear is actually going the Zanya build, but he might die. The Herald is
now
dropped.
ping for a dive. They can't finish the turret quite.
Oh, the
Duckwings
flash misses!
Oh, on flash misses. Duckwings gonna fall eventually.
Oh, Midmock is dead.
And Mitmock will go down as well. A hard misplay from the side of Miku will help out the Girth gods.
Yeah, basically throwing the game back into the Girth gods' favor there with a few shutdowns.
This is what we call the C9 mid-game throw, where we go for random dives and plays and give people gold.
Yeah. As the quote needs, both teams are throwing so much, it's a game of catch.
Yeah, that is a very valid quote, I think, at this point in the game. Because now you have Graves at 4-2. Hecarim is suddenly 3-1 and feeling pretty good. Volibear still, of course, fed. And you get a massive shutdown on Mr. Lazy, so goal between the 80 carries reduced to just 1,000 from a much larger goal deficit just a few minutes prior. So,
yeah, so a little difficulty here for Miku trying to continue this early game snowball. Girth gods actually even have the lead in the gold now. I'd say the most of that is in the top lane, but definitely a lead nonetheless.
Gold top lane.
Yeah.
Casual. But mid lane's even. Pretty much 600 gold dip between Caster and Echo. When Echo's 4-0, you're feeling pretty good about that Caster. Certainly not much to scoff at. Is possibly mid lane's better than 0. Pix 11 has the level 2 ulti.
Yeah, so Rooks completes his Imperial Mandate. That's actually a lot of damage. And what he does with his build, if I recall correctly, I don't know if he changed it at all because of the Staff of Flowing Water changes, but he takes Font of Life, the rune in the Resolve tree, and whenever that is procced, it applies the Staff of Flowing Water.
I see.
So, and Maokai has CC on every single one of his abilities.
Staff of Flowing Water now gives CDR instead of move speed.
Yeah.
Nightmare just AFK.
Yeah. I mean, he can't exactly walk up there. He has no vision.
Oh,
Zanya though.
And Zeronimus gonna be looking on to Mr. Lazy here. Gonna get him real fast.
That took much longer than I expected.
Yeah, wish if only he had completed his Medjay, that would have been
Yeah.
4 more stacks.
I feel like that's about a lot slower Echo one shot than I was expecting.
Yeah, he's not as fed right now.
Echo.
He's also going the Nasher's Tooth build, which I think is correct.
I think
They're
it's
pretty
definitely
tanky.
good here. They're tanky. Two chem tanks. A lot of sustain. Nasher's gonna be doing quite a bit of damage. And it looks like Miku gonna have the first setup for this dragon here. Bot side is also possibly gonna see them again try to get some more objective control the rest of the way. Dystopia Reaper does not have TP actually, so he does he's gonna cancel, so never mind. So if he cancels the recall, certainly something they can plug forward. And Miku so far, I mean, this is the important thing against the Maokai. You just get the early objective control yourself, wrestle that away from the enemy team, and Maokai's a lot harder time doing his job of being able to deny you access to the dragon pit.
Yeah, I mean, this is good, but we have to keep in mind that Girth Gods did actually get the first drag.
Yeah.
So they are basically with that buying themselves like 5 more minutes. Okay, this Herald, I don't think either team really wants to flip.
They're looking for the steal
Is
pop.
behind.
Secured, but-
Okay, he gets. Oh, wait.
no.
Whoa!
He's still so fast.
No.
So fast.
Oh, depression as Mooch will fall.
That is quite sad.
That is
So
Another.
He's so
honestly,
fast, though.
that's the bait of the second Herald there. You give up your 600 gold shutdown just to get an objective that isn't even worth 600 gold? Like,
Yeah.
In the mid tier 2 is even gonna.
yeah, you're
maybe-
gonna lose 2 turrets as well.
Yeah,
Oh,
wow.
possibly still using the bot lane
Here in the
as
bot
well.
lane though,
Andrew.
Mr. Lazy versus Zeronimus. The Stand United comes through, car break, a little miscommunication there. The
With the
flash to
flash,
keep
yeah.
him close. Mr. Lazy gonna go
Oh, the
down
Roots
finally.
Enzero's dead.
Oh, Ducklings is here.
Enzero is
Duckwing.
100% dead.
The chem tank.
Maybe not. Never mind. He is.
Gonna look for him.
Really
the ulti
fast.
comes through.
He's too
Can't
fast.
catch up to him though.
He is absurdly
Oh,
quick.
the slow but sure death of Duckwings.
Jay Morgan's here. Wow, he's fast. Everyone in this game is very fast. I'm realizing.
He would be even faster with a Medjay.
Heckgrim is very quick. Echo is very quick. Everyone is just very fast.
Yeah. So, as I said earlier, both teams are throwing so much, it is a game of catch.
It is indeed
The
a
ball has
game
been
of
thrown
catch.
back to Miku.
For the time being, yes. Although, I mean, 5 Girth have been doing a good job just whittling down these.
G-Morgs might just jump over here and kill.
Reaper
Yeah.
maybe dead.
Game overs. We're looking to stop your Reaper forces not to flash. Our Rooks
Rooks is dead for the mid
is
laner
gonna
sins.
die in his place.
For the mid laner sins.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate here. Miku might just be able to run away with the game at this point if there's not another large-scale throw like we've been seeing.
This game's a little out of control.
Yeah, it is a very swingy one to say the least. So we were going to use teleport again to save this turret bot side.
So Kassadin actually opting for the Ludens instead of the Everfrost. I don't really like that. I think the Everfrost active on Kassadin is really valuable.
Yeah.
Also, Everfrost is probably just the best AP mythic right now. As the
A
fight
nice
breaks out.
trade from N09.
Yeah, the Echo is just so fed now. I don't know.
Almost half his health.
Actually matters. Still see he at 16. Echo is just going to do more damage.
Yeah. Just a waiting game, I think, for Miku here. They wait for the next objective, which is probably the Dragon. I don't think they can really force the Baron with the control that Maokai provides.
J Mars
Unless-
gonna face
Unless the
check.
Maokai is in fact deceased.
Yeah.
A nice Q actually from Rooks.
Yeah, needs to be careful though. Can't really walk up without flash. Is very squishy too,
Yep.
despite the aftershock.
Yeah, I mean, it is an Imperial mandate, so you're not looking for like a funny tank item. You don't have a chem tank or whatever you want to build there. So certainly quite a good switch here. And Echo is still ruling the sidelines against Caston. Certainly not something we expected through draft.
Yeah, Kassadin is really far behind right now. About 1.4k gold behind. Or 1.3. So this turret's probably going to go down here. Kassadin just has to concede it, I think. Yeah, I think at this point, Miku needs to mess up a huge amount and maybe give those shutdowns to Kassadin that they're sitting on. Still really want to see the Medjay's complete from Ensur Nimus. The Herald dropped in the
Herald
mid
will
lane.
be dropped here.
I think that's probably going to be the turret. I don't know if Mitlock can actually kill it before it reaches
I don't
there.
know.
Maybe.
Mimok doing his damnedest.
Oh,
he
Ezreal is
gets
there
it.
to help though.
That's a little
That
unfortunate,
is-
but I guess
that
he had
is-
to
that
drop
is
it.
a
You hate to
sad
see it.
in chat.
Second Herald, good. Copium. I don't know.
They got it last game. Maybe they thought they could run back this game. It certainly wasn't worth the 600 gold, however.
Yep. So drag spawning here soon.
Miku gonna definitely want to get first priority of that and just deny the Maokai his entire champion's purpose.
Yeah, I don't think they can really contest this. I think they have to wait until the final dragon.
Yeah, try to get Zaya another item.
contest.
Zaya getting one more item is pretty big, and you will have that Infinity Edge coming in, which will be pretty.
That'll be hard actually for Zaya to get another item. She just completed her second one, I
That
think.
is true.
Kassadin is close to his second item there, so that's good. Oh,
Oh,
Kassadin.
he gets canceled. So that's pretty big, actually. He doesn't know TP, so he's not gonna be able to.
Yeah,
get
doesn't have
back very
TP.
quick If they wanted to contest it in the first place, but it looks like they might try to look for the Baron. J-Moore just checking out, but
No.
he's lone mooch. I'm not sure if J-Moore actually has both red by himself.
Woo!
One damage.
Fortress damage. Less than half
No,
health.
they can't do the Baron.
Yeah.
Zaya is like the only one that DPSs it, so
Fair enough, yeah.
she's
Well,
not even fed enough.
Brings Miku to soul point here, 22.5 minutes into this game.
Sir,
Baron pressure probably going to start up here.
yeah. I mean, they have the ability to, as long as you're getting wards down. We're not seeing too many control wards in the inventory. Shiozaki Ryu just placed out the last of his. So looking to them, maybe, I mean, they have it on the map wall, so maybe go for the reset here shortly enough, and then grab those extra wards to continue to deny vision, continue to, like, choke off what hopes 5-inch Girth Gods has of really contesting the objectives. Looking for that is everyone's sitting on a fair amount of gold, 1,000 on Graves, 1,200 on Tristana. So some resets here for Miku very short.
Yeah, I think it's just a waiting game at this point. The Echo and Tristana are so huge. Even the Graves at this point is so far ahead of the Hack Room that it'll be very difficult for the Girth Gods to, at this point, basically just do anything.
Ooh, careless.
Stun doesn't land.
Ooh, nice nice Rift Walk out. Yeah, Graves just completed the Zeal item as well. Definitely
Man, is pretty
gonna
huge
be
in this matchup. It's gonna help a lot with Volley Bear and Castle. That's good pickup, good pickup. I like that over what would be the normal third item like Bloodthirster to complement the Shield Bow. Just specifically so you're gonna get more DPS against the Hacker and the Volley Bear.
Yeah, this build is fine too.
Oh,
Oh, Rook's no
Yeah,
flash.
he just dead.
He's dead.
He
yeah, and Rook's
needs to kill him.
dead. Yeah,
That's
pings
probably
onto the
Baron.
bear.
Yeah, you got one member down. That's probably just Baron.
I mean, Mooch can try for the flip. I'm
Yeah,
not
I mean,
sure if it'll
definitely
happen
can,
though.
definitely can try to fix this. You do have N0.
Just a lazy. I think Shiozaki Rika awfully low. Duckwing's gonna E for some vision. Mooch is waiting outside of the pit.
Yeah, they're doing this.
Is 2 levels down, so a steal would be
They're in the pit.
unlikely. Onside of Shadows goes through. Nice fight! Oh, it does go to the way to Miku though. Duckwing's gonna be forced out, and Miku is gonna come out on top of that. Flash out of the pit. Saying that it comes through. They might just end the game on. Nah. I mean,
It's
maybe.
actually- it is actually-
They might just end the
in
game.
the base. This might just be the game. They don't have a win.
Yeah, I think it
yet,
is.
but- Oh, good flash
Oh,
dodge. Water
yep.
shot. Yeah.
And the
Sweet game.
Scorpio Reaper
Well done,
will
that's probably
fall.
game.
Looks like it will be game 2 here for Miku after a nice Baron play.
Yeah, certainly something they still have room to compete. They're going to end this one just 25 minutes. So very quick victory here for Team Miku. And that will be game 2 over to the side of Miku. We have a series, ladies and gentlemen. The first series in the whole of the PSU LCS playoffs. We are going to go 1-1 into game 3. We're at least going to get 4 games out of it here today. So we'll have to see.
Really pleased about that. Miku,
Yeah.
a lot better than the first game, I'd say.
Yeah, much better. Very well done by I think almost every lane. I think that they definitely played around this Graves in the sense that they did not let Hackram free farm as much. We saw Hitmock was almost 2 levels up towards the end there, and which led into the game-winning Baron play. So well played.
Yep, certainly a good game. Oh, I forgot my shades.
Oh,
We're getting spicy, guys. I hate myself. Bad puns are part of my personality, so y'all are stuck with me on it.
Hmm.
But it is not going to be a sweep here today, which is definitely an exciting prospect. The hope, the dream of Silver Scrapes still alive and well for all of us here on the cast and watching back in dorms and at home. Yeah, Breezy, I agree. No scrapbook purchase on the very Fed Echo feels bad, man. I agree.
Yeah, I personally, I talked about that a lot in game, but yeah, definitely should have done it.
Certainly so. And we are going to once again take a quick break here so I can update the graphics, get everything go to the bathroom, all that. It is going to be a switch of sides once again, so 5-inch Girth God is going to be electing to go back on the blue side, seemingly that first pick coveted here in this series. Have to see what they do with it when we get back to game 2. So we see you guys in just a few seconds. I can't switch off. Hold on. There we go. All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for Game 3 of the PSU LCS Spring 2021 Finals between the 5-inch Girth Gods and Team Miku. We're tied up, baby. It's 1-1. We got a series.
Yeah, exciting stuff, as we will probably be getting into the draft here promptly. Both teams were nagging us to get it started, so
Yeah,
we'll see.
It takes me a minute to do the graphics. We're getting there. I'm going to try to redo the system this summer. Oh, we're not even doing pro draft. We're just going straight to draft.
Right in.
All right, that
Alright,
might
never
be,
mind, we're
yeah, that
dodging.
was,
It's
okay,
not
pro
where-
draft.
pro draft.
It was a
It's
mistake. It was a mistake.
It's a good old-fashioned oopsie. So we probably are going to be remaking lobby regardless. So we're still doing
Pro draft is still on. I don't know if you have
I'm
the
not
link.
sure if we're actually doing stuff though or not. I will put it up regardless, I guess.
Let me see. Oh, yep, there we go. Yep.
Yeah,
we're
they're doing pro draft still, so we're good.
Yeah.
All right, well we switched over to pro draft, so we can go ahead and talk about that one.
Yeah, similar bands coming in. Galio, Silas, same as last game. Orn again. So who's blue side this time? Girth Gods?
This is Girth Gods blue side. Miku is going to be on the red side for game 3.
The Jinx ban, okay.
Yeah, taking away.
Same bands around, I think.
I feel like it's so interesting. I know you don't want to B1 Jinx, but having it as a blue side ban just feels wrong for some reason with how good the champion is right now.
So now Olaf is up. I
And
wonder
Olaf
if
is
that'll
up, Karthus is up.
change.
All the jungle's up. The whole jungle's up. No jungle bans thus far unless you're
I
saying you're
just
silent
expect
player.
a Hecarim again.
I would wager that's probably what we're going to go with. I forgot the draft music. My apologies. There we go.
Okay, they didn't look.
Oh, that's
No, that's
no way. Fiddle.
Fiddle.
Okay, so
Okay, that's
we're
interesting.
gonna get Mooch on Fiddle.
You know, I was excited for a second.
That would have been pretty spicy. I mean, we've already seen the Zed. Gonna pick Olaf into it, so I guess pretty much a counter pick in that
Yeah.
matchup.
That's very hard for Fiddle to play.
Yeah, and Shen
Shen?
immediately locked in again.
Okay.
I don't know. I think the Fiddle pick's interesting. I think it accomplishes a similar goal to that of the Hecarim. In terms of you're looking for like big AoE team fights, altering ultimates.
Mhm.
I mean, Fiddle's a bit more cheesy, I think, than Hecarim. Hecarim can just like walk up in a lane and go for a 5-5 or get some sick flank. Fiddle, you have to be really careful with playing around vision. And in 5v5 competitive, the reason we don't see Fiddle a lot is because you can track Fiddle. So that's a bit of a different
Yeah.
stylistic than what you'd see in solo queue, which is something to look out for. But it's gonna be the Sivir locked in for 5-inch Girth Gods for second pick.
Yeah, I think with the Fiddle, you need to draft lanes that have huge prio, as the Zed already
Zed.
again.
Okay, for Dystopia Reaper in the mid lanes. Surprised to see Zed this much in a finals. And it looks like a Lulu answer on the other side. I like it a lot, actually.
Yeah, Lulu and his Zed. Lulu and any team with Zed.
Diana. Okay,
Oh,
Diana.
never mind, it could be Diana.
And probably a Diana solo lane.
I would assume it's going mid lane
Yeah.
at this
Yep.
point. I doubt. I would be very surprised to see the Shen flexed to support. Be
Yeah, I-
incredibly surprised to see Shen flex support.
Yeah, this is one of the few mid matchups I have basically no knowledge on, since I don't play either of these champs. So
I mean, theoretically, Diana should be okay early on with the shields and stuff. Do have to be careful with Shuriken poke, and especially once you get Shadow. But you do have some lethal threat pre-6 with getting on top of Zed. But it's a little hard once he starts getting Death Mark.
I value Diana much more as like a team comp kind of champion. Like she provides more in the team fight and is better split pusher too, I think.
I'm really not actually liking the AP bans here for Miku. I mean, you already have the AP jungler, so you know they're going to go AD top mid pretty much automatically. That's why you pick AP junglers for the most part, is it lets you pick some of these things like Assassins, like the Zed, like the Yone. You have Tristana mid you can pick up there. So, I mean, the Zed's a bit interesting for 5-inch Girth Gods. Maybe they don't want to go Tristana and get Zed into them or something of the sort, but it is
Okay, this
certainly
is
an
strange.
interesting one.
Run back on the Alistar.
So this is weird. They're giving counterpick to AD.
Yeah, it is
makes
very.
no
When
sense.
ADC is already not blind, like you already see the Sivir, so
Here, honestly, just go like Varus plus, and then you get counterpick on support. Then it'll be good. Or Senna. Senna is a champion that I think has really is still good,
I feel
but
you
has
need to
fallen
fast,
off the
though.
radar.
I think you need to fast.
Yeah, I
Which,
mean,
with Alistar is a bit difficult. If it was a Tom Kench, if it
okay,
was
Cho'Gath, huge.
for
I like the
instance.
Cho'Gath.
All right,
Yep.
all right, boys. This is my time to shine on the top side matchup because I played not only Shen but also a lot of Cho'Gath.
I actually really like Cho'Gath. I think he's actually.
Cho'Gath is
I think he
really
is
good.
actually OP right now. Like,
I don't know how an OP. I think there's top laners who can solo queue that match him, but in the 5v5 scenario, I think he's incredibly brutal to play against. Good enough though. This is a losing lane for Cho'Gath. Shen pretty hard wins this lane in the early.
Okay, another just late pick, I think.
Gragas. So we
yeah,
have
okay.
Gragas support.
Yep. Makes sense into the Alistar. Can basically stymie any engage from the Shen, Diana, and Alistar.
Yep.
Yeah, I actually like this comp from
I mean, Cho'Gath.
this. Okay.
Sona's fine.
Yeah, that's
Sona's good.
The Zed is the
think
only
Zed
thing.
last pick it, though.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Zed is the only thing I don't like about the Girth Gods comp. In general, they, with the Rengar being the Fiddle and the Gnar being the Gragas, in general, they just want them to walk in with and then re-engage with the Gragas plus Fiddle. And Zed doesn't really accomplish that. That's the only issue. But again, Miku's comp, very holistic. They all want to just run in. Very early game focused, though. I'd say Diana is and Tristana like partially scale, but not as hard as stuff like Sivir, Fiddle, and Cho'Gath do.
Certainly so. I mean, a lot of things with 5-inch Cho'Gath comp that just provide towards their overall team, I think, is really nice. I think Zed is actually fine in Diana. You eliminate Diana's a lot of early kill threat with the ability to shadow away from what is essentially pretty instantaneous engage. You hit one Q mark with the Q hitbox on Diana being pretty insanely whack, to say the least. Can just not hit you and you still get marked regardless, so you get some free ease on Diana. And you are going to outtrade Zed in melee once you cast a spell just by virtue of your passive, which gives you both added attack speed, you proc W for shield and extra damage. You have every third auto attack does a bunch of damage, an extra on hit. So that is a part that's nice with the Sophie Reaper on the Zed. What I will say about the Cho'Gath top lane, it's a little bit interesting considering you're the Fiddlestick jungle Cho'Gath. There are a bunch of different builds you can go in the champion. I've seen Duckwings do specifically Conquer Cho'Gath before, which is AD, which is a AD heavy Cho'Gath build, which I wouldn't recommend in here. Chem Tank is probably the most common build right now. You can go AP and go with the Everfrost, Cosmic Drive, Zanyas into full tank. And you can also go a little bit of a more niche build path. Other than the Grasp is the standard one. The niche build path, which I wouldn't run here, which is the Hail of Blades tech, where you go Hail of Blades and rush the Titanic Hydra. But
yeah, in this
composition, go Grasp into Shen.
Yeah, I was saying this composition, I'd imagine Cho'Gath would just be looking for the full health tank build. Serve as a little front line here. I definitely think that some of the lanes are volatile, and I think that again the Olaf Fiddle matchup in the jungle, that's probably not going to see too much interaction until around the time of skirmishes and team fights. So
very true. And I mean, this game, the one thing we talked about last game that definitely happened is mid lane. Still be in the casting, could not get around to really help out a lot with the skirmishes, did not have the damage. Zed, on the other hand, going to be perfectly happy and able, especially post 6, to help mooch out in the river. Diana also going to be going for that one. So if you guys thought the Scuttle contests were already fiestas in this series thus far, I think we're in for a treat. I think we are in for a treat because everyone is ready, raring to go for the early game skirmishes, the early game fights, and the early game throws. And we'll just be waiting here for a few minutes on spectators. Switch back to the webcams because why not? We got the time. We have the technology.
of course. Let me just.
So,
All right.
A bit more of an interesting outlook here with these two teams. Any particular matchups you're really looking forward to see?
I'd like to see how Mitmok can utilize Olaf's early prowess to potentially like stifle the growth of the Fiddlesticks and invade him. I do think he has like triple prow here. Sivir could potentially get prow, but I think the early oppressiveness of the Tristana plus Alistar might just be too much. So, yeah, I think Diana gets prio. I think Shen gets prio too.
Diana should get prio over Zed early on just from wave clear. Just from wave clear. You are going to be able to one-shot wave once you get 2 with W, so that is a component you definitely have to think of with the Diana. That Zed doesn't necessarily, because Zed doesn't want to just shadow clear wave. He wants to shadow do damage to the Diana, chunk her out, and be able to then step up to wave to contest. So that's certainly a component factor you have to watch out for. But,
yeah, but I think pretty similar comp with the like full all-in that Miku has, that Girth Gods had in game 1. With like the Shen plus jungler that just wants to like go in basically.
Diana as well as a lot on that track for sure.
I like how they're sticking with the Tristana Alistar. They were able to basically bot gap in the second game when they basically like played a really, really passive lane in the first game and got pretty smashed, I'd say. But it will be interesting to see Mooch on his basically signature champion, I'd say. He doesn't play it much, but I know from tryouts like last September, it was basically permanently banned because it was his perceived to be like best champ.
Pick. Well, it's good to see it here. I mean, when you're in this, the winner of this match, of course, does set us up for match point going into game 4. And we don't have a 0-2 right now. There's no reverse sweep momentum coming at your way. So whoever really gets that win is certainly setting themselves up for a pretty solid momentum boost, I guess, into that final game. Comfort is certainly key. And a lot of that going around. Mitmach, plenty of games on the Olaf this season. Same with Nightlark on the Shen. J Morris, Tristana, no stranger. And N0 has pulled out the Diana. Pulled it out in the semifinals versus Sonapur Watanabe, specifically against Emi Yusa in the mid lane, to a pretty solid success overall. It will be definitely be an interesting one to see here how things work. I think the Gragas is certainly going to be interesting here. We'd normally expect something like the Maokai to come through for Rooks, something maybe more enchanter oriented, but Gragas, definitely a different look. It's something you'd expect more from Shiozaki Rika. That's what that's the expectation would be.
Yeah, I like the Gragas though. It's very good. It basically counters like the hard engaged nature of Miku's comp. Even Olaf kind of, because he's like gonna be tanky enough where he doesn't insta die. But yeah, it'll counter the engage of Diana, Alistar, Shen, basically those kind of things. Even Tristana too. You can knock her up in the air with the E in the ultimate.
Shockwave Zed, the classic competitive skin.
So both bot lanes have exhaust. I think that's fine. Exhaust on the side of Miku is really powerful for the Fiddlesticks especially, but also the Zed. Then exhaust is just in general really good against the Tristana, Diana, Olaf, like those kind of things that just want to go in.
Yep, and we have only a 4-stack coming out of Miku so far, and a 5-stack totally from the side of 5-inch Girth Gods. Respect to Duckwings on the new Cho'Gath skin. That is amazing, mind you.
30 seconds until
so I think the Miku wins level 1 really hard because they have the Tristana plus the Olaf and Shen. Yeah, there's basically no level 1 besides maybe the Gragas or like the Cho'Gath if he starts the Q.
Yeah. Cho'Gath really doesn't want to start Q in this matchup. It's pretty abysmal into Shen. You have to start E into Shen because Shen going to start the Q, of course, going to be able to do a lot of damage with the percent max health, and you want your percent max health to counter.
So they're going into jungle.
Yeah, N0's here.
It's going to be really bad for the Girth Gods.
Yeah, he caught it up.
It's going to be a first blood here. Duckwings is caught out to the Diana.
That's big on the Diana as well. That's really big. That's one of your swinging lanes. That's certainly where you want the gold.
So I wonder if they could split map, or is Mitmach just going to insta path to back to his blue?
I would think he insta path. They definitely envision they understand what he's trying to do here. I feel like he does what he did in game 3 or game 2 of Sonic Tora versus Miku, which is where he stole the enemy red and then immediately just passed to his own and rebuffed. I feel like that's probably the angle there.
So, what happened? It looks like Mooch actually got his control ward down, but they didn't spot the invade, I guess? I don't know.
I am not entirely sure. I think that was I think they came through top, through Tribrush.
Looks like they might just split map. Mooch actually did successfully do the red plus Raptors double pull, which is pretty good.
Yeah. Full clear top side, though. They're going to try to... I don't know if Do we think Mitch is gonna try to 3-quadrant?
I don't think he
That
can.
would
I
be
think
insane.
bot prio has been established here, basically. Like,
3-quadrant would be an absolutely insane start. You do have Diana though pathing in to get some vision, so.
yeah. The level 2 of Miku's bot lane was not hit first, so they basically don't get prio, I think. Sivir just will
auto-clear.
permanently shove. It looks like
Really
Mooch
good
is just
board.
conceding his...
That's
blue.
so
Yeah, that's so bad.
bad, yeah.
I mean, he's going to path into a topside where there's nothing here. It's going to be really
Yeah,
sad.
just gonna go to his crab.
I mean, you had full vision on too. You knew he took Romp. That's just feels bad. Maybe he tried to go for some cheese gank here in mid lane, but there's not much else he has available to him. That the path.
Maybe he just goes to top crab, potentially.
Yeah, top crab would be a good start. I actually like the Raptor script out here for Bitbox just to try to get down his bot side. He hasn't had vision on Fiddle for a while, so just checking to see if he has any camps up.
Yeah, I think Mooch might be able to double crab here. Okay, never mind. Mitmock is going directly to the bot crab.
Yeah.
I think that's the right call.
He's just going for the crab. Dang, I promised Chad a baller scuttle contest out of these skirmishing teams, but we're not gonna get it. We're just gonna get trading.
Zaki
Engage
Rika
the bot
going
lane.
to trade.
This is bad for Miku, I think.
Gox comes down. Mr. Lazy not gonna find Jammers quite yet. The heal is gonna save him. Shinazaki Rika gonna do his best to get
Mimok
away.
is
The
here.
flash comes out.
I don't know if they have the damage.
Mimok is here. No flashes on the river.
Shinazaki Rika's so low.
And it doesn't. The
What's he
TP
do?
comes through now. Jay
Jay-
Morgs
Jay's dead.
summonerless. Will they look for Mitmock? If he lands the Q,
has the flash.
okay, a good dodge.
You gotta have them-
Still probably has the flash.
Still looking to get away, and he's gonna get out unscathed.
Wow.
So yeah, good play from the bot lane of the Girth Gods there. Basically 2v3ing that one, I'd say.
Yeah. Fiddle did go up on Shen here. I don't think he actually wins that 1v1.
But that's going to be really good for the Fiddle, though. He's behind in some XP, and he's going to be able to collect some in the top lane here.
Yeah.
Don't think he can ever die here.
He has a pretty big wave, so probably not, but Nightmare does have a level on him.
Yeah, I mean, if he just goes to the wave... Okay, he didn't get a full drain on the wave. He might just die.
Oh.
He's still pretty low. All things good. Has to wait for another Q.
A
Oh,
shout.
he's gonna go.
Oh, he's gonna get him, but it's gonna be a
Oh,
trade.
I don't know if that's worth with the flash.
Mooch really messed that up, I think. If he walked closer to the wave, where he was draining basically that whole double-stacked wave, there's, like, no way he'd lose that. He heals probably, like, 300 health with that.
Shed now doesn't get to push in the double stack wave as well, so he's gonna be really behind on Duckwings and XP. Or at least, I mean, you look at 25 farm, Duckwings gonna probably pick up most of that with Cho'Gath early on.
Yeah, he might not be behind in XP, but he's definitely going to be behind in CS.
Certainly.
Gold.
Yeah, I think this is a bit of a jungle kingdom to start the game here. I mean, you can't really blame Mooch with the state of the lanes and the priority given, but definitely going to be tough to recover from.
And yeah, it seems like Rika's literally just walking around with Mitmog
And
taking the entirety of Fiddlestick's jungle. This is sad boy hours for Fiddle.
Interested to see here. Shinazaki Rika gonna look for the pull on Mr. Lazy.
I think
Gonna
you
get the
could
fade
just-
rush
you could
to run
I
out
think
of
you
there.
could just Dragon Gear 540. They're gonna go
And
for
Jay
Fiddle.
Morgs over the wall. Mr. Lazy heals.
So bomb.
It's not gonna be enough if Jay Morgs gets the resets, able to jump in and back out.
Good play.
Yeah, mistake for Mr. Lazy there, overstepping without his flash.
Yep.
Not really respecting the burst from Tristana.
No, I want to see Mitmog do Dragon here. 6 minutes in the game, you're Olaf. You don't need to back to do Dragon on this champion. Just you have Smite up, go for it. Seven Reaper is 6, so good. Diana doing very well in the match though. Already has Hectic ultimate next to the first blood.
And
Brooks is
Brooks
in
gonna
trouble.
get caught out
I
here.
don't
Jay
know if it's
Morgs
dead,
over the wall again.
Still quite tanky.
Gonna body slam to safety, but
Doesn't actually have to flash, which is surprising. Oh,
Yeah.
top might be dead here.
possible dive into the
Yeah,
top
Duckwings
lane
is 6,
here.
this is dangerous.
Nightlark hits him with 6, gonna
Good
taunt on
Gonna get-
Oh,
Mooch.
Mooch is speaking.
Draws
Yeah,
aggro, draws
from the taunt.
aggro.
Aggro from the taunt. This is well played by Nightlark. Really well played. This is
I
played by any
don't
PC.
think that dive was ever going to work anyways with Fiddlesticks not being level 6. Gonna be honest.
If you can
I think it could have.
Fear Q
if-
silenced by Cho'Gath into
yeah.
R is a definite possibility, but it would have been very close. Like you have to have, I think you have to have Fiddle, not tank.
Yeah, Fiddle got hit by the taunt there. Also, Shen dings 6, which makes him a level tankier, gives him a little more HP, armor, MR.
And yeah, there's literally just
yeah.
in the enemy jungle.
Would have probably had to been
Duckwings has no,
goes in.
Duckwings has no feast. He has to be careful here. He will get
Yeah,
one shot.
Yeah, again for that dive would have had to have been like a perfect CC layering with Cho'Gath getting the execute there.
Yeah, Fiddlestick Spear and a Cho'Gath Q to guarantee the hit without the Shadow Dash coming at you into the silence, so he still can't Shadow Dash away. Fiddlesticks is draining the entire time, doing as much damage as he can. Fiddlestick silence.
Here in the bot lane, Jay Morgan on to Mr. Lazy once again.
Dead. That's really close, but I don't think he's dead.
Taken awfully low, but he won't die just yet.
Also very low.
Yeah, so Girth God's finally just now spotting some of the wards that Miku plays deep in the jungle. But hold on, Mitmok gonna find Rooks here.
He's got Ragnarok.
Rooks has both summoners here in the mid lane. Dystopia Reaper on the N09. Has no mana, misses. Hurricanes, you hate to see it. Conqueror proc, but it's not gonna do a whole lot for him. Mr. Lazy, incredibly low. Standing Knight comes through. Jay Morgs is in there. Rooks gonna be next. Forced to flash out. Aggro's on to Jay Morgs though. He's gonna fall here.
I think Nightlark.
That is going to be pretty big for Duckwings in the top lane, actually.
Nightlark has TP. He'll be able to get back.
Yeah, even still. Probably has Demolish. Oh, okay. He's just going to instant
He's gonna TP back right now.
Like that. I think you just lose part of the wave in that TP. Maybe worried about getting too much plate gold over. It's fine, but I don't know. I feel like you need Shen or Alistar to take there. J-Morgs ends up taking the aggro on the dive, and I mean, you trade one back, which for the side of 5-inch, how this game's been going so far, is pretty darn good. You're getting Gragas some kills. Yeah, it's not who you wanted on, but it's still gold nonetheless, and you're still keeping the game around 700 despite all that early jungle pressure.
Yeah, something we need to keep track of is as this game goes on, there's nobody that can really kill Cho'Gath on the side of Miku.
Tristana can definitely kill Cho'Gath late game.
It would be hard. He has to go the Kraken Slayer into
You have to go Kraken Slayer Dominix, but if you do, you will melt the Cho'Gath. Kraken Slayer is... That's why I don't think Cho'Gath's OP in short. If you have an AD carry with some attack speed and they build Kraken Slayer, it just kind of feels bad.
Yeah, the thing is, like, she is the only one that can do it, and if she gets caught by Fiddle, there's no one that can basically do it. Like, there's enough CC chaining plus the Zed that the threat will probably be, like, eliminated very easily.
Absolutely. This is a little bit of ships passing in the night here as well as we see Olaf.
I like what Moosh is doing here, basically hovering.
Yep. Very, very intelligent, actually.
Wow.
Gonna find him, Mitmok, and Dystopia Reaper. Okay, the flash comes out for an ulti. Trade of ultimates here in the mid lane skirmish. Dystopia Reaper, the flash gonna come out, and the flash feast onto N09. He's gonna fall. Mooch coming in with the Fiddlesticks ultimate, and they will find Mitmok. Well played, Girth Gods. Bit unlucky for Miku with that Olaf.
Yeah, pretty huge though for the Girth Gods. Getting that gold onto the Fiddlesticks and another stack onto the Cho'Gath, not a minion though. So.
I mean, I don't think you just take that fight as Miku there. You have Shen backing without Staying United, without TP top lane. You know Cho'Gath is perfectly healthy with the sustain he has in lane to come down. Has ulti available. There's, even if you try to get up as your team, it's still going to be favored into 5-inch Girth Gods.
Yeah. Duckwings needs to crash this wave here with the Olaf pushing top.
Really good trading by Nightlark.
Yeah. Kind of baiting in Duckwings here. I think Duckwings might just be dead.
These, like, very extended Q trades. He will easily win out over Cho'Gath's high CDE. Ooh, good flash.
Okay, the flash top.
He's not gonna be able to get out. He's no feast.
Yep, Nightlark.
Give it to Moot.
Gonna slowly take down Duckwings here. Mitmok's gonna pick up the kill. Worth his time coming back to this top side of the map.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Cho'Gath already has a mythic, by the way.
Yeah, he's pretty fun.
That is a lot of gold on an early game, Cho'Gath.
Yeah, drag coming up here. What I'd like to see Cho'Gath just path toward top, and then TP maybe if the dragon is gonna be out. Because if the Girth Gods get this drag, it'll be very huge for them.
Yeah, and I mean
they don't have Curse Storm. That's the only thing.
Both of these teams
TP
are
coming in. N09 is behind.
I think they just
Dragon gonna be started up
yeah,
immediately.
Beast is available. They 5-inch get.
Yeah, Mitmok is getting Herald XD.
I mean, if he buffs for more, he at least gets some value, but would have definitely liked to see the Dragon test. Duckwing beast that up, and Cho'Gath should already be at around 4 stacks, I believe.
Yep.
Yep. 4 stacks.
2 minions, 2 others.
Yep, right on pace. Oh, through the queue.
Does N09 miss that?
Oh no, it's again ships in the night. Just walking past each other. Can't see anything.
They're looking to go onto Duckwings here, I think.
I don't know if he's actually killable, though, is the question.
And the ulti immediately, standing
the
that
shot.
comes through onto Mitmock.
Now
Duckling
he's
is going to be
definitely
taken
killable.
down here any second.
Yep, Nightlark grabs the kill, which is...
Zed dies in the mid lane too, solo.
Whoa.
And Zero Nymus with the solo kill onto Dystopia Reaper.
It happened so quickly, the directive camp can't even get us over there to see it.
Yeah. Good plays though from the Shen Olaf combo, really utilizing their ability to just basically kill anybody if they want to. Potential dive on the mid lane here, actually.
Maybe. I mean, you have no ultimates, though. It's pretty hard.
Morris gonna jump into Mr. Lazy. Gonna get some fat damage down with the bot. But good spell shield keeps him healthy.
Yeah. That's the dynamic of this matchup, basically. Tristana can never one-shot Sivir, really, because of the spell shield. But yeah. Still a pretty sizable CS lead for JMorgs in the bot lane.
Yeah.
Kind of making up for Nightlark's CS deficit.
And it's an unfortunate thing for Shen again. This matchup is actually very Shen favored in the laning phase. Cho'Gath has a really hard time dealing damage with Shen. Basically just having a better... Shen basically just has Cho'Gath's damage abilities, but better.
Yeah. So, could be a potential lane gank here in the bot lane with Mooch. I like this.
Yeah, definitely can do it. Certainly deadly with the ultimate as well.
Herald gonna be dropped in the mid lane here.
Yeah, I
as a
feel like-
counter.
I feel like them seeing Mr. Lazy cancel the recall should tell them something. As he is awfully low mana.
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah,
You don't
Mitmock's
exactly
also
need
gonna be
mana
now
on
as well.
Sivir though.
GP's coming up here for Nightlark and N0, so...
That push is warded, they just need to be aware of that.
Hope you're
all
gonna
in
get
the mid lane.
engaged on my N0 Nymus here. Gonna do his best to
Ooh,
counterplay.
good juke.
Ooh, just gonna live.
Barely. That is a battle of inches, and notably, we actually see Mooch not able to get anything off bot lane, so invested quite a bit of time to do his bot side. Now, his camps are just starting to respawn, so isn't actually wasting too much in terms of clearing, but certainly something to consider.
Topia Reaper gonna complete the Eclipse here.
So not going to go for the Prowler's Claw in the crit build.
Yeah, I think Eclipse is a pretty bad item at the moment.
I think Eclipse is also just bad into the idea. Like, you're not going to get time to actually
Yeah.
sustain as Zed into that matchup, no matter how much damage you're doing with your E, with your ultimate, etc. You're either going to get one shot or you're not. that's the story of it. It doesn't matter how much health you survive on. And I think
Duckling's getting
Duckling
another
is just
passive
taking,
stack there.
6 stacks, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, that's
Damn.
gonna be 4 minions. What is it, 6 minions max?
It's 6 minions max, 6 minions and or non-epic monsters.
Yeah. Fighting in the mid lane, I guess.
Attack speed up on Diana.
J-Moore is gonna go into Mr. Lazy once again, take him to about below half.
Pretty annoying to play against Tristana, honestly.
Yep, that's been the story of this bot lane so far.
So this dragon's gonna be up soon.
Ulti here into the N0 Nymus.
Yes.
Not gonna find the fear.
Ooh, double
The
ult.
Shane
Shen
is gonna
is
come through here. A good flash, keeps the save.
Yup, canceled by
Nightlark
Shen.
got
The
canceled.
Shen, yeah, the Shen was canceled, so this dragon,
Cho'Gath enough, but possibly counter.
Shirazaki gonna re-engage, find the Spade Rush, and he's gonna get the stun. Midlock, the Stride Breaker is gonna take him
that's
down. This
disgusting.
Olaf is massive. Gonna find the Fiddlesticks, a double kill.
Oh.
Maybe a triple.
Nightlark might be dead here, actually.
Cho'Gath
Yeah,
has
and
beast. One more. That's
he's
it.
dead. So a little salvation
Doesn't
here
even
for the
need the
side of
flash
Girth
to
Gods.
Oh, I love the Cho'Gath pick so much. It's looking fantastic.
Yeah, this Cloud Drake is actually like a pain here for Miku, because they wanted probably a better Drake. It helps them a bit with like the Olaf and stuff, but with the early
Olaf,
Dragon second, they can
Alistair,
get it's
Chandelier.
not a huge thing.
Not by any means. I think Miku really just wants to get the soul stacking here, because you do have a lot of scaling elements that come into play for 5-inch. Sibber, of course, is one of them, as well as Cho'Gath. Fiddle late game, yeah, he might be behind, but does do quite a bit of damage with a full AP build to anyone.
Yeah.
Squishy. So yeah, maybe it's not a problem for Mitmock. Yeah, maybe it's not a problem for Nightlark. But N0 and J-Morg certainly...
Mr. Lazy taking a pretty bad trade here. He's just gonna get dove and die.
And yeah, he's gonna get dove.
great.
Not even able to spell shield.
Great engage. That's actually huge.
Cho'Gath is here though. They might be able
He
to get
doesn't
something in
CC.
return.
Oh, he gets
And
J-Morg.
Mitmock engaging here. Our Rook's gonna be Going slowly back. Mitmock is just dominating the side of Girth Gods.
Unstoppable. Oh,
And N09 is going to look to pick up the Fiddlesticks. The Cho'Gath is forced to flash out now as Miku's going to head for the Dragon.
Might be able to find a trade onto something.
Cho'Gath can cancel off some of the
has
abilities.
the
Namor
ultimate.
does need to be careful. He does
Duckwings.
his rocket jump canceled by straight Q. You can't time that. Cho'Gath's Rupture will knock up Tristana mid-animation.
Yep.
Very cool mechanic. Miku though grabbing the Drake pretty huge. Gonna start stacking themselves back up. Is gonna be around, probably closer to 28 to 30 minute Drake. Good smite. And they're gonna be
Close
up to a
there.
5k gold lead at just 17 minutes in. So Miku dominating position here once again in game 2.
Yeah.
Or game 3. This is game 3.
Game 3. It is game 3.
It is game 3.
Yeah, I think that the early jungle pressure really played a big role, but hold on a second. Mooch gonna find N09. It's a good E onto the crab to get away. Rook's looking. The cask able to knock her back towards the side of Girth Gods.
Still is ease off cooldown.
And
Water
Zero
Sun's gonna
has
be
blue.
back up soon. Shinozaki is
Oh, yeah,
here,
that's blue.
and they're gonna play it slowly,
Has
but it
ult in,
looks like
2 seconds. Ezreal's got ult.
N09.
There it is.
Hold on a second. Can he turn it around?
Oh.
There's not a chance. He's
Yeah,
dead.
good fear, good fear. Very good.
I think you just stay top, push in top lane here, actually.
Yep.
Essentially.
That's where Sivers going.
So it looks like Mitmock is spotted out by Girth Gods.
It's in trouble.
Dystopia Reaper misses the combo onto the Tristana Knight. Comes through just to keep her extra safe.
She doesn't have to back.
A little troll by Dystopia Reaper, I think. Could potentially catch someone out here. Get blows
Mitmock
the
forced to
wall.
ult
Very
out.
slow, I would like.
And
Yeah, he's probably-
Nightlarker's probably just gonna go down here.
He has flash.
I don't think he goes anywhere. He's too much.
There's no feast.
Feared. Rook's taken low by J-Morgs. J-Morgs gonna get away though. Dystopia Reaper just in.
Okay, the Eclipse
enemy
shield coming in.
This is an absolute fiesta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little all over the place.
I'm not really
so-
sure how Miku ends up getting picked there multiple times.
Duckwings is sitting on 8 stacks right now. He has one more minion.
Should have
left.
one more minion, and then I'll be stacking champions, stacking objectives. That's the only reason I think 5H might put some priority on Rift Shroud. It's a free stack for Cho'Gath, the epic monster.
Yeah,
Which is
yeah.
actually, like, that's the one thing about Cho'Gath that kind of warps the game. Is objectives, if you can get Cho'Gath to ult them, are incredibly valuable.
Yeah. Can basically always 50-50 with the Cho'Gath on your team.
Yeah. It's a little hard against an Alistar Diana just because knockups and CC allow. It's not like Smite where you can smite through CC and the same amount of
Yeah.
suppression. Cho'Gath does.
Oh,
does
Midmock
have a
ulted
cast
randomly?
animation.
I think a misclick.
I think he misclicked, yeah. It's like 60 seconds, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, not a big deal.
Sorry.
That red buff got a lot of CC.
Yeah.
No objectives are really up right now. He got the Herald.
Dynamite just one-shot here.
Dystopia Reaper gonna have some trouble getting out of this one, perhaps.
He's good. He's got Fiddle.
And goes
Oh,
back
no,
in, dodges the
dodges
ulti. Mooch is here. Can they finish the kill? They will.
Oh,
Well
huge
played.
damage.
Yeah, that was a bit of a misplay by N0. Misses the ultimate, doesn't get the extra damage.
Yeah, that's how Dystopia Reaper should have been playing this matchup the whole time. Just using your ult does the Diana ult. Because if there's no damage tick initially, like if you hit no champs, it doesn't do damage. With the Diana ult.
Miku picking topside here. Might be looking for on Duckwings. Can't do Baron does have the Skull Crab signature and Obra does have 5 inch. Guts looking perfectly happy. And doing that, but
Yeah, I think they're just gonna go for Duckwings here. It's
I don't
gonna be
think
hard
you
though. He's
cannot
super
dive
tanky.
You cannot dive into Cho'Gath. That is not something you can't tank power.
Alistair's not there.
You cannot.
So it
tank
looks like
power
they're gonna
for
try
long
though.
with Cho'Gath.
Nightlarker
You
just trying to
can
dash on a
tank.
Duckwing
He's
with
dead.
the taunt,
Yes,
and
he's
he's
dead,
just gonna
fine.
be melted.
Alright, J
It doesn't have enough yet.
Holy moly.
Yeah, that Kraken Slayer is helping him out big time.
Yeah, I'd say normally you cannot dive Cho'Gath like that. You gotta trade one back to someone gets.
Shinozaki, the double headbutt pulverize. Gonna try to save the turret here in the mid lane.
A lot of pings, a lot of pings.
A lot of pings mid,
You
yeah.
wanna go? Miku looking to go for it. Mitmock.
Mitmock, the Skybreaker. The Standing Knight comes through with a nice spear from Mooch. It's gonna keep him safe as Rooks will be caught out.
Would have liked to see that on the Diana, but Nightlark. Smart.
And Dystopia Reaper gonna
Ooh.
try to find
If I
J-Morg.
was Dystopia Reaper there, I actually flash for that, I think.
Flash ulti, yeah, you probably get a
Yeah.
guaranteed kill with just the ER.
They're gonna bait the Baron. I don't think they started.
Jungler not available.
No blue trinkets
Yeah,
up.
no blue trinkets for the side.
TP from Duckwings.
And
Oh,
Mooch gonna be found out. He's gonna go down here.
Now it's a Baron. Look, they're giving it to Tristana.
Handed over to.
Okay, do they know
J-Morg.
about Duckwings though?
I don't think they do. There's no vision in that Raptor pit. No one's checked it. So Cho'Gath is just like in here completely unannounced. He has
I think it's really hard.
Flash. He can flash feast the Baron. Fun fact, flash feast on Baron is an animation cancel. It's an instantaneous event, which means it cannot be canceled if he actually flash arts it.
So they know he's there now.
You have to peel him.
He's gonna go for it!
Missed it!
Oh,
Good
not
fight.
gonna get it quite
It's gonna
yet.
be a good fight though, I think.
Yeah,
It might be a good fight. Mr. Lazy is free hitting in this fight there.
They're all
Can
stuck.
they get about 4 free flashes blown?
Ooh,
Okay,
Rooks.
Rooks canceling Mitmock's base here. Well,
gonna be the dragon,
900
too.
gold to the Zed.
Oh, that is so
Great.
unfortunate. If they got that dragon, that would have been a huge lead there.
I think you need J-Morg to stay in the pit there to finish Baron. They don't have the burst to end up finishing off with just the Diana Olaf. They
Yeah,
go for
jumping
the
out was
Cho'Gath peel,
really
and
true,
then-
I think.
I mean,
Yeah.
Ducklings is still able to get a feast off on Nightlark and just kills the Shen instantly.
And Jay Morris just gonna
Wait, now the
delete
dragon,
Mr.
like-
Lazy.
No, the dragon is gone.
That's lucky.
So, if anything, I would have just liked to see a ward outside the pit to spot the Cho'Gath, and maybe Buster shot the Cho'Gath from inside the pit.
Yeah, I think you need Tristana there to continue to burst down the Baron. So you can all get out of it safely, but instead Tristana has to jump back into the pit to try to go for the fight and then ends up having to flash away.
Yep. So yeah, this game, actually, I'd say pretty even now. It looks like the team fighting of Girth Gods is actually keeping them in this, and the scaling potential is just really scary at this point.
Yeah, Cho'Gath, you're seeing how long it takes him to die in some of these fights too. We're still waiting on that
Yeah.
Dominic's completion on.
Yeah, basically flashed into the pit, 8 to 5 people, and took him still like 5 to 10
couldn't
seconds to
beat.
die.
Good, it was good burst, very good smite discipline by Mitmock to not smite early.
Got some heat in the old
definitely
chat.
gonna grab that one. N0, this is not the one guy you want to 1v1.
Duckwing's gonna find
This
N0.
is not the
Don't
guy
think
you
has
And
the
Ult's
damage.
gonna do literally nothing
J-Morg's
but
here,
the
now the
Katana
damage
here.
is arrived.
Gonna get
Oh,
buried down below. Mr. Lazy getting 1v1 by Alistar.
Alistair's a bit behind enemy lines here. This is,
The Shadow
Gonna
comes
flash out.
into Midmock, by the way. Dystopia Reaper tried
Oh,
for a
yeah.
kill on the Midmock.
Stand United
Good.
onto Mitmock.
good stay united then.
Mooch sitting on a ward, doesn't know.
And only Cho'Gath dies.
Yeah, Cho'Gath not tanky enough yet to resist the balance from Tristana.
Yeah, but I'm not liking the Sunfire you get here on Shen. I think you go Frostfire.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I definitely think the Dystopia Reaper is.
It's way better to field Cho'Gath.
I think Dystopia Reaper's better able to lane against the Diana now, having completed that Black Cleaver. He's gonna get more health, and he's sitting on 2.5 items now.
There's something
About
here.
even with the Diana.
I'm not really sure what the Fiddle mythic is, but Josh goes, another Fiddle player goes Leandries.
And the
Oh,
1v1 it will
1v1
be indeed
alt
here is Urimus. Dystopia Reaper is gonna dodge the R,
Oh, he's
but the rest of Miku is here. And he's just gonna go down. Mitmock, another shutdown.
Yeah,
A lot of fights happening.
Well played
Yeah.
with the Zanyas. Well played with the Zanyas from N0. Makes
More than 1 kill per minute, indeed.
Yeah, it's. I mean, we were promised a banger from draft, and although it didn't come as early,
Oh,
like,
fight
go for
happening
it
here.
more.
Whoa, Mooch! Mitmock though, he's pretty strong. The stairs is
Derek.
gonna come through, or
Oh,
I'm
he
sorry,
did.
the
He's dead.
yeah,
Yep, Mr.
yeah,
Lazy's
Mitmock's
down.
gonna fall.
Shen is still splitting top lane though.
Yeah, but look at these side lanes, right? We have a lot of pressure going on from Miku in the top and bot lane.
Yeah, they might trade 2 tier 2s for just the mid lane.
So you'll get this tier 1, but at what cost?
I think you just keep pushing
See,
that.
I don't think they can push fast enough. The Shen doesn't push very fast because he has no AD.
Yeah.
Diana's backing.
Yeah, I don't really know.
I think Shen does get. Shen will get the tier 2.
Yeah, Shen gets this,
Shen
but
also
it's
has
it's
TP.
worth.
I was gonna say, I don't know why Diana was deciding to base at that point. I
Yeah,
think
she
she
should
should
have
have
kept
kept
pushing.
pushing.
Both ults up and again in the bot lane. Maybe another all-in
Zanya's
happens.
not up this
Another
time.
battle.
Zanya's is not available. So Zed not facing his direct counter.
Is he-
ally.
I don't. Rook's establishing the mental edge in the all chat. Very important in games like this.
Certainly so. I mean, whoever wins this game, pretty high stakes for game 3 is setting up the match point, setting up just that one game from victory. Where essentially you don't have to run the table to complete the series. Both teams pretty much
Yep.
neck. Still 5k gold lead for Miku though, so still feeling overall pretty solid. Olaf is ludicrously fed.
Yeah, all that gold lead is basically on the Olaf and the Trist. And Olaf is going to fall off eventually. He has some facilitation with the Shen, but eventually he's not going to do any damage because he's basically going full tank at
There's
this
no
point.
Olaf Yumi, there's no Olaf Seraphine, there's none of these funnel the Olaf buff comps going on here. It is just the Olaf, it is just the Shen. And so far that is not...
It is basically Tristana versus the world at this point, I think.
Yeah.
A little bit of Diana in there with some of the team fighting, but we'll see.
Yeah.
I like the pot pickup from N0 though, 40 seconds before Dragon get that source pot. Much more likely to one-shot with the ultimate now.
Yeah, I agree that with the pot is actually pretty good here.
Pot is really good here.
This is the point. If Girth Gods win this fight, I think the game is basically like unwinnable for Miku. Like they just get outscaled after that.
Really hard misplay, absolutely, I agree. Ooh, good back cancel.
Yeah.
I don't think he realized he canceled the back though.
Yeah.
Actually, no, he should have because Q grants vision, I believe.
Yeah, it does.
I missed.
So Dragon set up here. Honestly, they might just give it. It's fine to give it.
I think you just give it to Girth Gods. I mean, you are the scaling comp. You do have the scaling draft. You can certainly just give up this one Drake. You still have 2 of your own to play with.
Something I would have liked to see is just go to the Baron. Try to just one-shot the Baron, basically. Yeah.
Cho'Gath, go Baron.
Yeah, they're gonna immediately run into the jungle here to try to establish some control.
Just so note that Dystopia River does not have teleport, whereas N0
Yep,
does.
does not have TP.
Yeah.
So sideline certainly in favor of Miku in that regard. It's just going to be a little bit of a lull state. A lot of Miku's vision is currently invested in that bot side river. You can see all of the red control wards, stealth wards throughout the bush there instead of preparation for that previous Drake. So Baron a little bit darker for the side of Team Miku, but nonetheless still fine. I'd love to see how much
And Baron going to be started up by Miku here.
Diana is going to try to take a recall here. Cho'Gath is on the bot side of the map.
So this Baron's going to be going down pretty
TP from
quickly.
Cho'Gath.
Yeah, Cho'Gath has
Immediate
to
disengage.
Stop the 6k.
Up, Diana TP in as
J
well.
Mor's
They're going to look for the fight
here.
instead. Mr. Lady is just sitting in
The
that
engage by Shinozaki Rika.
Oh!
This
Shut us
is
down!
a ridiculous ultimate. But it looks like Miko's going to be able to turn it around here. It's not even close, actually. My gosh. Mr. Lazy
No
forced to
damage.
flash
Zed's
away.
not there.
Zed is here now.
Obi
Mr.
Reaper on
Lazy
M09.
is here
A
still
great
too.
ultimate. Gonna dodge the pulverize. Exhaust comes down. Will it be enough? Nightlark gonna do his best to peel the Zed away from the carry.
Mr. Lazy needs to get some hits off. He's getting him.
Mr. Lazy takes down Nightlark. And 09 is gonna fall too. This could be the turnaround.
It is the turnaround, it looks like, and Shinozaki Rika probably gonna fall here too.
This Topia Reaper needs one. Okay, the
Huge.
Shuriken's gonna secure him the triple kill.
Yeah, that was huge ultimate from Mooch here. They're basically just did one-shot J-Morgs, can't even use his summoner spells.
And
Not to mention the fact that that's a 700 or 1k gold shutdown for Cho'Gath, who got that.
just
Also-
complete,
Yeah, he's gonna get another feast stack. His ult's probably gonna be up for this.
We're sitting on 10.
a complete turn of events will look like it was back and forth. It looked like it was
they don't
doing.
want Cho'Gath feasted.
That's fine.
Fine.
But yeah, that would have been so much like more favored toward the Girth Gods if Mr. Lazy was in position, but
Yeah,
he wasn't.
it was crazy. It was back and forth. Mooch
Would have
with a
arguably
great
been a clean ace.
ult. Yeah. Mooch with the great ult to start things off was looking good, and then Miku turns it around, and then Girth Gods turns it back around. So
Yeah.
all over the place, but in the end, Girth Gods on the other hand with the Baron take.
Yeah, 1k gold lead, all that remains of Miku's formulated from here, as you guys have stated, just gonna get harder.
Yeah, basically at this point,
Tristana
the gold
denied.
between the 80 carries is pretty much even. Zed is now ahead in gold. Fiddle is still behind by a lot, but Cho'Gath is still very far ahead in gold. So basically, like, gold, basically, I'd say, even though they're behind right now, I'd say the Girth Gods are ahead, because all the gold lead is on Olaf at this point. But
Yeah,
Fiddle is much more useful than Olaf.
Once Sivir completes this Infinity Edge, she's going to hurt.
Tristana is sitting on 2k, gonna be able to complete the Infinity Edge before this next objective for sure.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's gonna be a pretty huge spike. For that Infinity Edge is a little bit delayed from what we normally see. You normally want to try to get that third spike just to get the immediate, like, 60% crit.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to like the LDR purchase
No, I think
against the
this is fine
Cho'Gath
here.
especially.
Yeah, you need the LDR early, and maybe You're going for a little bit more attack speed off the fan base, so it's not a bad build by any stretch of the imagination, but you are delaying that Infinity Edge one more time, so you're going to do a little bit less damage. I mean, I'm not sure about the stopwatch selection. Maybe QSS later on after using it, because GA is kind of bait.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm not sure if he'll be able to stopwatch, because he wasn't able to flash or heal last fight anyway, so...
Yeah, I think QSS would be probably the... Maybe use the stopwatch for the next fight, get its value, and then go for the QSS, because GA probably not going to do too much in this game, to be honest.
Yeah, QSS definitely more valuable too, because it basically makes you avoid the one-shot.
Cho'Gath,
because it gives
and you also have
resistances as
Cho'Gath
well.
dealing mostly AP, Gragas dealing mostly AP as well as Mooch. So you are getting a little bit more resistances on the Not that it'll make a ginormous difference, but it will help.
Yeah.
It will be absolutely crucial for Miku to keep track of his Fiddlesticks when approaching a team fight. Fiddlesticks engages, and Discord ensues, which allows Dystopia Reaper to get into the backline and Mr. Lazy to probably free hit. So it's going to be important, and some really good team fighting is going to have to be done.
Yeah, Zed on 4 items here, actually, I do want to mention.
It's pretty massive, indeed.
Completes his Cyrildas as well as... Cyrildas is going to allow him to actually do damage to the tanks now. Along with the Serpent's Fang going to be able to cut the Sterix from the Olaf, as well as the Shen from the Sting.
Shield on Diana as well.
Dystopia Reaper used his
Dystopia
W.
Reaper takes a shadow on the Daemorgs. Exhaust comes down. Dystopia Reaper's going to fall here.
Maybe.
Mitmock is here. He's just running right at us. A good Gale Force keeps him safe. Stand United comes through.
They're not going to go for the Shin Taunt?
Two ultimates burned. And remember, Daemorgs is on this Infinity Edge. This is really tough for Girth Gods.
Mooch on the bot side could find an ult here onto Daemorgs.
Trying to check through Cho'Gath is very difficult. They see him. They bring
Mooch ulting?
The engage?
They knew he
Daemorgs going to have to pop out. Daemorgs not play, but Mr. Lazy is left alone. A trade. It's a 1-for-1 thus far. Rooks is going to fall. 1-for-2. And it looks like Miku is going to be able to take this fight as Cho'Gath, the big boy, Godzilla, stomping out and away.
Oh, you didn't kill your... Oh, Cho'Gath does not have feast. He does have flash, but no feast available.
Yeah,
I don't think they know that, though.
He is sticking around, and the soul will go to Miku.
Yep.
Really huge.
J-Morgs with the self-heal is able to get himself out of the situation. They knew Fiddlesticks was there. They saw him. They guessed he was in Tri-Brush. There's no CC that comes through onto J-Morgs. He's able to rocket jump away. Mock on the Olaf. Yeah, he does go down, but he's Olaf. That's his point. He does a lot of damage. He takes a lot of abilities and gets the heck out. And meanwhile, Duckwings on the Cho'Gath as well as Gragas unable to peel off N0 from Mr. Lazy. So you already have both damages. Mr. Lazy and Dystopia Reaper just out of the fight from the get-go. From there, it just kind of falls apart.
Yeah, Dystopia Reaper, I think, crucially making a poor decision there. Using his W without vision, gets caught, dies. 4v5.
Yeah.
And this Cloud Soul is massive on a lot of Miku's champions. The Olaf, the Shen, the Diana,
is pretty insane.
and even the Alistar. On top of the Phase Rush, it's going to be one fast cow.
Oh, yeah. I mean, good thing to note as well is a lot of cooldown reliant on 5-inch Girth. Beast is a generally low cooldown as
the engage from N09 is on the Dystopia Reaper. He's low. He's going to go right down to J-Morgs. Midlock into the back line. He's super low. He's going to fall. Mr. Lazy doing his best to kite. Or Rook's going to be taken awfully low as well.
Mooch comes in.
Mooch, the possible turnaround here. If Mr. Lazy is able to stay alive, he goes down to N09's butt. Girth Gods is still alive. Mooch will fall.
The GA
Can
bait. The GA
Girth Gods defend this?
It's going to be close, I think. I think the inhib is definitely gone, but I'm not sure if they'll be able to... Okay, they are backing with the TPs. I think it actually might just...
double TP. They're going to go for the end here, I think.
Yeah, they have. They still have 2 tanky boys getting 30 seconds on the death timers as well. It's
25 seconds on Dystopia Reaper.
A lot on N0. J-Morgs has to do damage.
They can... The engage again. Rooks drops the exhaust on N09. It's not working. Oh, Duckwings.
Get him.
But can they defend?
The wave is still alive. The wave is still alive.
They're
It's
gonna
over.
go down.
Gotta hit Nexus.
Miku's gonna be hitting the Nexus. They will take game 3 here. What a banger.
Yeah, we're getting some bangers as we're going to match point for Team Miku. 2-1 in the series thus far. It has been back and forth. not just in the series itself, but in the games individually. Gold leads swinging left, right, and center across the map. And it is... This is what we want to see at finals. We don't want to see the 3-0 stop. We don't want to see another 0-win team lose the finals. This is what you want to see. Neck and neck, all game in the series. And it's still, I think, despite Miku be up 2-1, anybody's game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely a close one. I expect to see another close one coming up here. We'll see if it goes to game 5, though. Let's see what side do they want. Same sides or what?
We'll have to see what side selection they want. I'm going to assume that 5-inch probably stay blue side. Though it is, I mean, they did just lose blue side, so it's proven it's not an invincible strategy for them.
All right, we're gonna go now or just not take a break?
No, yeah, we're gonna take a break. So we'll start the break early this time. Try to get to the games in just a few minutes, but we'll be back here on Penn State League with coverage of Game 4 in the series. Team Miku on match point. All right, hello and welcome back to the PSU LCS here on Penn State League, where we're back for Game 4 of the PSU LCS Spring 2021 Finals. Team Miku is going to be taking the lead up here 2-1 over the 5-inch Girth Gods, the number 2 team ending the regular split versus the number 4. And we are waiting here on the draft. I need the pro draft link really quick.
Yeah, we will see who
You got it?
claim
Yeah, give me 1 second to format and we'll be good to go.
game
We're
4.
good.
We'll see whether or not Miku can close out the series, or if Girth Gods can swing back around and bring us those silver scrapes. So it's definitely going to be a sure banger. Game 4, it's a pretty intense game. Early lead for Miku. Ended up getting them the win. So
All right. The draft has begun.
Yes,
Orange ban?
indeed has.
Okay, Shen ban. Mixing it up.
Yeah, just trying to get Nightlark, I think, off the comfort. And Orange, so they're just targeting top. They want to just smash top lane. And
the Jinx.
Okay.
finally,
Here, our
quick.
first Jinx of the finals.
finally.
I like it. Jinx, definitely
OP.
OP. Tristana ban too. They're definitely pissed about that one.
Certainly, yeah, has been a very big part of the wins here for the last several games, I'd say. As Red Side, gonna have to see what Team Miku gonna have to mix it up here for game number 4.
Sivir,
Yeah,
good.
just gonna go Sivir.
Sivir with lethality is a good matchup into Jinx. You can just basically not interact with her.
Yeah, one
Have the
shot
range
if
advantage.
Jinx ever oversteps with the Q.
Scion.
Scion.
Okay. Not
Another
bad.
classic.
Yeah, I mean,
Olaf
it's
now,
comfort,
okay.
it's good, it's utility.
Okay, you pick Karma here, or you pick Lulu here. Lulu. Lulu is so crazy here.
Lulu would be pretty crazy, I will admit. Lulu would be pretty crazy.
Lulu is the perfect pick.
The question is, do you blind Lulu support matchup?
Yes.
You will. And
Exactly.
there he is. They are
Lulu.
stream
All right,
sniping you.
I know they're just listening to me stream snipe. It's fine.
The stream snipe is real, but no, with the predictions as well. Gonna have to see what Miku wants to play into this, because now you have a hyper carry set up for the Jinx and the Olaf.
Graves, okay.
Yep. I mean, fair counter pick into the Olaf is fine. Okay. It's comfort from Itmok. They're gonna try to bring it home with the pick. I think Graves might be his most played the entire split thus far, actually.
Yeah.
Played a lot when it was good. Oh my goodness, that is so many
Zed
that
ban.
purples in
The Zed
chat.
ban, okay.
Yep, alright, just trying to keep it so they can keep their carry, I guess, a little bit more alive. I don't know what you really start to target here. You want to target maybe some of N0 champion pool mid lane. You want to pinch off some supports that are good to Lulu.
I think Seraphine's
Seraphine's good ban.
Supports, I think.
Yeah.
I think you can just. I don't think Shinozaki Rika actually plays supports that hard counter Lulu. It's like a really high degree, like the Blitzcrank or like the Crush and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Blitzcrank I think would probably be the hardest that I can know that's like played often. Blitzcrank would be pretty solid here. And Blitzcrank with lethality Sivir is actually pretty dangerous as well. Once you
Danny
get,
is God.
Rocket grab, hook, silence. That's pretty much it. And we're gonna have to see. I mean, I assume this is the support pickup from Team Miku? No, they're gonna go Victor. So they're not gonna give counter pick to N0 in mid lane. They're just gonna go for the safe play of Victor.
I mean,
Yeah,
you
see,
could
I don't-
Kassadin here.
I don't know. I
Casted
guess-
it, yeah, casted it with Lulu still up and available. They played it before, it didn't go very
Karthus.
well.
Oh, I
but-
forgot about
Oh, it went unbanned. Dystopia Reaper
Okay,
is
you
known
go-
for the champion.
You could just go tank here, I think.
I think
It's
you just go tank top into Scion, just go for Cho'Gath.
absolute comp diff.
Cho'Gath.
Cho'Gath here is actually bonkers.
Cho'Gath is bonkers
Camille
here.
works too.
Camille's
And the
fine,
Camille, I
but
really like
I
to see
think I
the
like
Camille.
Cho'Gath more than Camille, to be
Yeah.
honest.
See, this is what I wanted to see from the start, honestly. Although we are more known for seeing Duckwings on tanks, I'm really excited to see him on a carry like Camille.
I mean, he literally won the fall split on Camille pretty much. It was one of his most played champions.
Yep.
That
Okay,
got
the Thresh
less
coming in.
All right, we're gonna play the Thresh. So we are gonna get your You're one of two there for the counter pick.
See, I favor, I think Girth God's draft by quite a bit.
I
like
also would favor
Jinx.
Girth God.
Yeah.
I think if you, especially if I would prefer a tank top lane to the side just for a little bit more.
Yeah, if it was
Cho'Gath,
I'd say like
Cho'Gath, it's a hard win. It's not even.
it's
close.
like an 80-20. Like
yeah, it's not even
80%
remotely
favor.
close.
I think now it's probably like a 60-40 or like a 70-30 towards Girth Gods.
Yeah, it's still certainly in Girth's favor. You have tons of damage, late game hyper carry potential in Camille and in Jinx. You have Lulu, which can buff Olaf for your engage. You have all the tools you really want. You have Camille can start fights, Olaf can start fights. Karthus is really good backup damage. Is hard to engage on a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
ahead,
I think Miku's comp isn't necessarily bad either. They have a pretty good like
It's not bad. It's just
team fighting comp.
you gotta look at both.
Yeah.
I think definitely Graves might be a little hard on the pile at this game. Into 3 range champions, it's going to be kited pretty hard by the Lulu Karthus and the Jinx. But, hopefully his one shot, I think, is to maybe just, try to do stuff more in the early game. As we saw, as we know that Miku is more known for. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, it's definitely the early game that's gotten Miku most of their wins. We've seen the mid game is a little dicey at times. I would hesitate to say with insane confidence that they can pull off, the clean professional play where you get a 4K gold lead and it never goes away and the game is just over. That has not been what we've seen for the entirety of the split, let alone this series with how much this is flipped back and forth. It certainly will be interesting. This is one of the first times I think we've seen Dystopia Reaper on Karthus when he's not in bot lane. So I'm very curious to see it in a Karthus in a role where it's, I hesitate to say it again, but more designed for.
Yeah.
As Karthus was originally meant to be mid lane. I think he will get hard out-poked, out-damaged by Victor early on, but that's not what Karthus plays for anyway. You're going to late game scale, you're going to get a ton of gold, you're going to be taking probably 2 waves of farm late game if your team is playing around you in the way they should. That might be the only problem I see with 5 minutes Great God's comp with this Camille in it, is you have to distribute resources between Camille, Karthus, and Jinx. That's like the only problem they have.
They have a lot. They have basically 4 carries.
Yeah,
That's
if they have Cho'Gath, you put Cho'Gath once he gets like 2 items, you don't need to really give him much. He'll pick up a wave here, he'll pick up a wave there, he'll do his duty, and that'll be it. And then your hyper carry gets 2 waves of farm. So that might be the one problem I can see with this composition, whereas Miku's side can be pretty easy to distribute between Graves, Victor, Sivir.
Yep. I think this game is basically just going to be... There's a couple ways that Girth Gods can actually play this comp. They can play heavy for split in top lane with Camille with the Karthus help. They can play heavy toward bot side, and Camille can play pretty decent weak side, I'd say. And Karthus just, I think, is going to play more of a supportive role this game. Just look to help with ults, just wave clear and stuff like that.
Yep, just scale up.
Yeah, probably just look to die every fight, honestly.
The cleanup. He's a janitor.
Yeah.
The trash man, some might say.
Yeah, pretty good, I think, for Karthus to actually just like die every fight, like in between his Jinx and the other team, as like sort of like a wall almost. But yeah, I think something that we're kind of glossing over here is like the Victor and Sivir have a huge amount of carry potential here. I think Victor actually is one of the, since Orianna got slightly nerfed in like the last patch, I think Victor is probably the premier like control mage at the moment. He can basically do pretty much anything. He has a lot of wave clear, he can one-shot, he has really good team fight, he has pretty good landing. And then Sivir too, basically just like the safest AD carry right now, I'd say. It could go lethality this game, actually. Not a lot of tanky members.
Yeah, I feel
like
that's
to see
the thing with the
lethality.
Cho'Gath as well, is when you go Cho'Gath, it really decentivizes you actually going lethality with the Sivir, because then you look at Victor, while he can kill a Cho'Gath, it's going to take a while. I think you just go Sivir with the regular AD, but then you have a much harder time dealing with the Jinx in laning phase.
Yeah.
So it will be interesting to see. I think lethality definitely serves a lot of value, because Camille can get one-shot, even late game with Sterix.
Yep.
You still can one-shot a Camille. It is much harder to one-shot something like an Olaf. So
Yeah, I also think in this lane between the Camille and Scion. In the first couple games that we saw Nightlark play this Scion, he utilized that ultimate a lot of the times to escape ganks or just difficult situations. With the Hextech ultimatum, he's going to be able to be locked down, going to be not so easy to escape. So, that'll be another useful tool. And I think that also he should just have a more general advantage in the lane anyways. I don't have too much knowledge on that matchup top lane, but I do think that it should definitely be in the favor of Camille with the Olaf as well, at least in the early game. So
it's Camille. Maybe the early game is a little bit side in favor once he gets the Bramble Vest Tabbies, Bombies Rush. Where you get those 3 components and you become pretty insanely tanky for the early game, all things considered. But it's especially as the game continues to drag on, Camille gets 2-3 items. It's pretty unwinnable for Scion. Hookshot gets an OCD.
I'd like to see Duckwings calling for more jungle pressure this game if possible.
If there's a game to play around top side, this is it.
Yeah, because as we know, Nightlark is filling the role of the just safe and utility player for Miku for the most part. So I'd really like to see more possible abuse of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not too much else. It is, again, match point for Team Miku, so 5-inch. Glad to see, again, some comfort picks here. Dystopia Reaper on the Karthus in the mid lane. Duckwings, the pick he has performed on in PSU LCS of yesteryear. So, got a lot going from this game. I think they've set themselves up well to perform here in Game 4. They're going to be looking for some silver scrapes to come up because this is it. You fall here as 5-inch. That is it. That is your season. The second place regular split doesn't matter. It is Miku who comes out on top. And Miku, of course, trying to finish it off. No one wants to force an unnecessary Game 5 if they don't have to. And we'll just have to see who ends up playing the map better.
Which team will be attending the mid-season?
The mid-season? Yeah, no Nittany invite this year, unfortunately, so the ratings here really don't. I mean, both these teams will be playing in it regardless, but...
Yeah. Yeah, I think something else...
competition.
Yeah, something else, too. No matter who wins, we will be getting another 2-timer on the board. Duckwings and Shinozaki Rika have won PSU LCS before. We'll be joining, I believe, Billy D and Zatai, the only other two-timers.
Yeah, so quite a bit of storied history here between some of these teams. Of course, a lot of new ones. Well, Mitmock, of course, first season PSU LCS and PSU in general for the League of Legends side of things.
Yeah, new for a lot of these teams here, or for a lot of these players.
J-Morgs, all of these pretty new faces to the scene thus far.
Early invade coming in.
Karthus 2 for 2 on Qs.
Hey, that's the stats we want to see.
All right, yep.
Get the Karthus Q hit rate. It's like CSGO stats, but less exciting. As probably the least exciting level 1 we've had so far. Just gonna 5-point it. No one really wanting to risk too much. Neither level 1, to be fair, very potent on either side.
So Nightlark did actually get a ward kill, so he's gonna hit level 2 early, I think.
That's pretty big in this matchup, for certain.
Yeah. He did get a ward on both buffs, actually, so they know exactly where he's starting.
I'm actually not sure what Sion's preferred skill order here in this matchup. I feel like you go W second with your Q start as per usual.
Yeah, I'm not
entirely sure what
how to play Sion.
Yeah. I understand how he wants to play the matchup. I'm just not sure the actual skill order in the early game. Like the
so
first 3 levels, what do you take?
What Dystopia Reaper does here is he usually goes for a level 1 all-in, but I think he missed a couple of the Qs, so he can't commit.
Cast a curse, my fault.
Good, Death Set Sun Rooks.
Nice hook onto Rooks.
Guardian's Balance Rune.
Pretty standard stuff so far. I think
yeah, we're getting counter jungling here. Spotted out.
Yeah.
Clock is on the blue buff.
Both soul laners are still level 1, so it's kind of hard.
Yeah, it's really hard to try to. And Mitmock's just
Mitmock,
it, I guess.
Yep.
Gonna force Mooch out of his own jungle. Level 2 here in the bot lane. A flay from Shinozaki Rika.
Good flip for the aftershock, doesn't get traded back on Vivi, and Mitmock's gonna get blue buff as well as Gromp.
Yeah, interesting.
Massive. Oh, phase rush.
Zero Nibus could be in trouble here.
Phase rush versus Karthus. Oof.
Phase Rush is so good in this lane.
Yep. Nightmark trading. I didn't see
I
what
think
he did with that.
Duckwings.
Oh, wait.
Duckwings needs to cheater here. Oh.
N0.
Oh, maybe forced a flash here.
Ooh,
Not
no,
quite.
Good movement. Good movement. Mid-Mox coming in though. Carthage might be in trouble here. Does not have a lot of tankiness.
Yeah, Dystopia
Nice.
Reaper
Exhaust.
has to flash now if he wants to live, but I think he's just going to give it up.
Yeah, he is very dead.
He's gonna die there to push the wave.
Oh, but Mid-Mox might be
Level 2
he has
off
no
here.
flash. The smite ignite. He's trying to burn him down, but he has
And he's going to take him down. Well played, Mooch.
Oh, geez.
Good stuff.
Unfortunate, and that is the disadvantage of not taking flash, ladies and
Yep,
gentlemen.
that is the Ignite Graves.
That is the plight and problem of Ignite Graves.
Looks like it will probably be a double crab, honestly, for Mooch.
It's looking like, but there are a lot of pigs to get that there. I'd be curious if you guys can.
Duckwings taking a pretty bad trade up here.
You know, I might have rather liked to see...
It's gonna be a full contest. Good lantern.
Oh, the flame misses. The crab goes to
They're
mid-lock.
dividing target. Oh, this is gonna be rough.
If Jinx
The
gets a
Dystopia
reset
Reaper
here,
Enjo's dead.
gets the kill.
Jinx is gonna get so much
This is
here.
gonna be turned. This is gonna be turned.
Rooks.
It's a lazy. Gonna be looking to take down Shinazaki Rika here. Double kill for the Karthus. That's massive in this early game.
Rooks is gonna get out.
Oh,
That's
my
crazy.
Goodness. And we finally
So-
see 5-inch get the flip. They finally let a Skeleton Crab flip for the first time.
Yep. Yep. Although it did go well for Girth Gods, I might have liked to see Duckwings back up a little bit and maybe just took the possible TP play. But here, hold on. No flashness, Graves. Rooks is going to be fine. This Mid-Mock's going to go down. Flash from N09 was to trade one back onto the Lulu.
They might be cut off. Jinx is in a problem spot. This is tricky.
Nightlark looking on to Duckwings here. Gets the shield. Goes back in. He's going to get the... Oh, the level up! Oh, he's going to get the kill, though.
He has flash. Duckwings has flash. He loves.
Yeah, he's fine. He runs out.
Ooh.
And Jinx doesn't die there? What?
Nope. It's pretty huge.
Victor.
Yeah, so huge early game for Girth Gods. Exactly what you would want.
1.2k golden lead already. Jungle advantage for the first time this series. Mid advantage is actually massive as well.
Yeah. Victor gonna have a hard time. Victor did actually start the tier, which is kind of strange. It's not something you see all the time.
Yep, and Duckwings comes back to lane with this Sheen, so going to be a lot of damage on those Cho'Gath RQ2s.
I'd like to see him try to freeze this year.
Yeah, it would certainly be good. Lots of pigs here. Mid-Mock has to be careful. He is not that strong on his Graves.
Yeah, this Camille is level 6 as well.
He does have Noon Quiver.
Ping's coming in.
Yep,
not
Duckwings
back
is
yet.
moving now. This Graves does not have flash.
I think he's
I
gonna
don't
die.
think-
Duckwings is
yeah.
6. Yeah, he's dead.
Mid-Mock cannot play like this.
Nope.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's free kill to
that's
Camille.
a tilter. Really could have been avoided though. I think he just farm his own camps and maybe play towards bot.
Also, Jinx in a great position here.
Absolutely.
Just able to basically just farm for the waves. Hook comes in, misses. Could be a chase down here.
And the Karthus Requiem is going to come down here. Not going to find a kill quite yet. A good chunk nonetheless.
She's not going to be forced to recall early, so Sipper going to have to just maintain what she can underneath the tower. Shouldn't be too hard. Champion, of course, afforded quite a bit of wave clear. Top lane is... I mean, the problem is you have every single carry that wants gold on 5-inch has already gotten a gold flag. You have 2 kills on Camille, 2
Yeah.
kills Karthus, kill on Olaf, kill on Jinx. You can honestly, as 5-inch, just play the game out as standard as humanly possible at this point, and you probably end at
Yeah.
around 30 minutes.
Yeah, I agree. Especially if Jinx gets like any more. Like if one of them gets any more, like it's so hard. Like we're approaching the boiling point.
Yeah.
Just a few degrees below.
Which
But
is-
if it gets any more,
And it's so weird to say because you look at the goal and you're like, well, that's only like 1.3k. How can that be a
Yeah.
blowing point? They're not behind at all. And then
Yep.
you look at what champions have the gold, you look at the champions themselves, and you go, oh, wow, they should be behind 3,000 gold and they're ahead. That isn't good.
Mid-Mock
Mid-Mock
just
continuing to
invading
invade.
again.
This time
Pretty
it's a
good.
little more warranted. but I might have liked to see Duckwings drop a trinket or a pink ward. As we know, Mintmock has been going for these repeat invades regardless of lane status.
Yeah, still really good though. Scanning comp getting the first drag.
Yeah, that's very big for a 5-inch. I mean, very well played so far by their team. They've made the macro decisions correctly. They've been winning every fight they've taken so far, pretty much. Save the one fight mid lane where Mintmock did have a very good pathing down into the gank.
Could be a potential kill mid lane.
I don't
Still
think
we're
they
gonna
don't
get
have
out
the
of the
damage
gravity
yet.
field.
He still has exhaust as well. He's
Yeah.
gonna be totally okay. Requiem.
Oh,
Victor
this
doesn't
could
really do
be.
damage yet. The bot converge.
I don't know.
I don't think they're gonna get there in
definitely
time.
have an idea.
Oh, they're on a ward.
Oh no.
If Shinozaki Rika
Yeah,
flashes
cancel
from
back.
this, he
Yeah,
might be
cancel
able to
back.
stop.
Oh, he can't.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
it's
he's
bad.
dead.
Duckwings does not have TP.
He's him on wave.
Nope, they're both dead.
Oh, they tried to
Rooks.
get the Sivir.
Oh, Rooks is not going to be able to get the execute on the turret. Yeah, so pretty big.
Big indeed. Well played there by Miku. Good collab down. Thought they might have been able to get the backs off. I think they were scared by the Thresh walking in. But that does blow the goal lead to just 1K. Certainly going to help. Isn't necessarily the issue, but going to continue to help out. Oh, that cannon. It's unlucky.
Yeah.
Does give Graves and Sivir some much needed gold regardless. Olaf, Mooch able to grab this Riptail here up in top side. Riptail pre 14 minutes, and with low plates mid certainly could be a look. Get tower and
That could be top too.
Top as well, yeah.
Oh,
Duckwing's
Not
messing up
quite
that
able
trade
to-
kinda.
Certainly was on the closer side of things. But either way, objective is going to be secured regardless here in due time.
That's all
I
chat.
think I'd just like to see him drop it top.
Top lane's all good.
And the R from the Sniver coming in. Mr. Lazy might just be dead. A good flash to avoid the flame.
He
Dodges
can
the
win.
hook. The Requiem coming down. Gonna be spell shielded. Mintmock is behind them here. Gets exhausted. He's
Just
gonna be
fight it.
taken to
Just
about
still
half
Lulu.
HP. Lulu with the overgrowth, and Mintmock's gonna go down. Meanwhile, on
Man.
the top side of the map, Nightlark gonna fall. Mooch gonna be alive barely. Duckwings used a flash, but he does get the
Somebody-
kill. They were able to herald. Top
Somebody
for the first
please
turret.
nerf Jinx and Lulu. Oh my god.
Very well played on the top dive as well. Both flashing, or one flashing.
And
out.
all in here in mid lane, Dystopia Reaper, gonna be alright.
Fine.
Yeah, Victor doesn't
still
do
have
enough
the
damage
exhaust.
yet to just one shot, but that's really huge though.
Yeah, so that's
Dystopia
first
Reaper
turret.
got 3 assists, or 2 assists from that, I think. So,
Oh! The bush cheese, exhaust comes down. Can he land the Q?
Minions?
And he
Just
gets
dies.
solo
Doesn't need
kill.
planned abilities. Oh, here comes the Graves ult.
Oh,
Graves
yeah.
does
Does
have
not land
collateral
the smoke
damage.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Ooh,
does
doesn't
not
kill.
do it. And yeah, this game went to hell of a handbashing really
Yeah,
quick.
Dystopia Reaper, 9 Dark Seal stacks now. So
Woo. Yeah,
really running away here.
rough
from
early
Miku.
game for Miku, and that has been their pride and joy this series. 3+K gold lead, Camille 3-0, Girth is 3-1, Jigs 2-1. That's
Graves walking
Not
down on the
one.
recalls here? No.
Yeah, they're. It's the classic Miku, putting the resources into the graves for the most part, but I don't know if it'll pay off for them here this game.
yeah. The early levels did not go their way. They overcommitted a little bit too hard for that early skill fight. So far, it has been only running away out of their control. They had the good play mid early on for the first blood. They had the good play bot lane just recently to get the pull back in their pockets. But regardless thereof, the second play bot lane fails. Mid lane is getting solo killed. Top lane is getting dove. There's not much to be had, and Mooch might be looking for more bot lane. Good lantern. Good lantern. And, I mean, Miku, they do have options. Victor's going to continue to scale Scion. He can't win the silent against Camille, which is a huge problem for Team Miku, but he can scale up and be a team fight presence. At least.
Yeah.
Nightlark could die here.
Nitlock
but
is on the
Nightlock is
way.
here.
That damage, oh my.
Good R.
He's gonna be just fine,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's fine.
Oh,
He's gonna go
no,
back
he's
in,
not.
actually. Oh my.
Should have just double queued. Double base queued with the Camille there. Yeah, drag up. This is going to be another drag secured for Girth Gods,
Yeah,
I think.
the top lane pressure is unrelenting here.
Oh, they got Mooch here as well.
I think Shinozaki Rika might be caught.
Yeah, the Olaf
they got
axe. If
Mooch.
he lands another one, he's dead. Yeah. Oh,
no,
they decide not to.
They do burn. They do burn Silver ulti.
I like the restraint. They don't need to go for that.
Yeah,
So
right.
cool.
Enzyranimus was on his way. Might have been bad.
Very cleanly done. Oh, Mitmock's dead.
And the engage here. Duckwing is gonna find Mitmock and the Requiem damage on top of the Q2 from Camille.
Ooh, Nightlark doesn't have the ulti available. He can't get up with this Camille. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, the hook gonna find Rook's exhaust onto the Sivir. Mooch is here though.
Mooch is here.
Flash forced.
This one is looking, dare I say, doomed. I don't know. Maybe cast a curse if I
5K
say
gold
that.
lead, 13 minutes in. It's hard. You have scaling elements on Mika, but
And Mooch gonna chase down
Snowball
J-Mor.
is-
No shield. It's gonna keep him safe.
See, he could have
Yeah.
gone for that, but I like the restraint still. Like, doesn't know where anyone else really is. So.
the snowball's turning into a very heavy, unstoppable avalanche. Is now
Oh,
Machete.
in trouble maybe? Has the excited.
And gonna be taken very low, but just not
Ooh.
enough.
Cigar.
Close.
Close, but no cigar. So you can use it earlier when Sivir's just barely out of your range there.
Yeah, and this is
Mid lane gang coming in.
oh,
Yeah,
mid lane. Mitmock's gonna be looking. Smokescreen does go down. Can Dystopia get out of here? We'll see.
It's very quick.
Hughes landing. The exhaust has come down. Might be able to turn it around. The
Dies in
pass.
the bot, death in the bot lane.
Requiem is not up.
Mooch
Mooch is
is
gonna
here.
find him.
Mitmock is still dead.
So it is
It's a
Graves
good
gonna
play,
be
but
out of here.
Very short. Yeah, just get the Raptors and.
Camille's looking for mid.
Oh,
And Enzyranimus gonna go down here. Mooch is gonna take down Mitmock on the other side.
eventually.
Mitmock doing his
maybe
best.
not.
He might be able to turn it around here. Okay,
Nope.
got him.
Okay, there we go. There we go.
Could have been different if he had collateral damage up, but of course he did not. And yeah, this is quite
okay, 14
the
minutes.
early game lead here. Oh, the turret.
It is normal
Shut
AD
enough
Sivir too,
HP.
so there's no extra lethality damage coming in anytime soon.
Yep, and this mid tier 1 will fall. So all outers now have been taken by Girth Gods as we see pings onto the soon spawning second Herald.
I mean, if you're a Girth God, you might as well take it. If Miku
Yeah.
checks, contests, they're gonna die.
Yeah, this is the scenario where it's actually good. There's nothing else to take. It
You can
creates-
100% keep forcing. The thing is, you don't want to take an inhibitor. The one that you
Yeah,
really
yeah.
don't want to do right now until Baron gets up. If you still have this lead and this much tempo when Baron spawns, then I'd say, like, just shove in, take an inhibitor, because you're probably gonna end the game within 2 minutes. But right
Yep.
now, there's no real way they can actually force, I think, inside the lead. There's still too much wave clear on Graves and Victor.
What was your prediction? 30-minute win? It's looking more like a 25 to me.
Yeah. 30 minutes was the idea where these champions do become pretty unstoppable under normal circumstances.
Yeah.
Needless to say, 5-inch have accentuated said circumstances too. Quite an extreme, and I mean, well played by them. They've been doing this. This is probably the cleanest game from them we've seen so far.
Yeah.
Just plays it has been. I mean, it's been individual lane kingdoms in top lane. Bot lane's been playing extremely well. Mid lane's a kingdom as well. Jungle's hit or miss. It's been a lot of just random team fighting, and one guy got ahead, that kind of deal. But with
At
any
this point,
it's
I think
It's
Victor could
iffy.
actually kill Jinx, so she needs to be careful.
yeah, Victor can still kill Jinx. I do like the loser one actually just going for more of the
Could
one
be.
shot.
No.
Ooh, out of range.
Yeah, on Victor, you only basically go Leandrius.
Stopia Reaper finding the Qs.
Ooh,
The ulti is
okay.
forced out here. He's going to be just fine with the Lulu next to him. Maybe not. Collateral damage is going to take him down. But rotations from the side of Girth Gods. The Camille and Olaf are here. The Requiem comes down. The Hextech Ultimatum. Mi'kmaq will fall. J-Morgs will fall. Here comes Nightlark, but it's not going to be in time. He's probably going to go down slowly. They're going to back off.
He's still
just to be
tanky.
safe.
He's still tanky. They don't
Maybe
got
look
Lulu.
for Victor.
Yeah,
The
Victor,
Herald is hitting the top lane here.
no HP.
Oh, the Super
Oh,
Mega
no.
Death Rock. Oh my.
Oh no.
Good gravity field. He's gonna die.
He does get the trade kill. Well played on the trade kill.
900 gold.
Flash was unfortunate. Well played on the trade kill.
Yeah, so this dragon is up in 30 seconds time. Duckwings won't have TP, but I don't see much of a contest from Miku happening.
Yeah, this is. I think if you're gonna pick a Drake to contest here as Miku, it's got to be the Soul Drake. You are incredibly underpowered, 9k gold in the hole. You can literally just press tab on your menu and just see the item differential. 2 items to 1 item on Jinx to Sivir. Mid lane is actually more even somehow. Jungle is Gore Drinker plus some components to, again, Shield Bow plus some components. Top lane is a 2 item difference.
Yeah, Graves is not a champion that can carry this game alone. You need to put your faith in Victor and Sivir now.
Yeah, I think they wait till Soul, try to get a basically like flip to try to get like a pick with Silent Q from a bush or Thresh Q.
Duckwings ultimatum on the J-Mors.
Coming in from Nightlark.
I'll take that
burn the
trade.
TP, yeah. For a TP is worth it every time. Yeah, so TP advantage now in the top lane.
Indeed, indeed.
Yeah, so if I'm Duckwings, I'm just perma side lane.
Yeah, there's no point in you ever being grouped. You guys just win individually. Everywhere. Maybe Jinx is the one person you can't. Jinx and Lulu are probably the 2 you can't send out in side lane. Because even Karthus will get value out of it. Maybe it's some. Whoa, my goodness. 4 Runon's rockets. That's a lot.
Oh, the super mega death rocket. The engage though from Miku. The TP. Brooks is going to be separated from Mr. Lazy. The flash.
Flash from Jinx, but
Jinx
it works.
It's fight all over the place. It is a bloodbath for Girth gods here. Mooch gonna just stay alive. Jinx does go down, but at the end of the day, it is a 2 for 5 ace for the side of Girth gods.
Yep, and the goalie does stay the same due to the shutdown gold coming across, but it is all 5-inch Girth gods on this rift here in game 4. 23-9 in kills. We're well over a kill a minute, and it is a very one-sided affair. This one is, I mean, you can take inhibitor here if you're 5-inch. They're backing off because people are respawning, but
oh, this Camille has 9 kills.
Going through. Yep,
yeah, I believe Nightlark just completed his first full item.
Yep, just got the
at 20 minutes. So it's looking like tough game.
Yeah, you're pretty much hoping on Team Miku to get the Miracle Baron steal or something along the lines of Miracle like Dragon steal to try to stop Soul, because when these guys get Mountain Soul, they're already pretty hard for you to kill because you're so far behind, but with Mountain Soul, good luck.
And J-Moore is going to be cut out here, forced to burn the ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you're looking for the 1 in 100 plays here.
Yep.
I like that they're still going for picks. I like that they're still trying to get something. The 2 for 5 is an instance where they understand they're incredibly far in the hole, where you just have to go for whatever you can get.
Mitmock gonna go right into Rooks. Not much gonna come of it. So far, at least. The hook over the wall. Duckwing is gonna find Shinozaki Rika. The box comes out. Shinozaki Rika forced to flash away. Mitmock onto the back line. Takes Rooks off and low. The exhaust is gonna save the collateral damage. And Duckwing is gonna take down Shinozaki Rika in the background. Jay Morris has no mana. Duckwing is gonna take him out. Mitmock shows himself. The exhaust comes down, but it's not going to be enough to take the whole team on. Cyronymous is going to do his best to contribute his part. And he's going to get away with the phase rush, I think. But Camille E is back up soon. Not going to catch him quite here. W comes down, the slow, and the kill.
Yep,
and it's just going to be...
That's easily mid lane in him. Going to definitely be the Baron. And we're probably going to see the end of the game here. Around when Miku ended the last game, probably around the 25, 26 minute marker here.
Yeah.
As the games just keep getting faster and faster as we go on. We're gonna give a title to game 4 here. Duckwings Unleashed. No more weak side tank duty for him. He is going Camille 12-1. styling on the opposite team.
Very, very good performance here in Game 4.
Yep. I mean, Soul's up 51 seconds, pretty much assuredly going over to 5-inch. Save some absurd feat of heroism from someone on Team Miku. I won't even say it's going to be Mitmox. I'm not sure if he can get in the pit without Flash. But someone's going to have to try to grab the steal.
Yeah, this one's looking a little hard. Karthus Death Cap, Jinx IE.
They might just give it. They're not even
Camille 3 items.
I mean, they're still putting victory.
I mean, if they give, they have to wait. They have to live 6 minutes. Like they're saying, they can live 6 until Elder. I think victory.
And yep, Duckling's just gonna find N09mus. And
good
good ultimatum. Good night.
I don't even know if he needed to flash there, actually.
Yeah, I don't think he did. I think he could have just ultimated him.
Chases. That will guarantee the dragon, I'd say. That's going to be sold 23 minutes here for the side of 5-inch.
Not quite Dom 1 Gaming, but...
Not quite, but this is pretty dominant.
Flashing in. The rocket comes out.
He does not care about anything.
But he has the Requiem.
He's getting the kills regardless. Oh, man.
Oh, it's stolen.
The KS. That is the KS in all chat. Mitmock is running right
and
to Camille,
wait. What?
Mitmock, buddy, Camille is not.
Yeah, Mitmock.
Sam might be dead
a lot
here.
of trouble.
I think he's okay. He's dead.
Mr. Lazy
Ooh,
going burns the flash, but I think that Girth Gods can just look for a triple inhib end of the game.
Mitmock is going to increase his CS per minute.
Well, you said Carl, you said it. Can they last 6 minutes? I don't think they can. They lasted about 1 minute and 33 seconds.
Looks like they can. Yep, and ladies and gentlemen,
we're going to Game 5.
Stay in your seats, play the Silver Scrapes, because we're going to Game 5, baby.
It is big. It is happening. We are going the full distance. Game 5 for the PSU LCS Spring Championship. I mean, yell that to queue up Silver Scrapes. And we will get there momentarily, but yeah,
so,
that's a rough one to go into a Game 5 if you're Team Miku. That is a hard.
After the Game 3, I really thought, Miku had the momentum, but, here in this Game 4, Girth Gods show that, this is a best-of-5 series, and they're here to play, so this is why finals are best-of-5, ladies and gentlemen.
This is what makes it exciting. Best-of-3 over already, but we got another 2 games out of this bad boy. And we're going to be right back with Game 5, right after some good old-fashioned Silver Scrapes and me doing some graphics changing, because we're switching sides. So
Don't
we'll
touch
be
that
back on
browser.
Rift here in just a few. Enjoy. All right, welcome back. It's Game 5, baby. We've gone
My
all
favorite
the
time of the
way.
year.
Absolutely. Silver Scrapes has played, and we are getting ready for the one that decides all, a best of one, to see who comes out on top of the PSU LCS Spring Championship. I'm hyped.
Yeah,
Yeah,
quite
it's definitely hype.
the series thus far. Last game, a little less close than we would have expected after Miku came out, the gate in Game 3. But here we are in Game 5 nonetheless. And I'm really, really excited to see how this final game plays out.
Yep, and we
Draft
are
has begun.
hitting into draft.
All right, so this time, Miku is on the blue side again.
Yeah, they did get
No.
side selection going into our final match here.
Standard bans throughout the series. Shen notably left open. Shen being taken away, as I say that.
Yeah.
I expected Jinx here, honestly. Yep.
Yeah, I feel like this is a jinx.
Okay,
Yeah,
this
that's
is
it.
this is where you pick Varus. Lethality Varus. Very easy.
Well, let's see if Mr. Lazy wants to go that route. Instead, they're going to lock in the
Or
horn,
worse.
so take away from Nightlark top, and immediately the Olaf as well.
Not prioritizing the Hecarim.
The Jinx.
Lulu,
All right, they just
again.
is this going to be the team comp swap here?
The
So
reverse.
I think actually the play here. I don't want to spoil it in case they're ghosting the ideal draft. I want them to be organically drafting.
There's the Lulu lock-in.
I'll talk about it after.
Karthus.
Karthus.
And yeah, it's up and available. Yeah, Vidmok takes it back in the jungle. Did not go well for them in game 1, but is up and around.
Seraphine. All right. So something I was gonna mention is they could lock in the Xerath support right there. One of Rook's signature champions. They still technically can.
Yeah, still
Flexible.
definitely can go that angle, for sure.
I don't know if Mr. Lazy is a Varus connoisseur, but I think Varus is really good here. They still could go something like Celery.
Yeah, Varus, Xerath would be a lot of poke damage for Lulu Jukes to really deal with in the early game. You were going to be farming under tower the entire time. Zed has such high prio in this series. It's actually insane, by the way.
Yeah, a little
Yep.
nuts.
Both mid laners, Zed aficionados.
So it would seem. Zed was paired with the Karthus last time, going for some of that extra execute damage in game 1. Of course, that game going over to 5-inch. And we do just have one more ban coming in. It's going to be the Malphite. So again, targeting that top lane pool for Nightlark, trying to get him off comfort. Duckling's not necessarily on the carry as he was last game. He's back onto Ornn duty, and I do like the Cassidon ban if they're
Can
going to
we-
go with AP ban.
Can we expect another Scion for
I
Nightlord?
think this is going to be a Scion.
I really want to see a Varus here. If it's a Varus, there's not much the Jinx Karthus can really do against it, especially if it's poke Varus.
Yeah, I mean, you also could just flex the Seraphine mid lane if that's what you want to do for Dystopia Reaper. Not sure how confident he is on the champion, but... certainly
Varus,
something to look at.
Seraphine is actually pretty good. Varus has slows in the kit to enable.
Yep.
Ashe.
There you go,
Ash.
Ash is good too. I actually think Ash
still
is...
pick-based.
yeah.
Still pick-based. I feel
Also
like if you
gives
don't-
more source of engage too.
Yeah,
Yep.
helps out with the Ornn.
What Panhandler, the D1 former D1 ADC of Penn State, says Ash is a counter to Jinx. Echo coming in here. Honestly, counters that he plays being taken away. The Cassidon, Victor is a bad matchup into Echo. You get shoved in and can never kill him, basically.
Yeah, Gangplank
But that-
on the table as well. And yeah,
This
then-
does open up some problems, though. There is a double AP when Karthus is on the team against tanks.
Yeah,
So-
that's not the best.
So I wonder what he's going to pull out here. They could just put the Seraphine mid and put Xerath here.
Yeah.
I think that's what you
I
do.
would be stoked.
There you go, Victor.
Okay.
I mean, they're going to pick the bad matchup. I mean, he doesn't have any other champs, really.
They're going for composition as well. I mean,
Yeah.
that just seems to fit better with their overall team.
Yeah.
Still has a lot of
Mhm.
zone control.
There you could go Karma. I think Karma is the best pick there. You might lack damage at that point, though. That's the only thing.
Yeah, it's certainly something to be said for these two teams. I think, I don't know, it's hard to say if anyone's really, quote-unquote, won draft in this game. It's not nearly as apparent as in the previous matchup. A lot of ways to play there. I think Miku's still going with a very late game focused composition, just going for scaling which,
Yeah.
I mean, despite it being a very solid strategy overall in Game 5, let's not take risks, let's play for late, see what we can do, and not throw the game. That hasn't been Miku's style the entire split. It has been early aggression through mid-mock, invading, getting a whole bunch of big leads early game, and then suffering through mix-ups and throws they have in the mid-game, and then just being able to end it with what remains of their advantage and their team fighting. It has been actually 5N's Girth Gods, who I think is the better team at just playing safe, scaling up, and if you get a lead, holding it. So, I mean, in a Game 5 situation, it's hard to doubt 5-inch in that respect. They've had experience with it. They've played an entire season of Division 2 together. They're incredibly well disciplined in terms of like getting leads and holding it, which is such a big deal in PSU LCS because you do have a variety of different ranks. It's not pro play where everyone plays perfectly, or I mean, you can't even say that about pro play, so not even applicable at this point. But it's it leads you. It's hard to doubt 5-inch in this situation, especially coming out after last game. They got the confidence boost. Miku's fighting back from getting absolutely demolished in Game 4. It's I'm a Miku fanboy, I will admit. I played for the darn team. You know, no big surprise there, but it is hard to bet against 5-inch this game. It is really hard.
Yeah,
Seraphine
I
OP.
think both comps have very good scaling. I agree, the Seraphine, I think the Girth Gods do outscale, but I think the main issue for Miku is the fact they have double AP with Karthus. And they also have nobody that can reliably build anti-shield when you have the Seraphine on the team. I think the top lane matchup is favored toward Ornn. Mid lane matchup is heavily favored toward Echo. I use Echo as a Victor counter in solo queue, so. And I think bot is pretty even, honestly. Jinx Lulu far more synergistic, I think, than the Seraphine Ashe, but Seraphine Ashe is still fine.
A lot of pick potential between the Encore and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. A lot of pick potential to deal with. I feel like it's probably a cleanse game from J-Morgs, honestly, in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't really favor either comp. I think both the comps are very solid and very strong.
It's volatile for sure.
Yeah,
it's down to execution, and that's what you want to see. It is all down to execution. And for Game 5, I wouldn't have it any other way. There's no draft diff. There's no, oh, this team is super superior. We're going to see how it plays, how good these teams really are, as we're essentially playing a best of one for all the marbles.
Yep. I think the thing I really want to see this game is Victor building Verdant Barrier into Banshees. And Merc Tread's getting picked up basically across the board because of the double AP. At that point, Karthus' damage will just go down a lot if there's MR on anybody this game. But yeah. I think the Olaf is the only thing that's kind of out of place in like the entire draft, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, that's your early lead getter. That is your possible.
I'd rather see something like Lilia or an Udyr or even a Skarner in that position. They're similar to Olaf in that they're like fast-paced early junglers. But
Skarner's just very hard to play into Karthus, I feel like. You don't really have a way to push Karthus out. Especially pre-6. It's very hard to really do much. Especially, and then you have the winning mid to consider as well. I'm only saying this because I've played a fair amount of Skarner. But I can understand what you're saying. But just go for a better, more utility-based champion to assist with Victor and Ashe. Well, we have to see. Seraphine Olaf is pretty scary once you get going, though, with the Moonstone and all such things. So, will be something to look at.
This will definitely be an interesting game. I really like the Ashe pick. I think it's a fresh change of pace, and it's a good thing to layer on top of for the ball line especially. And I think it'll be really good.
We've had Tristana, we've had Sivir, and we've had Jinx, and now we add Ashe.
Yep. Now we add Ashe. Yeah, in Game 5.
Yeah, Game 5 we get the Ashe.
Yep, that'll be very good for Girth Gods to layer on top of that Ornn ulti. And I think, on the side of Miku, there is not as much engage, but more of a, play into us, and we're gonna really hurt you. So.
Yeah, it seems to be the strategy, as this is glitched out entirely for me. Right.
Oh.
Yeah, we lost one, so my webcam stuff is all screwed. So we're gonna go back to the home Let's go back to the draft screen for now. XD. Hold on 1 minute.
We have our PSU LCS production team doing their best.
It's scuffed. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's scuffed.
We're not in our studio, all right? We got to work with what we can. But, yeah, I definitely think that this is going to be a really good Game 5. And I also think that, back to the mid-lane matchup.
We got a placeholder. We can use webcams again. There we go. Thank you, Pop Draft, i.e. Nick, for giving us a little placeholder so my webcam format still works.
Hey, we're back, everybody. Okay.
Hey, we're good.
But yeah, going back to the mid lane matchup, I think like Taro said, I'd like to see Victor get that Verdant Barrier very good into the double AP in the mid and jungle. And I think that it's going to be important to which side the Olaf plays to. Honestly, I think you want to just play around that bottom lane if I'm the Olaf. Not so as much to leave Orin on an island per se, but to just try and really layer your CC and engage with the Seraphine and the Ashe. I think there's a lot of good synergy there and engages and a lot of potential for dives given the right circumstances. So,
yeah, absolutely. I have to agree with that. And I mean, you look at it on Team Miku's side, you're trying to do pretty much the exact opposite. Honestly, Girth is trying to just hard clear camps, maybe play around your mid laner a bit. Bot lane should be pretty self-sufficient with Jinx Lulu. You do have some options there to try to play around with Girth, but it's a bit hard to gank. I mean, until you really get to the team fight stage, Miku probably has the hardest time picking fights. You don't have a lot of engage other than Scion. And the one thing we have not seen from Nightlark much this series is the consistency of engage with the Scion ultimate. It's been a little bit hit or miss here and there, so I'm not sure how Miku's going to really pick a lot of fights, and that might be the advantage that WinSpy finished the game, is they can just kind of choose when they want to go. They have that determining factor, whereas Miku really needs a lot of setup. They need either a really huge flank or some hero play from N0 on the Echo, who can get out of certain fights and situations to make stuff happen. Because if they're second to an objective, it's going to be really, really hard for them to do much. Yeah, absolutely. I also think that, come the earlier game, first clear time, Scuttle Crab, the objective of just absolute destruction between teams in the early game is going to be a big factor. We saw that in game 1, I believe. Mitmox Karthus was able to get the double crab, and although it didn't end up being too much of a factor, definitely in the early game that can snowball into a large lead. If one team is able to garner a small advantage over the other in terms of skirmish. We are in, ladies and gentlemen, Game 5. Winner takes all of PSU LCS Spring Finals. Miku and 5-inch, the last chance at glory, the last chance to win it all. We'll have to see what these two teams decide to do, both choosing the scaling composition, both not wanting to give forth an inch to the enemy opposition. As we got a 5-stack for the Girth Gods. Doesn't look like they're going to do anything yet, though. Maybe the belated invade we might see. A little late.
Yep.
Maybe just
looking. As far as right now is concerned, pretty standard. They do get a ward on to the red buff of Girth Gods. It's going to give us some information as to where the jungler is starting. Going to be useful as always.
Yep. And no wards gained here for the first time, I think, by 5-inch. They're going to be going in this pretty much blind to Karthus' pathing and have to kind of take a guess at now. Karthus, as I'm sure you know, she's like Rika in trouble.
Rika into the pixel. He's going to have to flash here for sure. He gets rooted up. He's not going to be able to in time. Still burns the flash. Oh, not like this. And this could lead into a potential red buff invade here, which I believe it will.
Yeah, that is not the way you want to start your Game 5. The late invade through the pixel brush, the kill on Shinozaki Rika. And the flash there. That is about as rough it gets. Duckles as well, checking to make sure that the red buff has been started. Mitmock
Yep, and
He's
Muck
gonna look to
headed
go
right
counter
to that
jungle.
top side.
So yeah, just
Yep.
gonna go straight to the red buff. About to see, yeah, N0 Anonymous gonna check the Raptors, finds Mooch there, is level 2, N0 of course level 1, so not gonna be able to contest. And, I mean, we'll have to see how much Mitmock can really get done in this card in the jungle. If Victor or Warren ever try to collapse, he is a very weak early game champion.
Yeah.
So Mooch certainly has the advantage here on the Olaf. First blood as well on Ashe, pretty huge for the bot lane matchup.
Yep. So we know this is split map, which honestly I think is really good for Olaf, considering the fact that the Lulu has no flash. I don't expect the Jinx and Lulu to play particularly aggressive, especially into such a big poke lane like Ashe and Seraphine. But you know, we might be able to see a turret dive come out if they are able to play properly.
Yeah. And note, actually, Mitmock is gonna get the upper hand of this split map, at least in creep score turn. Gonna be able to grab the Krug here out from under Mooch.
Yeah,
Mooch
I'm
chose to
not
skip that one, so
not too sure why Mooch decided to skip the Krugs. I wouldn't be too afraid of the Lulu. But yeah, the exhaust comes down on the J-Morgs.
Steal from Shinozaki Rika. So it's going to be a trade of summoners here in the bottom lane. Still advantage over to 5-inch, considering that flash down from Shinozaki Rika. And Civic Carp is probably getting this top side Skull Crab unhindered by the Olaf.
Yep, gonna have that mid lane priority. Gonna be big for him.
Yep. Go in the winning matchup as Tar also happy to stay beforehand. Good job on Nightmare there, just waiting out the unstoppability from Duckling. And so Karthus, despite being invaded bot side, still gets full clear of a red side jungle. Is still gonna get a Skull Crab. And is gonna be ahead in total creep after he takes wolves and recalls and goes Krugs and starts his clear again. So
yeah, so he'll be a full
thing.
camp up. Yeah, he'll be a full camp up on the Olaf here. Not too much to worry about for Mooch, but a lead.
Trade.
Yes,
Good hit back.
The wet noodle fight. Yeah.
I mean, Sion actually advantage still has the crappy pot, so is winning the sustain war versus the Yorn. Yeah, Karthus gonna once again get a. I mean, it's impressive how Mitmock has been pathing considering unpunished by the 5-inch team. Echo doing his due diligence, AP control mage. Echo's playground, not much you can really do about it. Duckling though, good trade top lane.
Oh, a good trade here in the top lane.
Does burn the last pot. We got some vision on the Raptor buff from N0. Gonna guess that either Olaf is tapping topside or is currently on the bottom side of the map, but doesn't know he might be going for a gank right now. As mid lane.
Mid lane.
Echo.
Looks like Echo's just gonna be able to walk it out.
We're just watching bot lane. Director camera says, let's see what Karthus does.
Yeah.
Round. We're gonna try again in mid lane. Just zoning off of creeps.
Yeah, this is interesting here, but yeah, so Mooch is gonna catch some of the wave XP mid.
Staggered back bot lane as well, interestingly.
Choked pretty hard here.
I'd be curious to see why 5-inch decided to stagger their bot lane. Normally you want to try to recall as a group, even if support doesn't have money, you know, pick up a control ward or two, pick up something for your trouble, because when you stagger this way, you are open to getting ganked, open to getting choked out, you're low on mana. Same thing will be said when Seraphine probably takes it back here, Rooks needs mana. So it's a little bit interesting because we see Miku's bot lane gonna recall together. We have seen Shinozaki Rika go along a lot with Mitmock, probably not this game on the Lulu, but and yeah, Mitmock is counter jungling on Karthus and Olaf.
Yeah, I don't really know why. So Mooch, instead of going back to his Raptors after that really awkward mid gank push, he went just right to Gromp on the opposite side of the map and decided to path up. I would have actually done the opposite probably, because as you can see right now, the Scuttle Crab is spawning on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and he's
so
gonna get spotted out here. Mitmock is getting spotted out on Ducklings. They might. I don't think they can look for a gank. Nightlark is not yet 6, so it's a pretty hard one to do. Just gonna clear out some vision, I suppose. But could be first dragon with Karthus spotted top side here for the Olaf. Again, not too big of a loss for Team Miku as Olaf.
Yeah,
you should be getting clearly Drake.
Yeah, right. This is a Noon Quiver Ashe as well now, so really no threat to any contest with Karthus on the top side of the map.
Just chilling. Yeah, let's see. Karthus clearing wolves here. Gonna look to clear bot side before Olaf comes in for the counter jungle. interesting game, all things considered, obviously. It's still just about a little bit more than the first blood in gold difference. A lot of that mid lane CS difference is actually pretty massive here for Mr. 16 already is a quite steep.
And Anonymous is in the pit.
Oh,
Directed
yeah.
camera. Hello. Red team gets the dragon.
Requiem's coming down, but N0's low.
Really?
Oh, it's gonna be tight.
He's gonna look for the action.
Oh, he just had flash back up.
Flash again and the heal. So we have a summonerless Lulu.
Again.
I don't know why Miku even thought to try and do that, but you know,
Yeah, I mean,
Cards on the opposite side of the map, so.
yeah, Duckwing going for the one shot against Nightlark. Good
Oh,
ulti.
Lord God, gonna come down. Oh, cancels the swing. Takes him down. Well played to Duckwings. And 0-9 was looking for the Stopy Reaper here. Gonna catch him up in the stun. Gratifield is gonna stun back, however. Mooch gonna look for Mitmock instead now. Gonna flash over the wall from N09. Mooch.
Oh, no one's. Oh, J
But the bot rotated first. This Stopy Reaper is gonna fall. A double kill for the Jinx on the
Rooks.
side of Meek. That is big.
Super Mega Death Rocket's here. Oh,
The Mega Death Rocket is not gonna land, however. But
Oh,
still,
wow.
very, very good for Miku nonetheless. 2 kills onto the Jinx.
that is rough in the top lane for Scion there. Oh, I mean, that was Ducklings definitively with the outplay on the flash. Nightlark still having his available, but big play there by the bot side of Team Miku. Coming up, they roam up top, they see N0 going in, they see Mitmock going in, they know Olaf's around in the area and Rooks is coming up. They come up, they get Jinx, not one, but both of the kills in the fight. And that champion will take over a game with the assistance of a Lulu. Does so much damage, is going to be a force to be reckoned with, as we saw in the previous game with how nuts Runons is once you get that activated on the champion.
Yeah.
And Miku brings the game to about even standing. So for all things considered in the early game, for the gold difference in terms of CS and mid lane, the game is going very well.
It is, yeah. If we look at the jungle matchup quickly, Mitmock is up a whole level and a half. Olaf just hit level 6 off of Gromp.
600 gold as
And
well.
yeah, it's
Not
I
what you want
think-
to see.
the pathing in the early game really made it hard for Mitmock.
We got vision onto.
Or for Mooch, excuse me.
Yeah. I mean, Mooch spotted out here on the bot side. Doesn't care.
Good
Nightlark
trade
in
from
trouble?
Duckwings. Good trade from Duckwings.
He's almost
Yeah,
got ulti
Nightlark
back.
seeming to
Nightlark has to be really careful.
Struggle in this matchup a little more than
Yeah, not playing this one.
Previous
completely on
matchups.
Scion, yeah. Ornn's a weird one with tanks. Riddle makes that lane a little bit interesting. You might see a dive in bot there for 6. Ooh!
Oh, the Crystal Enchanted Arrow comes out. She does like Rika taking low.
hit.
Mr. Lazy finds the auto. Can't even trade it back on the Rooks.
Oh,
The TP
tough
comes
work.
now from N0 Nimus. And it looks like 5-inch Growth Gods will disengage here.
Whoop.
Mr. Lazy just back up though. N0 Nimus is going to find the stun. He flashes out of it in time. N0 Nimus, J-Morg's taken awfully low. Oh, the axe finds the Jinx and the shutdown goes to the Olaf. Well played, Girth Gods.
Oh, and the Seraphine shields and heals do so much, keeping everyone just barely on life support as they dive that tower. Mooch able to grab the fade away with the axe as well as secure the kill onto J-Morg's. A shutdown, no less. Gonna bring him up in gold to only 300 down on Karthus. And we're getting blow for blow here, but it's so far Girth God's coming out on top as 1.3k the gold lead. Certainly not anything insurmountable, but is a heavy favor to them as the game goes forward. Scaling certainly on their end with Seraphine. It will be an interesting one to be sure as this continues. As well as they have the first dragon stacked up. So Girth Gods playing the early game right. It's not a stomp like it was in game 4, but it's certainly being played out well enough. Got a solo kill on the top lane. Jungle's back in the game after this bot side botch. And Mr. Lazy found a good arrow last fight, but now he might be in trouble.
Well on to Mr. Lazy. He does not have any summoners.
Death
Mega Death
Rocket's
Rocket is
Almost.
just about available. But the Seraphine's going to be here.
Requiem?
Yeah, Requiem is up as well.
Might try to combo it? I don't know if they understand how low Ash is.
Okay, so the Mega Death Rocket did go off. It missed.
They go wide.
But yeah, the Dragon is coming up, so I imagine they want to save the Requiem for around the time of
Ooh,
that.
Mitmock's in trouble.
Vision clear. Mr. Lazy has to be encore. He's going to get Mitmock. He's going to
Oh, he's
Requiem
gonna
here.
get the kill.
Can Seraphine save him?
No,
Oh, he
nah,
can't.
nowhere close.
So yeah,
It
gonna
sucks
say
with the
worth
dragon
for
coming up,
Miku.
actually.
Yeah.
Really bad with the dragon coming up, the jungler's down, because now you know as Olaf that you can just force this play. You're gonna have TP in here as well for Dystopia.
Teleport from
They're coming down for
Dystopia.
dragon. They're coming down to save the wave, the tower plates, all that sort of stuff. It's a fine TP. You know Mitmock's down. You know he doesn't have Requiem either, so Miku gonna have a really hard time fighting this Drake. They might have to give it to him. I mean, you would give the second Drake. It's still fine with the Olaf there if you don't think you can win the fight, but more Drakes you get the harder.
Oh, the Forge God coming in for Duckwing. Oh, Duckwings whiffs the Call of the Forge God.
Wouldn't matter anyway. Good ulti from Nightlark.
It looks like...
No Death Rock
yeah,
for the steal.
so this Drake is going to be conceded by Miku here. 2 Drakes to none for the side of Girth Gods.
Yeah.
Mitmock looking top now. Yeah, Duckwings is left half. Almost a certain kill.
Fade?
Oh, he flashes.
Oh, good wall fade.
Trying to dodge Qs. He's doing the best to dodge
the
Qs.
sweet feet.
The movement. Kevin Schmidt is not going to be able to get it done here. Does go down.
Yep. Eventually, Mitmock just walks close up, pops the. He's like, all right, dodge my AOE. Dodge this.
Yeah, Karthus, ladies and gentlemen.
And walks at you menacingly. And that will secure another kill for Karthus. So now 2-1. Get some stacks on the Dark Seal as well. Up again around 800 gold ahead of the opposition. As Ashe is actually put in the mid lane here, which I think is fairly interesting. Victor is up a ludicrous amount of CS. I will certainly give that to Dystopia Reaper's credit here in the matchup. We'll have to see how he continues to pilot it. And Zero looking for Mooch and Mr. Lazy. Fine. No stun with the Rex. I do love the alternating play-by-play system we got here. It's slick.
Spotlight's yours.
It's real slick.
Yeah.
Yeah, alternating play. We got 2 play-by-play guys. You're gonna have some interesting fight calls. Gold is dead even. Pretty much 300 gold over 5-inch, but the dragon's certainly in the favor of the Girth gods themselves.
Yep, and with the fall of that Cloud Drake, it is a Mountain Rift, so...
Big for both teams. Very big.
Yeah, pretty big on both teams, yeah.
I think 5-inch like it a little bit more. They have a few more tanky boys. Olaf will definitely enjoy it. But
yeah.
Scion. Get him as many... That's possibly 4 mountain soul here for Miku if they can try to go for that, and that is a lot of resistances no matter who you are.
Yeah, I don't think Mitmock was spotted there.
Not.
But Mooch is
Mooch is also up here, so this is gonna be a counter gank. Mitmock is
gonna be interesting. The knockout lands. Call the Forge God's gonna come down. He'll be able to get it off.
The healing.
Damage. Nightlark goes down. Requiem is still available. Mitmock flashes forward. Mooch looking for the trade kill. Isn't gonna be able to find it though. Nightlark almost dying to the pass, and Mitmock has Requiem. Duckwings!
Nice. Oh! They get it. It's bot lane.
Here in the bot lane.
We're going.
Wild growth used on J-Morgs, and Encore expanded as well as Exhaust. So,
Victor's
no
walking
kills. Yep, and Dystopia Reaper is looking for the long flank, it looks like. Yeah.
Long God. Nope, it is just a double kill for Karthus in the top lane, and once again it is Mitmock, the benefit of the gank. Yes, the Scion goes down until there's a ton of damage with the passive. You are still technically fighting a 2v1, and it was so close to him and Mooch, but Mitmock just a little bit ahead, a little bit more fed, and is now 1,700 gold ahead of Olaf on Karthus.
2 levels as well, so this is a
pretty
very,
much all of Miku's gold lead.
Yeah, this level 2 ultimate will be doing a lot of damage.
Absolutely so.
Seraphine does complete the Moonstone, nice to see, but it's really going to come down to how well Girth Gods can team fight.
Yep, and Nightlark just continues challenge Q in front of a brittle procced Ornn. Not exactly the best use of the ability. Sunfire Cape technically going to be doing more damage in these fights as they continue to be extended here for Duckwings as the game moves forward.
Yeah, Mitmock is actually the highest level in the game now.
Yeah, level 12. 12 at 16 minutes. It's a very accelerated card that does not bode well for side of 5-inch.
Yeah, so I would be surprised if Miku did not contest this next dragon.
This will probably be the the pyre they fight for, the pyre they die on if they want to. You do need to stop the Drake skill. You do not want to deal with a soul point situation early on in the game as either of these teams. Where you're not the one with soul point, as Nightlark's looking at a pretty rough trade here.
Yeah, some really good trading from Duckwings here. Nightlark having a tough time. Oh, doesn't quite get the knock up.
He has called for go. Good chill. We're just chilling. We're not gonna pop ultimates. You got Dragon here in 14 seconds. No one wants to use anything unnecessary.
Yep.
Both top laners have TP. Both top laners
Oh,
have
backing off.
Ooh, 1-0.
Okay, doesn't find it. Duckwings won't actually be recalling quite yet. Dystopia Reaper shrunk to about half.
Feeling
Feels
a
pretty
taste
bad.
of his own medicine, some might say, from Game 4.
Yeah,
does have the teleport, so he's going to be right back there in full health.
So I'm expecting to see a double TP now from Girth Gods.
Yeah, this will be the double TP. I'm hoping Nightlark gets over there early. Yep, there's a channel TP on both sides. We're fighting.
Ash Arrow doesn't find anybody. This is looking bad for Girth Gods now.
Nightlark
Being separated from his team. This Karthus is going to go down here. The shutdown, but the passive is going to do so much where Encore comes out, exhaust, and 09 was hitting Requiem comes down. Doesn't find any quite yet. The Seraphine is going to the double kill for J Morgs. He's looking for the resets. N0 takes down Dystopia Reaper. J Morgs is low, and it looks like Miku is going to be able to find this Mountain Dragon.
Yeah, Miku gets it. It looked like Mitmock was going down. The Lulu ult by just enough time for him to continue to get that E damage off. And he immediately goes in the passive, and everyone is still grouped up, stuck in on the Karthus. Allows him to do so much damage. The Requiem held until the last possible second to get the most damage off on these 5-inch Girth God members. And now Miku's gonna get the dragon. And they might overcommit here onto these last two members. The mid turret is defended.
Yeah, trying to trade that objective.
I just think you back off. You don't need to extend here as Miku. Yes, you can get more gold out of Mr. Lazy because he's low, but I think it might be a
no! You hate to see it.
Hey, it's gonna kill anyway. It takes 2 flashes instead of 1, but we got there at the end.
Oh, man.
Oh,
yeah, Mr. Lazy stopped running towards his base and walked back after wanting to try brush. I'm not sure what he was trying to get there, but
I have no idea.
2 flashes blown for Miku, so not the worst.
I mean, they're gonna be up around next break anyway if Miku could stall out for like a minute. But most importantly, out of all the things that just happened, Miku gets a very huge gold inflection. Jinx is 4-1. Karthus is still fed. Now Echo has kills as well, which is pretty big as this champion. We're now in position of all, but might be getting snowballed on by an Ornn.
Duckwings, a lot of damage here.
Ornn is deceptive.
Interesting.
He flips into attack mode occasionally.
Yeah.
But yeah, big for Miku there. Stops soul scaling, gets a ton of gold inflection into their team. Still only a 1.5k gold lead, so again, far from dominating gold lead, far from damning gold lead here for the Girth Gods. Plenty of chance for them to come back, and they still have plenty of scaling elements in the picture between the Ornn as well as the Seraphine. It is still anyone's game at the current moment. We are, let's say Miku is in the lead right now. Miku is in the driver's seat, but they can throw over the wheel real quick. Can't let Jesus take it too many times.
Right. We have Mountain Drake.
Yep, a bit of a lull state here until the next objective spawns. Probably not going to be doing much until this next Drake spawns in about 2 minutes 40 seconds. So more than likely just going to be a closing the gold lead as 5-inch continues to pick up a lot of waves, pick up farm. They have been farming consistently better than Miku here this game, with the exception of the bot lane, top lane's advantage, as well as mid lane. Karthus, of course, can be advantage over Olaf, because Karthus is advantage pretty much over anybody in the jungle when it comes to farm. Mitmock's early pathing, not exactly decreasing that much.
Oh, the Phase Rush is going to help him out.
Good gravity well.
Dystopia Reaper winning the trade thus far, but the Chrono Blade is going to help a lot. Yeah, he's going to chase him down here.
Good pocket. Oh, Q and a solo kill.
The Requiem, is it going to be enough?
Not even close.
It's not even close, yeah.
Oh, Super Mega Death Rocket might do it.
Super Mega Death Rocket.
Oh!
My goodness. Well played,
Just
Dystopia.
off. Everything getting thrown. The kitchen sink's coming down next. Dystopia, can you sidestep that one? Oh, at least they're giving it's not the cleanest game 5 in the world, but at least they're giving us a good show of it. Mid lane turret.
Yeah.
So close to going down as Rook Streak comes down. Actually quite low here in the mid lane. Top lane Duckling's also going low. Rook's at like 2 HP. If only you had Super Mega Death
So
Rocket.
in the mid lane,
Yeah, Mr.
awfully
Lazy.
low Seraphine.
Yeah, Jinx also out of mana, so no more rockets. Go for the catch now. Gold lead around 1,000 gold. It is neck and neck at the 22-minute marker. Not something we've seen the last 2 games. We're going back towards that game 1, game 2 feel where it was anybody's match till the very end of it.
Yeah.
So far, it is not looking to get in. With 59 seconds till Dragon, that's when we'll really see who comes out on top. Because both these teams very much want this one. Dystopia Reaper is massive on the for 2 items. The stopwatch, the most important thing in his kit. That stopwatch. For this Dragon fight, you either dodge a Requiem, you dodge some kind of incredibly dangerous ability, maybe a Jinx Rocket, maybe just some damage for a Scion engage mayhaps, but you do have an incredibly powerful Booger's Bolt, and you're the only one on the map who does.
Yeah. I would like to see, Duckwings maybe move a little bit earlier to the Dragon, and then we can maybe look for a pick with that Enchanted Crystal Arrow and on top of the Forge God.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow did not have any effective use last time.
Yeah. Nonetheless, we will see how this plays out here in 5 seconds.
80 carries are at item parity as well. You're looking at 2 items. Jinx is a little bit more with the components, with the pickaxe and inventory, but regardless, still 2 items apiece. So no one at a significant disadvantage in that regard. It is going to be the Runons compared to the Phantom Dancer, so going for more single target damage here.
Nightlark canceled his base.
He has TP. He has TP. How much gold is he sitting on? He's sitting on only 800 gold. That's not that bad, but Dystopia
Engage
Reaper.
here onto the Dystopia Reaper. Teleports come through from both sides.
Mach might be in trouble.
Is taken low. Dystopia Reaper gonna go down to the Chrono Break.
Oh, Nightlark.
Ash is not with her team here. Brooks is gonna be taking down the Super Mega Death Rocket, the Requiem, onto the Jinx to Axel find her, but I think it's a losing fight for Girth Gods.
Mach still got a DPS. That Ornn.
Oh, they're just gonna get kited. They're gonna get kited. Oh, Girth Gods are falling apart, and Miku with the win on the Dragon.
Yeah, the 80 carry goes down. J-Morg gets chased down by the Olaf, caught out on the flank. The Seraphine was dead. The Victor was dead. The sustain and the main damage are gone.
So we're still seeing pings onto the Baron, even with a dead J-Morg. Dystopia Reaper has teleport.
You gotta mit Mach here on the card. There's 4, 2, and 8 Leandries in inventory. He does a lot of damage. Dystopia Reaper might be able to contest this. Has quite a bit of damage here on the Victor as he chunks.
Yeah, they're gonna call it off.
Yeah, they gotta call it off now. Good TP usage by Dystopia Reaper. Miku actually has to be careful because they reset here. There's a window where 5-inch can actually go for the Baron flank.
Yep.
They have the Baron already. They have 4 of her, and they have only 1 TP. They have to be very, very careful how this is played.
Let's see. It looks like they might be posturing. And they're going to start it up, yeah.
Yeah, they're going to start it up. Great call here for 5-inch.
And Zero is facing. He does have TP.
There's no way I don't think there's any way Miku gets it. They're going to Baron with
Are they really not going to...
I don't think they know what's happening.
I guess they don't even have a check. They can't even blue trinket it. And they know just now. But they make a death rocket.
Oh! 2 HP, but they're going to go for the engage with Nightlark.
A good engage from Nightlark. I think Girth God's encore. Everything coming up here.
Oh, they gotta get out now. The rest
that zombie.
The rest of Miku's trying to get in, but I don't think they have the chase down. The engage is gone.
I just don't know
get a free Baron.
How does Girth Gods not expect? Miku not expect something like that to happen. Coming off of the respawns, there's 5 people missing, and you know that you see Ornn and Seraphine clearing vision at the Baron pit.
Oh, and that is massive. That brings gold back to near parity. It's only 1.3 again. The gold evened up. Yeah, it's Miku who gets the break. Yeah, it's Miku who ends up getting a lot of the shutdowns and a lot of the gold from the kills. But I mean, the Baron buff's getting by 5-inch so much time to work with here on their carries. Victor's gonna get probably another half item before this next dragon spawn, and they're gonna have map pressure. Mid lane turret for Team Miku not healthy, so it's not going to survive a Baron push either. This is an incredibly good position here, I think, for 5-inch. Dystopia Reaper, extraordinarily strong on the Victor, has the upgraded Luden's Echo. The Eye of Luden, as it's shown on your screen.
Yep.
In general. The Eye of Luden, and that is the Eye of the Storm here, potentially, for the
Yep,
side
so some
of
ornaments
Girth.
coming in now, 27 minutes into the game. Gold still very close, 2 turrets to 1. Dragon number 5 coming up. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will find J Morgs. No QSS call
available.
He's gonna get layered on and taken down, but in the bot lane, Dystopia Reaper gonna get caught out here.
No!
A good trade on the Zero Nimus! Dystopia Reaper with a 2v1! Unbelievable performance here in Game 5 from Dystopia Reaper. Girth Gods, a really strong push here. These death timers are long.
They're getting an inhibitor, I think. I think this is in him. It's only Shinozaki Rika and Nightlark, and Nightlark does absolutely nothing at this point in the game. That's a hit.
Yeah, that was crucial.
They might look to end.
They're looking for the end here. Dystopia Reaper.
Yeah, they gotta buy time.
Gonna move
Nightlark's
it
back
up
to the
to join
wave.
his team. Mooch gonna run down the Lulu, but won't be able to find
Nightlark?
him. But Nightlark
Nightlark
does go
takes the
down.
wave. Nightlark takes the wave.
And Zero Nine was up in 8 seconds.
Oh! Duckwing's 1 HP.
Duckwing off below the Mega Death Rocket.
Oh.
It's not gonna find anybody.
Do they stick around? I mean, you're
Echo has TP. Echo has TP.
Midbox not gonna be up in time to get any Requiems.
The Requiems
Not enough damage.
not gonna do a lot.
And
so
now Requiem's down for Drake.
Yep. A crucial play by Dystopia Reaper in that side lane to get his team the pressure.
Oh man, and the Baron steal turns into inhibitor, turns into 4 kills for the side of Girth. 5 kills actually in total for the side of Girth Gods, as everyone from Miku eventually went down. Almost gets a Nexus turret as well for their troubles. And Girth Gods have turned this game on its head from the midsection. Miku, they lose the Baron. That's bad enough. They go for the play, botch it. CC is too much on N0. And then Dystopia Reaper ends up 2v1ing bot lane on Victor.
Yeah.
This man, for the most of the year, this was what you looked at 5-inch Girth and said, this is what we can draft against, this is what we can pick our ban. He only plays 4 mids. Well, yeah, he only plays 4, but this Victor is
You give him
showing
one,
up to
and
play.
that's enough. Yeah. So, a really insane performance here from Dystopia Reaper in this Game 5. Tony Fu giving the fans what they want as this dragon is coming up here.
Yeah, and Miku has no way to contest. N0 might be dead either way. Mooch is looking for the...
Lands the axe, but they won't go any further.
So yeah,
Just gonna play
this
safe.
is free dragon.
Yeah.
Miku has no contest. They have no engage.
Yeah, you can see
Death
just
Rocket's
how
gone. Yeah, that's
scared Miku are to walk in their jungle. If we can get a toggle of vision maybe for the blue side, that would be... As
you
they're
go.
just
It
now
is.
clearing out the vision.
Yeah, they're just clearing out that vision bot side, just reestablishing. They don't have anything top side. Now you have a minute 36 till Baron, a 4K gold lead. The first real lead in this game in terms of dominating pressure on the map. Victor as well, the Fed one. Mitmock does get the smite. Now Dystopia Reaper needs to run away.
Reaper.
Good ult.
Forjar comes down, able to flash away, but he goes back in onto Mitmock, getting a little overzealous maybe. Able to kite his way out. Mr. Mr. Lazy! Rooks isn't going to be able to save him. It's a 1-for-1. Jake's going to chase him down, but the other end of the map, Mitmock is going to take down the Girth. This Nightlark going to be there as well, but it's not going to be able to find anything more. The Requiem comes down. A good Zhonya's from Dystopia Reaper. And it's just a 2-for-2 at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's 2 for 2. 40 seconds though on Mitmock means it's going to be really hard to get any real Baron vision here in this game. You really can't kill Duckwings or Dystopia, I don't think, without J Morgs available. The Jinx is a lot of this team's DPS, and yeah, J Morgs getting a few kills here, but I'm not sure if Miku's going to be able to hold on long enough if they get the
Reaper.
Baron.
Notice the ward. Okay, just expired. It just expired. Okay. I was going to say double TP for Miku, but looks like everything's going to be all right with that ward going out. And we have a Baron spawning in 20 seconds now with Soul coming in 3:40 if you're Girth Gods.
Yeah, Miku, they have to contest. They do not want to give Soul to this team that has been outscaling them now Victor is absolutely massive. 7 on the Magi's, Lich Bane completed, and you have 4 Worn Mythics completed. That is a 4,000 gold value in inventory, so you're looking at not a 3.5k gold lead, you're looking at a 7.5k effective gold lead here on the side of the Girth Gods. That is
gonna get forward a little bit. Yeah,
fighting
that's
a late game Seraphine with 2 items. He's fine.
Yeah, he's got that Spirit Visage too, so a lot of amplified healing.
Everything's getting healed. And we don't have that much Grievous Wounds here on Miku. 1 Oblivion Orb picked up by Mitmok, and that is it. That is all the anti-healing you have against a Seraphine Olaf.
Yeah, so Dystopia Reaper is technically full build. If he intends on keeping that Magi's, which I imagine, if he doesn't get more stacks, he might sell for Death Cap later, but right now, he's massive on these items.
Zanya's fully complete. He's going to have that cooldown up. It's going to be a lot harder to deal with the Victor.
Oh, great spot for an encore if they fight here.
Ooh, a stun!
Oh, a great encore! The Requiem comes down, but look at the backline! Mr. Lazy and Rooks are dead! Miku might be able to turn this around now. Duckwing's taken awfully low. This is a winning fight for Miku so far.
Oh, the shield! And Miku win a fight! Miraculous! The encore only fighting 9, like J-Moore was able to kite it out. And the hero of the fight, N0, demolishing the 5-inch Girth God backline.
It is just Olaf and Victor. Victor does not have Chaos Storm available, and they do not have flashes either.
Yeah, they're going to get the Baron.
You can see it.
And Miku get another, it's another Baron.
Unreal Game 5. This is delivering.
Yeah, we're not done with the action yet. 1 minute and 30 seconds. We have soul point for the Girth Gods. You still have a full build record, Victor, and notably, he was not taken down in that last fight. Miku has yet to deal with the Victor. They merely dealt with the backline on the side of 5-inch before they could one-shot the rest of the team. It is going to be a very tight fight, and I think if we're looking at this from how it's set up, Miku has to be the first to set up. They don't have the engage. They need Girth Gods to check into them. When you dodge the Ornal, you burn the Enchant Crusade, when you burn the Encore, and you can manage to get out of all these abilities with Lulu, with the Cleanse onto J-Morse, with Mitmok, not really caring if he dies when he has the Requiem available and 3.5 items of inventory. This is the time where you have to, as Miku, come in as a team. You can give sideways here if you're Scion. You do not need to make the TP play in. Get here, get vision. This is the pyre you have to die on. Because it's just not going to get any better for a lot of your champions as Ornn continues to get more and more items. There's more and more items coming on the carries. It is tighter and tighter of margins for both of these teams.
It's absolutely difficult, and this is a level 18 Karthus.
Oh, that is a lot
a level 3 ultimate.
Oh, Nightlark needs to
and
TP.
3 levels
Nightlark
above
needs
Mooch.
to TP mid. The dragon has spawned. Nightlark needs to TP mid. Oh, the dragon's up.
Yeah, I don't really like.
This needs to be. I mean, they're fighting 4v5 into a match they're barely winning. Here comes TP. It's on the flank. The dragon's going low.
They're trying to melt. They're not going to get there in time. It goes down. Girth Gods take the dragon. Mr. Lazy is resurrecting, and Zero Nimus in the backline. Dystopia Reaper doing his best. Chaos Storm is gonna a massive chrono break. It looks like it's gonna go in favor of Miku. Mr. Lazy is still here, but the Requiem's gonna take him out.
Yeah, it's an ace.
There is a wave mid lane. Miku can end the game.
Miku, it's 50-second death timers. The fight, it wasn't the cleanest. It wasn't the best. The CC does not find anybody. Mitmok with the Zanya's Hourglass barely lives through the damage, but they still got the turrets and the inhibitors to go, and one wave of Baron up needs to do so. 20
Baron
seconds
buff
on Mooch. Nightlark can tank. Miku are looking for the end. J-Borg's alive and well in the back line. It was the closest game of the series. It was the closest game, the closest series we had in the entirety of the playoff. And it is Team Miku, your 2021 Spring PSU LCS champions.
Backs against the wall in this game 5. Team Miku is able to turn it around.
And we don't get an end screen because Riot.
Unbelievable performance.
Oh man, the glasses are off. We're done. It's too hype for that crap anymore. What an absolute banger! And I wish I could see the gold graph of that game. That was, I mean, you had the throw mid game. It's the almost end from 5-inch Girth Gods. They almost had it. It was just out of their reach on the respawns. Nightlark and Shinozaku were able to buy just enough time to stall out the game. And then from that, they win a miracle fight mid lane. They win the dragon fights, and they're able to convert that into the end. What a performance here from the Team Miku squad. NZ Anonymous coming up huge in the late game. J-Morgs managing to survive, and Mitmok above all else ends up surviving the final team fight, makes it happen, and that is your PSU LCS championship team. It was essentially 5 free agents at the beginning of the semester. And midway through the semester, N0 was the late addition, but nonetheless, 5 free agents versus the Division 2 team. That is a storyline you cannot beat.
Yeah, I think coming into this season, Girth Gods were probably the overwhelming favorites. There were even rumors of them saying they wanted to go completely undefeated. Coach Gap kind of stopped that. But anyways, it was the precedent for the season for that team. And they were awfully close to winning the split.
Yeah, it
came down to a game 5 in the finals. And they played really well. But in the end, Miku was just able to get that upper hand. And it was just a ridiculous performance.
Extraordinarily well played. Dystopia Reaper. If you want a man for game 5 and for a lot of the games here today for this out of 5-inch, that is your man to look at. He has been the low-lying personnel here for the entire 5-inch for the whole split of PSU LCS. And he's come up big. 2v1ing bot lane on Victor. Tons of good plays. We didn't even get to see his gangplank today. So
yeah.
Kudos to Dystopia. GG to all of 5-inch Girth Gods. Incredibly well played games all around by both squads. And it has been a blast to watch. It can get a bit interesting when you sit here on the casting desk for what is essentially now 4.5 hours doing a cast. And this, nonetheless, extraordinarily exciting stuff. And that is what you always want to see from these teams. And I'm going to ask, just because we're going to do it, someone from Team Miku, because I know y'all are watching the stream, hop in one of the team chats. We're going to move you in here. We're going to try to get a winner's interview. If you have a webcam, all the better.
Very true, very true.
So we'll try
to on in.
Yeah, when they come in, you can pop up. All right. Organizing this with the placeholder. Thank you. Thank you, Nick. I do appreciate it.
The production team.
All right, the production team. My apologies. Sorry, you actually do have a title, Mr. Vice President. All right, we're going to get Nightlark in here in just a second, if I remember what caster chat we're in. All right, and Nightlark, welcome to the call.
Welcome.
Congratulations on the victory here. PSU LCS Spring Champions for Team Miku. The full 5-game stretch indeed. How are you feeling, buddy?
My hands are still shaking a bit, so there's that.
The nerves.
Yeah,
that was definitely, I'd say that's pretty warranted with the way that last game and team fight went. So.
Oh my goodness.
We're not gonna talk about the flash. There was no flash. I don't know what you're talking about.
It happens to everybody. There's a clip of Hooney in like world semifinals doing the same darn thing. So it's alrighty here. It happens. But either way, pretty solid performance. I have some questions going all the way back to game 1. We see the Karthus locked in twice for the squad.
Yeah,
Not something we've got often. What was the feeling on the team there with Mitch getting the primary carry?
I mean, we sort of picked the Karthus game 1 because we were like, it's left open, we might as well. And they were already banning out our other carries. Obviously, we didn't play around it well enough because we lost game 1. I think that was due to a combination of just not having like a full aggro jungle, as we normally do. Instead having to play better around like protecting it instead, so that you can farm up and just get a lead off of camps, which he did in game 5. But other than that, we were like kind of surprised though that it was left up, given that it's been banned, I think, every game of the season so far except for like 2.
Yeah. I mean, you do have the. I think most of the reason bad up is because you do have Dystopia Reaper who really wants to play it on the other team.
Yeah.
You guys got to witness in Game 4, which leads me right into a nice segue for my next question for you. Game 4, that was rough. You guys, I mean, that is a stop of the game, and I mean, you lose the game, and you know you have Game 5 coming up. You're already up 2-1 in the series, so you do have one more game to bring it back. But how is it with yourself and with the team in the comms? After what was essentially just a stomp from minute 1 to come back in Game 5 and try to come back out, because that has to be a demoralizing punch.
I mean, yeah, like I lost a couple 1v1s top lane first solo kill by like an auto attack, and I realized it's like if I had taken shield bash, I would have won the fight. I was just like, shit. Well, anyways, continuing from there, it was like we got to like, I don't know, 10-15 minutes or so. I forgot how long the game was, and just decided, okay, it's a wash. Start thinking about our comp for next game.
Yeah.
So we just played it out for as long as possible in the hopes that 5-inch would just throw and we could end the series right there. But we just started thinking about what we were going to do for next game. I was starting to feel the heat a little bit though, as my champion pool was getting banned out. So and game 5 was pretty back and forth.
Oh
so.
yes, absolutely.
Yeah, it was.
We do actually have a question from chat, interestingly enough. So how scared were you guys after they took that Baron in Game 5 by Captain Ahmad?
Not too scared. We were just like, okay, cool, let's wait out the Baron because we'll play for Drake because we have to stop the soul anyways.
All right,
so
now
we
let me
just
rephrase the question. How scared were you after the Baron and the subsequent inhibitor push?
We were kind of like, they might end it right then and there, but I just got the call from the team to just go suicide for the wave, so I did. Unfortunately, Orin got away with like 10 HP, and I was just
man of the hour.
Yeah, I mean that's what you. I mean it's the right call. Just your Scion, run in, do what you can. You have a passive that's just like hit stuff.
It was just stall for Jinx, so that's all. That's what we were playing for.
It saved you guys both Nexus turns. You didn't even lose one to that push, which is pretty impressive in itself.
Yeah.
Somehow Ray's able to turn the game around from there, to be honest.
Yeah, I think we got a really good engage. I finally hit a Scion ult, and actually knocked a target up. I think like the first time in the whole series, but
you might have had. No, you had one in game 4 or 3, whichever one you played Scion in.
Yeah.
I think there was one more there.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
We sort of expected going in that the Shen was gonna be taken off the table, so I was like, all right, just pick me Scion set or like Ornn, but they kept banning Ornn or taking it, so.
All right. I mean, that's it for me for now. I'll let Mike take over the wheel for a minute.
Yeah, I think honestly you hit most of the points that I wanted to address as well. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to talk about the nerves going into that game 5 after the game 4, but like you guys said, you had a game plan in advance. You were thinking about what you should have done beforehand. I think that's definitely what you should have done in that situation. So tell me a little bit about. So I know Miku is infamous for just hard playing for jungle, right? So I think it was game 4, right, where Bitmock was kind of just invading without any prio. Yeah, the game, because it was with the game with Camille,
you can
right?
say griefing. It's okay to say.
Yeah. So
Okay.
Bitmock was kind of just running it. I'm gonna be honest. He went for some really questionable invades. Camille comes down, gets the kill on Mitmock at like level 6 or 7. And he's like a kill and like 4 or 5 deaths. And so I guess my question is, did you guys have any changes of plan, aside from like the, really kind of enable Mitch coming into this series? Were you thinking about any other, volatilities of the other team? Or was it kind of just continuing to try and play around Mitch?
Yeah, so we were Mitch is definitely like our strongest point of the team, I would say, but like that's also not to ignore the fact that we have both N0 and J-Marks.
Oh yeah, of course.
So like even if like once we hit the point where it's like, okay, get Mitch enabled, and then Mitch immediately goes and tries to convert that into enabling both J-Marks and N0. So we were trying to just make as many cross map plays as we could because we tried to force TP advantage as many times because we had Shen for I think 2 of our victories. So it's like I could TP in.
So, yeah.
or just walk to the objective and immediately shield. And a lot of it came down to literally just play front to back, because that's sort of the thing that we were the best at.
Yeah. Very good. Very good.
I think that the front to back team fighting only held for game 5 though at the end. I don't think there was a single front to back team fight the rest of the darn series. Interestingly enough. It's a lot of diving, a lot of backline diving. Game three was fun with that one, where you had like I want to say it was like the first Scuttle contest bot side. There was like 6 different mini fights going along. You had J-Morgs over a wall and Tristana. You were like top side of the river fighting somebody. Mitt was fighting someone like in the dragon pit.
Scrap fighting is sort of the name of the game, so.
I mean, it ends up working out for you guys, so I can't super complain. Game 4 was the only time we ever saw it exploited against you.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I think that was just a lot of like small problems that then snowballed into a bigger issue, I would say. And then like eventually we just couldn't team fight against them anymore because we were just so far behind in gold.
The quote unquote avalanche.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's all I have question wise. Is there anything you want to talk about with chat just as a whole for the team?
Nope.
Shout out,
have much.
something like that.
GG 5-inch.
Yeah. I mean,
Best
good
series,
games.
I think best series this split.
Hands down. Are you
by
kidding
far,
me?
yeah, by far.
Are you kidding me? We got silver scrapes and everything. Holy crap.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth, a lot of good stuff.
Yeah. Well, yeah. GG again. Congratulations to you and the rest of Team Miku. Another set of PSU LCS champions. Shinozaki Rika, 2-timer on Team Miku squad. So congratulations to him as well, joining a very select few on that registry. This is his, I believe, last year for PSU LCS, at least as a student. Can always come back as alumni, but that's a different feel to it. Give the senior some credit. But yeah, no, thank you very much.
Yep.
GG's, man.
GG's.
All right. And that will pretty much do it here for us on the cast. So,
Whew,
yeah,
it was a long one.
congratulations. Good games. Thank you for everyone for the entire season for participating and coming to watch us here on the PSU LCS and Penn State League. PSU LCS always an absolute banger. Love it to pieces. Love that I get to both play in it and cast it.
And cast it.
Yeah, cast is pretty good. But,
Pretty hype.
yeah, it's always a bit sad here at the end of the season. You have to stop for a while, but we'll be back in the fall once again for some more action. Go back to the points draft system. Everyone loves to get some spicy teams together. And until then, thank you guys, everyone, so much for playing, so much for watching, and we will catch you back here in September on the Rift.
Thanks a lot, everybody.
Yep. Peace.